When the red sky starts to fracture and the wind forgets your name, there's a shadow moving faster, born from silence, fed by flame. He walks where hope collapses, where even light won't stay. The mist begins to gather, and night devours the day. Black hazer, feel the veil, darkness rising without fail. Step inside and lose your way, nothing pure will ever stay. Black hazer, no escape, fear is written in his wake. When the world begins to blur, it's already him you say.
There is a story remembered by few. This is a story from a long, long time ago. Such a story begins with the opening of a gate discovered by a human king. This portal connected his world to another. When the portal was opened, humans fled in terror. This was because, from that newly opened portal, terrible monsters emerged. The truth was that the other world connected to it was the dark and frightening demon realm, home to the demons. From that portal, monsters overflowed endlessly, and that world, which had once been peaceful, was plunged into chaos. Many humans perished, and the world was bathed in red. In the face of this calamity, a human king desperately pleaded with the gods, "O gods, please grant us the power to expel the evil monsters." Thanks to this plea, a radiant light fell from the sky, and the monsters were transformed into dark smoke, dissipating away. After this, some humans were marked with a special symbol, gaining mysterious powers. Those who possessed the power to oppose the terrible monsters were acclaimed by the people and came to be known as mages. Thus, peace was able to return to that world. However, one question still remained. Had it truly been the gods who answered the king's wish, or something else? Running through a crumbling castle, a man found a young boy amidst the skeletons of monsters. Gasping, the man, dressed in knightly attire, was shocked to see the boy in that place. Facing the young one with a calmer gaze than he should have for his age, the man discovered the answer to the fateful question. Far from there, illuminated by the light of the moons, several carriages were parked outside a grand ballroom. Inside the hall, the guests chatted and enjoyed the music in that luxurious setting. But not everyone. Descending a staircase, a lady with golden hair was irritated. She remembered that her maid had said that the mages were gathered at this ball. However, seeing that only disgusting nobles were present, she regretted coming as well. Hearing Seren's words, her assistant tried to ask her to speak more quietly so as not to be overheard, but Seren could only think about the dark mage, whom her assistant had mentioned would appear, completely deceiving her. Still, the assistant tried to convince Seren that there would be other chances to meet him, which did not soothe the singer, who was determined to sing a song before leaving. Putting that aside, the maid asked Seren if she had heard about the warnings regarding monsters in the Lufan forest recently. "Miss, I heard that a carriage passing through the forest was brutally attacked not long ago." The maid's comment only made Seren even more irritated, as even in the face of danger, those nobles were still pathetically celebrating, as if nothing was happening. Seren sighed heavily. She truly wanted to meet the famous dark mage. When Seren stepped onto the stage, everyone's attention turned to her. Many couldn't even believe that Seren, the singer, was standing before them. It was said that her voice was angelic, and now they would find out if the rumors were true. However, just as Seren was about to begin her song, she was stunned by the reaction of the people in front of her. Her performance hadn't even started, but everyone looked frightened and perplexed. But their expressions were not directed at Seren. Instead, they were gazing at something they saw through the ballroom windows. Various dark monsters appeared, causing the guests to flee in terror. Realizing that the panic was not because of her, Seren looked back with wide eyes. Giant lizard-like monsters shattered the window behind her, ready to invade the hall. As everyone fled in horror from those red eyes, Seren froze. Not understanding what was happening, she found herself facing the creatures advancing toward her. Just as she was about to be captured, she heard someone shout her name. In the blink of an eye, a man wielding a spear appeared to defend her. His attack, shrouded in shadows, struck the giant lizards, which roared in pain. Seeing the strength of that man, Seren's eyes widened in surprise as she followed each of his movements. He charged at the monsters, which hesitated in the face of such power. Outside the hall, several of those lizards were climbing the walls, but with a great surge of energy, the man evaporated them all at once. Even with his face smeared, Seren remained motionless. Seeing her fall to her knees, her assistant rushed to her side to help. Approaching, the assistant asked Seren if she was all right, but the singer simply ignored her, focused on the person who had appeared to save her. Her eyes were still replaying what they had seen, giving her the certainty that this man was the Dark Mage. Outside, the man was illuminated by the moons, standing over the body of one of the monsters he had eliminated. From there, he looked toward the hall with his deep blue eyes. Even as the assistant tried to lead her to safety, Seren refused to go, wanting to see the Dark Mage. Upon hearing the name spoken by the singer, several people were surprised. They couldn't believe that such a famous figure in Ophion was there to save them, just as he had done on a certain famous day. Entering through the broken window, the man, dressed in dark clothing, walked toward the singer. She was startled when he approached her, but gently he asked if she was hurt. Seren replied that she was fine. The man seemed relieved by her answer. First, he apologized for making a request in such a situation, and placing his hand over his chest, asked if he could ask her a favor. Immediately, Seren clenched her fists and confidently replied that she would do anything. The man reached into his coat, pulling out paper and a pen, and made his request. "Please, could you give me an autograph?" Incredulous, Seren had to ask if he really wanted an autograph. Hearing from the Dark Mage that this was exactly what he desired, the singer asked for his name. The next day, the protagonist returned to the city. People in the corridors easily recognized him due to his distinctive clothing. Upon seeing the man in the black hood, they were drawn to his presence and began to murmur among themselves. Some wondered if he had completed a mission, while others wanted to approach him to speak. Faced with so many people, the Dark Mage remembered why he hated crowded places. It was exactly for this reason that he dressed the way he did. After walking for a while, a woman called out to him, waving. The young woman with short hair, carrying a stack of papers, was surprised and curious about what had brought Blow to enter through the main gate at that hour of the day. The girl could guess the answer to her own question. He must be there to see the master and report on a mission. The protagonist confirmed the reason for his visit, recalling the depressing mission. The girl couldn't help but laugh when she realized she had guessed correctly. Changing the subject, the protagonist asked what she was carrying. She didn't go into detail, stating it was just some paperwork. They then said their goodbyes, arranging to have a meal together later to talk. As Ren was leaving, she accidentally dropped a piece of paper, something the protagonist easily noticed. When he picked it up, he inadvertently saw its contents, becoming quite surprised. On the paper was a photo of him holding a red rose, accompanied by a large title. "For you we will fulfill any request. For inquiries, contact Ophion." Seeing that Blow had picked up the paper, the girl ended up dropping all the others she was holding. Shocked, the protagonist asked what his master was doing. The girl realized she'd gotten herself into trouble. To rid herself of the blame, she claimed she had been totally against the idea before starting to explain what the master had done. However, before she could finish, the person to whom she was revealing the truth suddenly disappeared. In an office, a man was sipping coffee while enjoying the view from the window. Blessed with the good weather of the day, his peace was disturbed when Blow kicked the door open. Turning to see who was trying to break it, the man was hit by a piece of paper. Irritated, he removed the paper from his face, only to find Blow standing there. The man was extremely excited to see him, as he had been expecting his arrival. Seeing the irritated look on the protagonist's face, he feigned ignorance, asking if someone had mistreated him. At the question, the protagonist exploded with fury. "You! It was you who bullied me! Look at the paper!" Finally, the man looked at the paper, but his curiosity quickly turned to silence. In an instant, he opened the window and simply discarded the paper. Watching it fly away, he smiled as if it had never existed. His master's actions only made the protagonist more irritated. His situation was already difficult, as wherever he went, people followed him, causing chaos. And now something like this was being done without his permission. The man disregarded the protagonist's feelings. Crossing his arms, he commented that the superstar of Ophion was being very shy. Irritated, the protagonist slammed his hand on the table while placing a paper on it. The master was startled by that, and upon picking up the paper, he realized that it was actually Seren's autograph. Irritated, the protagonist warned that this would be the last ridiculous mission he would undertake. Hearing this made the man who assigned him missions very sad. He immediately showed a stack of papers. "Look at this. The rescue of the puppy requested by Miss Ellen, the delivery of Roan's love letter, along with many other missions, all waiting for you." The protagonist refused to do any of those missions. Still, the man reminded him that Blow always managed to fulfill the missions, like this time dealing with Seren, who was so difficult to handle. Hearing the man's words, the protagonist disagreed, remembering that Seren didn't seem difficult at all, even though she was trembling due to the attack. The man was surprised to hear Blow mention an attack, as he remembered that Seren was in Ravi, a safe zone. However, the protagonist shattered his illusions, stating that there were monsters there. They were medium-sized, not very strong, but the fact that they appeared in Ravi, a place under the protection of the tower, isn't that strange? Upon hearing what had happened, the master agreed with the protagonist's thoughts, deciding to conduct some investigations in the future. Changing the subject, the man went back to praising the protagonist for getting the autograph even in that situation, which irritated him as he recalled the stupid mission. Setting that aside, the master faced the protagonist. "How long do you intend to stay in this form, Rude?" The protagonist was irritated by the question, as he needed to stay in that form to continue receiving various missions. Around the protagonist, a black mist emerged through his power. "My name is Blow, Release Awakening." The energy grew stronger after the protagonist canceled the magic, leaving the master surprised to see him, to the point of asking if he had gotten taller since the last time. Before him stood the young man he had found in the ruins of the castle some time ago. With his severe eyes, Rude asked if he had really grown taller. At that moment, he remembered something important. Banging on the table, he asked the man to give him a real mission now that he had brought him the autograph. In the face of Rude's stern gaze, the man smiled without giving him an answer. Seeing that he seemed uninterested in giving him a mission, Rude asked again. But this time, the man became serious for the first time. "Rude, after that day, not only ordinary people, but also wizards are keeping an eye on you. In fact, the association is actively searching for you, and it will only get more dangerous from here on out. Things will not be the same anymore, and I'm concerned about that." Contradicting the man's words, the protagonist showed the poster he had made once again. Telling the man to keep his jokes to himself, Rude asked if he would give him a mission or not. Thinking for a moment, the man revealed that there was a big mission. There is an auction that takes place 3 times a year, specializing in rare and unique items. This time, a magical stone will be auctioned. The protagonist was familiar with this type of high-level magical stone. However, the man revealed that there was a problem. Other wizards also knew about this stone. With a serious look, the man asked Rude if he knew what that meant, that the mission could be quite fun. After Rude left, the master began to look over some papers. In his hand, there was something he had not been able to deliver to Rude, an admission letter for the Helios Magical School, something that would leave him quite irritated upon receiving it. The auction was taking place on a cloudless night. People of all kinds were present, from nobles to wizards. In the center of the auction house, where there was a gigantic statue, several guards walked back and forth, ensuring security. A man in a blue suit appeared among the guards, bowing. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. The auction today, which many have been eagerly anticipating, has begun." With the host's permission, people started to walk around the hall to look at the items. Ren, also present at the auction, looked at the items while sighing. There were so many people there that it made her realize that the magical stone, Heart of Shazarnu, must be something important. Beside her, Rude explained that it was very rare for a stone of such caliber to appear in recent days. Being able to look at everything from a higher angle, Ren commented that there were many wizards around, which led her to ask the protagonist, the Black Mage, if he was okay with that. Without changing much of his expression, the protagonist confirmed that everything would be fine. Whispering, the protagonist stated that both his purpose and his goals were different from those of the other wizards. Leaving Ren with doubts about what he meant, Rude still wondered what the master meant by saying that the mission could be fun. That day, in the office, he asked what the mission was exactly. Then the master explained the details. He would have to find someone who would appear at the auction and fulfill that person's deep resentment, delivering a sweet revenge. Explaining correctly, the master stated that, apparently, a wizard had ruined the client's life, and the request was to take revenge on him. After researching a bit about the mission's target, the master discovered that he resembled a villain from the books who hunted and exploited weaknesses. Even recently, he had made many victims. Although he always skillfully managed to avoid being caught by the law, however, it was reported that this was a third-class wizard, and the protagonist commented that the target would not be easy, and it was for this very reason that the mission was being assigned to him. Knowing there must be some catch, the protagonist asked if he shouldn't just end the target's life. Obviously, the master stated that it wouldn't be satisfactory that way. He recalled how there would be many people at the auction because of the magical stone, whether participants, spectators, or people with other objectives. With so many people, it would first be necessary to find such a wizard and then capture him. Hearing the new objective of the mission, the protagonist frowned. The master began to list what needed to be done. The target should be left without arms, and a forced investigation should be conducted. After that, his pants should be removed. Hearing the last part, the protagonist was so surprised that he tore up the mission letter that was in his hands. He didn't understand what kind of revenge involved such a thing. The master didn't know very well, but that was the client's request. According to this client, there were rumors that this wizard was a member of a criminal organization that had disappeared many years ago. This organization had been declared eradicated, but given the large reward offered for finding them, it wouldn't be surprising if some had escaped. Raden, the city where the auction would take place, had a deep hatred for this organization called Kotal. The members of this organization had the tradition of marking their legs with the group's emblems using the poison of a lemon snake, a mark that could never be removed. The reason for removing the wizard's pants was precisely to expose this mark in front of everyone. Revealing the entire content of the mission, the master asked if this wouldn't be a satisfactory revenge. Silent for a moment, the protagonist asked if the return of this organization wasn't just a rumor, questioning what would happen if there was no mark when he lowered the wizard's pants. For the master, whether there was a mark or not, it would be a well-executed revenge. The protagonist had initially decided to refuse the mission, but after seeing his master plead, he ended up accepting. Now he was waiting. Ren wanted to know if it was okay to follow this plan, but Rude hoped to find out somehow soon. In another area, an excited young girl was hanging over the railing to see the people attending the auction. Adjusting her glasses with one hand, a butler held the princess by her clothes, asking her not to play around. Putting her back in her seat, the butler asked her to watch quietly, but the princess was too excited to stay still. However, upon seeing the woman named Tessie enter the hall where she was, the princess changed her focus. However, Lady Tessiana was not in the mood for games. Leaning against the wall, she ended up falling asleep while standing. Near where the princess was, a young man named Lapis was watching the auction attentively. The man beside him instructed him to keep his head up, observing carefully. Since there were many wizards gathered, it was certainly worth their attention. Although he didn't like being there, Lapis forced himself to obey his father's commands. Elsewhere, a man with animal ears looked toward a corner where his companion Sikwe was. Seeing how his companion was tearing leaves off a branch, he reminded him that they had the mission to guard the magical stone. He repeated the instruction again, but Sikwe continued tearing off the leaves, repeating with each leaf he pulled, "He comes, he doesn't come, he comes, he doesn't come." Seeing that Sikwe hadn't heard him, the man with animal ears became tremendously irritated. However, to show that he had heard, Sik addressed him, "Shut up, old man." The man was extremely annoyed at being called old, but Sik paid no attention to him, as he had reached the last leaf. Pulling off the last leaf from the branch, he dropped it on the ground, stepping on everything. Smiling as he turned branches and leaves to ashes, he walked over to his companion. "He comes?" The auction continued normally, with the item of the moment, a necklace, being bid on by a lady right in front of the audience. After selling the last common item, the host prepared himself. "Now everyone, it's finally time for the star of today's auction. Some of you may know, but this is an extremely rare item that we managed to acquire after great difficulties. The finest magical stone infused with the power of the great Shazarnu, the heart of Shazan." As the cloth was pulled off the dome, the item it protected shone splendidly. The people present at the auction were left in awe at such brilliance, such energy. The auctioneer seized the opportunity to further glorify the item. "Look at this radiant shine. Just by looking, don't you feel its tremendous power? This is the rare opportunity to obtain a powerful magical stone. It's now or never." Staring at the magical stone, Ren asked the protagonist if he had already found the target. Also looking at the stone, the protagonist revealed that he was able to see clearly. Ren misunderstood the protagonist's words, who was so focused, so he quickly explained that the energy of everyone in the hall was mixed. Furthermore, there was a possibility that the wizard hadn't shown up. Standing up, the protagonist left Ren alone to prepare. He pulled the curtain so that no one could see him, and while releasing his energy, he used the transformation magic. "My name is Blow. Awaken!" From the symbol on Rude's hand, dark energy enveloped his entire body, and before Ren, he transformed, leaving the girl stunned as always. She still couldn't believe she knew a wizard like him, a rare wizard who could change his appearance. She was still wondering aloud, how could a kid like Rude turn into such a charming young man? After the protagonist's transformation, Ren opened the curtain again, asking how his mana was. Rude had enough mana. However, there was something more important. They were coming. At the moment Ren asked whom Rude was talking about, a sound of breaking glass echoed through the auction house. The two approached the railing to observe and saw people screaming and guards moving. A thin man with green hair had taken the auctioneer hostage, ordering everyone to get out of his way. He and his partner, a serious man with a ponytail and a scar over his eye, stood before the mana stone, declaring it theirs with the hostage in their possession. Ren didn't know who that guy was, but Rude didn't seem worried about acting against him. In the auction hall, the duo of bandits was immediately surrounded by the guards. "Drop your weapons, put them on the ground, and step away." With a crazed look, the bandit holding the hostage warned that they would be the ones to back off. With a shout, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy toward the guards. The wave hit the guards, who immediately began to feel a strong dizziness, losing focus on the thieves. In the next instant, the man with the scar threw his energy-infused blade to strike all the soldiers. After hitting all the guards, the blade returned to the mage's hand without any issue. Throwing the auctioneer to the ground, the bandit couldn't believe it. The situation was becoming so boring that he thought it would be better to leave. Since the mana stone was unprotected, he headed toward it to grab it. However, his hand was grabbed by someone, the hand of an unknown man. Frowning at the sight of the animal ears, the bandit asked the man who he was. However, the hand of the man with animal ears tightened even more, causing him to fall to the ground. Finally, as he looked at the man's cloak while screaming in pain, he realized he was facing a mage from the association. Upon hearing about the association, the people present at the auction were surprised. They began to observe the animal ears and tail the man had, recalling a famous mage with such characteristics. Many repeated the name they knew, the association's doormat, the hunting dog, Lanoste. Hearing what he was called, the veins in the mage's face bulged. He turned, shouting at the people in the auction, "Who is the fool that called me a dog?" Before Lanoste, the man with the scar became furious. Raising his energy to the maximum, he threw his weapon toward the back of the association's mage. Lanoste was hit in the head. However, without injury, the weapon ricocheted off. The bandits realized they had caused no damage, while the only weapon they had was lodged in a wall. The rage Lanoste felt was further inflamed. "Hey dude, that hurt, you know?" In the bloodshot eyes of the hunting dog, the bandits nearly soiled their pants. Ren, watching the scene, was surprised. She thought there were only vultures providing security, but surprisingly someone incredible was hidden among them. She was even more surprised that it was a mage from the association. Watching beside her, the protagonist sat on the railing. He told her to take a good look, as that person had been with someone significant on that fateful day. Despite her surprise, Ren understood what Rude meant. In the center of the hall, after beating up the bandits, Lanoste took care to calm the people. "All mages here, listen. I know you're anxious because of the rare mana stone that has appeared, but if you act impulsively, it will be the end for you. So stay quiet until the auction is over. Understood? Anyone who touches the mana stone or seems suspicious from this moment on will face me and regret it." With that said, Lanost prepared to cover the mana stone with a dome again, but he was astounded. Beneath his nose, the mana stone had disappeared. The auctioneer pointed to the statue in the middle of the hall. Up there stood a person, surprisingly. To Lanosta's shock, the person holding the mana stone was his companion Seek. Ignoring his partner, Sika began to murmur, "I can feel it. I feel that he's definitely here." Lanoste didn't understand what Sika was doing until his companion started shouting, "Hey, Blackie, this is your goal too, isn't it? If you want it, why don't you come and take it from me? If you don't show up, I'll devour this mana stone myself." The people didn't understand who the hell Seek was looking for, or what would happen to the mana stone. Beside the protagonist, who had transformed into Blow, Ren asked if the Blackie Seek was referring to could be him. At the question, the protagonist fell silent, which was already an answer. Ren was irritated that things had become more complicated than she had thought. Seeing this situation, she asked her partner if it wouldn't be better to back off. However, Blow didn't want to give up the mission because of some idiot. Seeing the protagonist's language, Ren was surprised. But putting that aside, she just hoped things would turn out well, as she couldn't stop him. In the hall, some mages were waiting for things to get exciting since a mana stone of such high grade had appeared. But with Sika's appearance, most of their will to fight disappeared. Even with many mages present, they knew that attacking would be difficult. It seemed pointless, as someone from the association was at a much higher level than they were. They could only imagine that the black mage, who had recently emerged, might have a chance. As the mages conversed, Tessiana walked through the hall. People were shocked to see the direction she was heading. At the top of the statue, Seek was still waiting. After so long, he tried to provoke the black mage again. "You're not afraid, are you? Is this some kind of hide and seek?" Down below, Lanost was completely irritated with Sike. Shouting, he demanded that his companion stop his madness and come down immediately. However, Seek didn't want to listen to that old man, telling him to go away and leave him alone. Being provoked, Lanost was ready to show Seek what hell was like. At that moment, as the two were arguing, a blue energy surged in the hall, catching both their attention. A crack appeared in the statue, which in an instant was brought down by a powerful blow. Seeing the statue fall in his direction, Lanoste was shocked. Falling without any resistance, the statue exploded in the middle of the hall. On top of the fallen statue stood a woman. Holding her sword, Lady Tessiana was ready to restore order. Not recognizing her, Lanoste aggressively asked what she was doing. Tessiana's expression was emotionless as she replied to the hunting dog, "I'm here to participate in the auction. I even brought a silver coin." Lanost was surprised and irritated by the paltry amount of money the woman possessed. Completing her sentence, Tessiana showed hostility in her voice as she looked at Sik. "However, you're in my way." Sike didn't hide his hostility, returning it. "No, you're the one who's in the way. You crazy woman?" Ren didn't know where the blue-haired woman had come from. She didn't know how long the woman could hold her own against the duo, but she knew it could be a chance for them. Looking at the protagonist to see if he agreed, Ren saw Blow standing on the railing. The protagonist confirmed Ren's thought. However, his eyes weren't on Tessiana or Sikwe, but on a man flirting with a young woman. He had finally found the target of his revenge mission. Energy explosions collided as Tessiana attacked Sike, who was retreating hastily. With her sword in hand, she leaped above her opponent to strike him with the force of gravity. Her attack was launched, aiming for the middle of the red-haired man who didn't try to dodge. Raising his hand, Sik effortlessly held Tessiana's sword. Before the shocked woman, Sik sighed. "Why do these nobodies always show up to irritate my nerves?" Holding the sword with one hand, Sike created an energy sphere with the other. The energy sphere hit Tessiana before she had a chance to evade, sending the lady flying across the hall with the strong impact. Lady Tessiana crashed into one of the walls of the hall, creating a large cloud of dust from the debris. However, looking at the dust cloud, Sikwe was shocked. Inside the dust cloud, the woman rose again. Leaning on her sword, she expressed her anger at being called a nobody. "My name is Tessiana." Sikwe frowned upon realizing from Tessiana's voice that she was perfectly fine. Tessiana's eyes began to shine with a deep blue. Overflowing with energy, the mage activated her awakening. Sikwe scoffed, asking the woman if she really thought her awakening would change anything. Surrounded by a frozen aura, Tessiana gave her final warning. "You'd better get ready." In an instant, Tessiana crossed the entire hall, attacking Sike. Seeing Tessiana awaken, the princess celebrated excitedly. Seeing how Tessiana, who had been brought as a guard, acted this way, the butler warned the princess that they should leave. The butler reminded the princess that they had already left in secret, and if anything happened to her, he would be the one punished. Noticing how things were starting to get chaotic, the butler urged the princess to accept leaving before the situation worsened. The mages and nobles in the hall were desperate. They wanted to evacuate, wanted to know what was happening, and wanted to know about the Mana Stone all at once, causing great confusion. Seeing people talking about the Mana Stone, Lanost tried to break through the crowd's blockade. He was furious with Sika, who had started fighting without handing over the Mana Stone, forcing him to search for it. Amidst the confusion, a person walked calmly, covered by a white cloth. This person was watching a man with shoulder-length hair embracing a young woman. This person was none other than Blow, who, seeing so many people focused on the Mana Stone, found a perfect opportunity amidst the chaos. He was wondering how he should reveal the mark on that man's leg. However, the only idea that came to his mind was to tear his pants off. Trying to think of another way but unable to think of anything else, he remembered his master. Hearing a man looking for the Mana Stone, the protagonist's attention was piqued. Approaching that man, he asked him to come closer, only to whisper in his ear, "I saw that guy in purple clothes hiding the Mana Stone." Looking at where the protagonist was pointing, the man asked to confirm if the young man was talking about the man smiling next to a young woman. The protagonist confirmed his target, also stating that he had hidden the Mana Stone in his pants. In an instant, the man, believing the protagonist's words, attacked the mission target, demanding that he hand over the hidden Mana Stone. The commotion caught the attention of several people, who attacked the target. The protagonist couldn't believe his plan had worked. However, the mission target retaliated against the people around him, drawing a sword. Frowning, his anger was provoked. "Bastards! How the hell did they find out?" The protagonist was surprised, as were the people around, who now realized that the man had indeed taken the Mana Stone. Now holding the Mana Stone, the mage prepared to hand it over. Releasing his energy, he prepared to cast the mage's magic. "My name is Klauke, Awakening." In a minute, energy overflowed powerfully from the target's body. Raising his hand, he created several energy orbs, showing a manic smile. "Listen carefully, you insects." The mana stone is already in my hands. Anyone who tries to covet it will face me. Immediately after the threat, Clockway launched an attack at the mages who had tried to attack him. However, the attack was broken by a sword surrounded by dark energy. With no options left, the protagonist attacked Clock personally. Clock tried to defend himself, but the outcome was clear. The sword in his hand was knocked away, and before him stood the black mage pointing his sword at him. With a cold look, the protagonist responded to Cloakway's threat. Very unlikely. As soon as the protagonist released his energy, it was felt by Seek. He diverted his gaze from Tessiana, looking in the direction of the black mage. Tessiana seized the opportunity to attack. She rushed forward, closing the distance between them. On the other side of the hall, Cloquet fell to the ground as he tried to retreat. The people around, seeing the dark magic, were surprised, realizing who its bearer was. Lanost was also surprised to see that magic, astonished to recognize the black mage. Cloquet was furious, refusing to give up the mana stone, claiming the item as his. The protagonist almost laughed at such a joke. How exactly is it yours? You stole it, and in any case, I'm not after it, but you. Before the protagonist could attack Cloquet, he felt a powerful energy. He diverted his gaze and, looking to the side, saw a large attack coming in his direction. As the protagonist recoiled to dodge the attack, he realized it was a sword. Frowning, he noticed that the person attacking him was not giving up, coming towards him. In an instant, the protagonist saw his pursuer before him. Seek grabbed the protagonist's shirt, shortening the distance between their faces. "Hello, Blackie," the protagonist sighed upon seeing Seek-a-Moon, the man who was obstructing his mission. Without giving the black mage a chance to escape, Seek threw him to the ground with all his energy, causing a powerful explosion that sent debris flying in all directions. Seeing the fight shift locations, nobles and mages tried to flee. The few people who had the courage to look on watched as the smoke began to dissipate elsewhere in the hall. Tessiana, who had been counterattacked, got up, complaining about the pain she felt. Pounding the ground, she was furious because her sword had been stolen. Her eyes reflected a fierce determination, as she swore that next time she would not lose. Cloquet took the opportunity while the black mage was attacked to flee with the mana stone. The other mages who had heard he was in possession of the mana stone pursued him, trying to prevent his escape. Irritated by such small fish, Cloquet conjured an attack. Launching an energy sphere, he hit the group pursuing him. He couldn't help but mock those damned weaklings who stood in his way. Unbeknownst to Cloquet, someone appeared behind him. "Mage, surely you don't think there are only weaker mages here, do you?" That woman attacked Cloquet, who in a swift move put his hands in front of his body to block. Immediately, several powerful mages who had been hiding appeared to hunt for the mana stone. In an instant, the exit of the hall was filled with mages, all surrounding Cloquet. The mage gritted his teeth, seeing that he was cornered. Inside, the people were euphoric to discover that the black mage was fighting against Seek-a-Moon. Even the prince was surprised to hear who was fighting. Realizing how dangerous it was and that the building could collapse if the fight continued, the prince searched for his father. However, his father had disappeared a long time ago. Looking at the young Rune behind the seat where his father had been, the prince asked where he was. Without much emotion, Rune revealed that His Excellency had fled a long time ago. The young prince realized he should also escape, but something caught his attention. This was a battle between powerful mages. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to witness it for anything. On the other hand, Ren was desperate to see how the situation had turned out. She couldn't believe that this Sequay from the association had shown up. He had been a miscalculation. She hadn't brought a mana orb for recharges, as the mission was supposed to be low risk, and she was worried that the fight would drag on, making things worse for Blow. Concerned, she wondered what plan he had. Before Sequay, the protagonist was prepared. Facing the mage from the association, he tried to make it clear that he had no intention of fighting him. Seek smiled, unwilling to believe it. However, Blow confirmed his initial words. "Yes, my goal is not the mana stone, and yours must be to guard it until the auction is over, right? Judging by what your ally said, it seems so. So let's just take care of our own business and deal with that ridiculous magic circle above your head." As Blow had said, Seek had conjured a huge crimson magic circle. Provoking the protagonist, Seek asked if he didn't like his magic. "Whatever your goal is, I don't care. Since that day, I've been looking for you. Ophion has been busy hiding you like some kind of treasure, so I've been chasing every mission or incident where you showed up. Still, I couldn't find you." Obviously, Blow knew why the man hadn't found him, as his missions were no more impressive than just getting a few autographs. However, Seek was distraught at seeing the black mage before him. Therefore, he advanced without caring. In the face of Seek's advance, the protagonist used his long sword to block him. Approaching the protagonist, looking him in the eyes, Seek asked him to show it again. That day, the black mage had given him such a cold look that it had sent chills down his spine. Seek used all his energy to create his most powerful attacks. He didn't care about everything around him, forcing the black mage to comply with his wishes. With Seek's powerful attack launched, people panicked as the building trembled as if it would collapse. Rocks, slabs, and pillars flew in all directions. However, Lanost was still there to cover for his partner's mistakes, saving the innocents caught in the conflict. Lanost was furious with the bastard who seemed to be destroying the whole place. What made him even angrier was that Sike had become a chatterbox, starting to enjoy himself. Looking around, Lanost observed how the auction had turned into chaos, remembering that he needed to recover the Monostone at all costs. Outside, Cloakway's fight was interrupted when a pillar fell in front of him for no apparent reason. Looking back, he wondered what the hell they were doing to make pieces of the building fly like that. Taking advantage of Cloakway's distraction, a mage attacked him, demanding that he hand over the hidden mana stone. Cloakway managed to be quick, dodging the attack from 4 other mages at once. At that moment, the man who had spoken with the protagonist earlier shouted, "In his pants! It's in his pants! The mana stone is inside his pants!" Cloakway was taken aback, not understanding why they were saying something so nonsensical. However, the words of that man turned everyone into zombies. Staring at Cloak's pants as the most tempting target, Cloaky stepped back, trying to assert that it was a lie, telling them to stay away from him. Inside, a solitary figure stood amidst the smoke. Seek held a cloak in his hand, but, unfortunately for him, the owner of that cloak had vanished. The protagonist jumped to one of the auction boxes. There, he surprised 2 women. Putting a finger to his lips, he whispered, "Calmly get out of here, this place is dangerous." Shocked by how handsome the black mage was, the duo obeyed his advice and left. Looking down at the situation, the protagonist sighed, remembering how ridiculous Sikwe Muon was. The man had made him spend a large part of his mana in a senseless fight. Thinking about it, the protagonist realized that because of Sike, his master had started giving him all sorts of strange missions since that day. Seeing how most people had evacuated, and the chaos that had ensued, the protagonist deemed this mission a failure. However, he still wanted to confirm if the target had a mark, so he moved again. Siko, who was at the center of the auction, had no intention of giving up. Since the black mage didn't want to fight, he would force him to want to. Looking around, Seek noticed several people he could use as distractions. A dark thought crossed his mind. If he got rid of all the insects around, perhaps the black mage would change his mind. Suddenly people began to look up. Their faces were shocked. No one could believe what was happening. Above them, a crimson magic circle, as large as the auction hall, had been created. Looking up, even Cloakway wondered what the hell was happening to create such a thing. The mages seeking the mana stone seized the opportunity to attack Cloakway, who tried to stop them, telling them to look up. Cloakway couldn't believe these lunatics didn't even care about that attack. However, he still believed that if he kept running, he could escape. But an attack hit Cloakway squarely, sending him flying back through the group pursuing him. That attack had been launched by the protagonist. With a serious look, Blow ordered everyone to leave the area immediately. The mages were shocked to encounter the black mage. Not caring how shocked they were, the protagonist gave them a warning. "If you value your lives more than the mana stone, you better leave this place immediately. This is a place that could collapse at any moment." Seeing the large magic circle, Lanost ran to his partner Sike. "What are you doing? Stop that right now. Can't you see there are still people here? Are you planning to hit everyone who couldn't get out?" Despite Lanost's words, Sike remained silent. Ren tried to escape this total mess. Running through the upper floor of the auction, she searched for Blow so they could leave immediately with a teleportation scroll. She urgently wanted to get out of there, as a sinister feeling hung in the air. The person Ren was looking for was now in front of Klako. The bandit was trying to back away hurriedly to distance himself from the powerful mage. "It seems you can't trust rumors. I didn't think the dark mage would be a greedy guy. Are you planning to send everyone away to take the magic stone for yourself?" The protagonist couldn't understand why people only saw what they wanted. With a cold look, he stared at the mage in front of him, who was shocked to hear the dark mage ask if he belonged to the Kodal organization. Cloque frowned, trying to deny it, but the protagonist pointed out the facts. The reward for him was substantial, and even as time passed, Cloque seemed intent on maintaining his operations in Rodden. With every word spoken by the dark mage, Cloque grew more furious. Judging by Cloque's reactions, the protagonist assumed he was right, but still needed to confirm to be sure. To try to save himself, Cloak grabbed the magic stone, extending his hands to offer it to the dark mage. The protagonist was surprised to see that Cloaky actually had the stone. He was about to say he didn't want it when an attack struck the mage with the stone. With the powerful attack, Cloaky sank into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The person who had made the attack climbed on top of Cloaky, addressing the protagonist and reminding him that he had said he wasn't interested in the magic stone. If you're not after it, what's the point of dealing with trash like this? With Sika's question, the two exchanged deep glances. The protagonist was about to ask them to talk first, but Sika didn't listen, launching into an attack immediately, frustrating the protagonist as he realized he wouldn't be able to have an appropriate conversation. When he tried to pull away, Sika managed to grab his foot after a quick attack. Spinning his body, he threw the protagonist against a wall, demolishing another part of the auction. Seeing how the dark mage had released his energy again, Sika asked him to at least play with him a little. Immediately after the request, Sika charged again. With little alternative, the protagonist did the same, approaching the association mage in the air. However, before they could meet, their energies vanished, leaving them shocked. With their attacks cancelled, they fell back to the auction floor. The protagonist looked at his own hands, remembering how his concentrated energy had suddenly disappeared. Seeing Sika finally stop his attacks, Lanost ran towards his partner to reprimand him. However, looking to the side, he was surprised. A magic circle had suddenly appeared. After the first appearance, a new magic circle appeared, followed by a third. Quickly, several magic circles covered almost the entire auction. No one understood why a magic circle had appeared, much less so many identical ones. However, from one of the magic circles, something began to rise like a block of ice. A creaking sound like laughter also rose, and what seemed to be a block of ice took the form of a giant monster with numerous eyes and a huge row of teeth. Desperate, people tried to flee from the monster. The young girl who was with her young master also tried to urgently get him out of there. However, he was more interested in knowing where the monster had come from. Rune tried to explain that the monster had emerged from a magic circle, but at least the young man already knew that. The monster approached some people with one of its large tentacles. Seeing that those people wouldn't be able to save themselves, the blonde young man asked Rune for his sword. She wanted to warn her young master of the danger, but he already knew that his abilities might not be enough. Still, for him, standing still like an idiot wouldn't make things better. Recovering his sword, the young man advanced in front of the duo being attacked. Trying to calm them to protect them, the young man was hit by the monster's tentacle and thrown into the air while losing consciousness. Seeing what had happened, the young Rune jumped, catching her young master in the air and safely returning to the ground. Facing the monster that had attacked her young master, she wondered what she should call it, suggesting that the monster could be named Giant Octopus because of its tentacles. Deciding how to name the monster, Rune began to conjure small spells. Absorption, mana arrow. Rising up, she created a golden bow and arrow by merging the two spells. With the shot of the golden arrow, the octopus was hit, losing one of its tentacles. Surprisingly, the tentacle fell close to Lanost, who didn't understand what the hell was happening there. Approaching the dark mage and revealing his confusion, he was asked if he didn't think the monsters had appeared from summoning circles. Hearing the dark mage's reasoning, Lanost realized it made sense. Delving deeper into the topic, the protagonist asked if there were mages capable of summoning monsters, but Lanost didn't know any. This raised questions for Blow, who wondered how so many giant creatures had been summoned. Finally, finding Blow, Ren ran towards him. The protagonist was surprised she hadn't escaped yet, causing Ren to frown. "What are you talking about? I couldn't just leave without any loyalty?" Lanost was surprised to see that the dark mage had an ally from Ophion, and moreover, someone who wasn't a mage. Putting that aside, the hunting dog turned to Sika, who had his back to a monster. With a raise of his arm, Sika unleashed the power of a spell, completely destroying that monster. Being hit by several pieces of tentacles, Lanost was surprised but quickly asked where the magic stone was. Not caring much, Sika revealed that it had been lost. Lanost couldn't believe such a thing, as Sika had it just a moment ago. Sika indeed had the stone in his hand, but it had disappeared without him noticing. Irritated, Ren grabbed the teleportation scroll to use it, calling Blow to leave that insane place. The protagonist approached Ren, but someone didn't want him to leave. Sika quickly closed the distance between them, grabbing the protagonist's sword so he wouldn't go away. Ren was furious with the madman who appeared before her. What are you doing in this situation?" Turning to Lanosta, he hastily asked him to deal with his companion. This time, drawing his sword, the protagonist didn't see his energy disappear. Believing that it had been a temporary phenomenon, he asked Sika if he had felt the same thing. Sika confirmed that it had indeed happened, assuming that it hadn't been the dark mage's doing, as the monsters started appearing at the same moment. With this situation, With so many monsters around, the protagonist stated that it wasn't the time to fight. However, Seek was inflexible. He didn't care about the things around him. Proving this was true, he attacked the protagonist again right in front of Ren, but this time Lanost intervened, positioning himself between the two. The association's dog had followed Ren's commands. "Stop, Sike. Sticky men are not attractive at all." Hearing Lanost's words, Ren was shocked. Showing the chaos they had caused, Lanost stated that the Mage Tower would arrive soon, reminding them that nothing good would come from going against them. Still, Sike refused to back down. "Leave. Even if you're an old man, I won't forgive anyone who interferes." The protagonist couldn't believe how crazy Sike-moon was. Ren was about to confirm Lanosta's words about the Mage Tower when a tentacle emerged behind her. With someone shouting a warning, Ren was stunned. At that moment, a young blonde man ran towards Ren to save her from that tentacle. The young master's sword managed to strike the monster, which, feeling the pain of the stab, roared with its enormous mouth. The young blonde looked seriously at Ren, asking if she was okay. However, Ren was shocked. The young man who was supposed to save her had been grabbed by the monster, which took him to its mouth. Rune coldly asked her young master if he wanted help. Desperate, he shouted for her to assist him. Instantly, an attack struck the monster, splitting it in two as if it were a piece of bread. The young man was saved, although he fell heavily to the ground, as Rune didn't catch him this time. Climbing on top of the monster, the protagonist checked if Ren was okay. With that attack, the protagonist confirmed that the monster was of low tier, lacking a core or intelligence. He didn't understand who could summon something like that. Rune approached her young master, asking if he was all right, but he only cared to look in the direction of the dark mage. Looking the other way, he was surprised to see Sike-moon as well, who was being grabbed by his partner. Seeing such mages up close, the young man could feel their strength. Not leaving yet, the protagonist looked in one direction. There lay Cloquet's body. He still hadn't confirmed anything yet, which the mission required. Approaching the protagonist, who was looking at Cloquet, Ren finally realized that she had forgotten about that stupid mission. Remembering the nightmares she had, she felt relieved to have brought the teleportation scroll with her. Distancing himself from the girl, the protagonist asked Ren to escape first. Ren was incredulous. "What? Are you serious? Are you really going to take his pants off?" Ren's question echoed through the auction, making people doubt their own ears. The protagonist quickly corrected Ren about what he intended to do. He meant to eliminate the monsters and save the people. Ren thought Blow's decision was stupid, as the tower could handle it. Realizing there was something else important, he called the young blonde, who looked surprised. Ren didn't think this would be a good way to repay what he had done, but she asked if he would like to leave with them since the teleportation scroll could handle 4 people. Hearing that he could go with Ren, the young man became excited. Ren didn't hear an immediate response, so she thought he wouldn't go, but he quickly accepted to go with her, even though Rune also had some teleportation scrolls. On the other hand, Lanost was already having a headache. Dealing with his partner and thinking about the report he would need to write, he knew he was in trouble, especially because of Sike. Lanost's companion was inflexible. Throwing his head back, he struck Lanost's chin. As Sike freed himself, Ren used the magic of the teleportation scroll. "The location where I desire. The condition is those I touch." Quickly, the protagonist instructed the others to hold on to him. However, it was at that moment they heard an enraged voice nearby. "Really, this is so damn annoying. Why are you running away? Where's that arrogant guy from before?" Sike was releasing a large amount of energy as he approached the group. Seeing such a threat, the young blonde trembled from head to toe. Approaching the protagonist, he commented that the mage there seemed to be looking at him with a very scary gaze. The protagonist told the young man not to worry about the crazy guy. Despite this, he tried to hurry Ren, who was trying to concentrate and not talk to him. Overflowing with energy, Sike had no intention of letting the dark mage escape. With all his hatred, he created a giant magic circle below the auction ceiling, frightening even the mindless monsters. Lanoste couldn't believe his partner was going to try using that magic again. The young blonde looked up, remembering that the magic circle was the same as some time ago. The protagonist tried to hurry Ren again, but he was already giving it his all. Finally, she reached the end of the scroll's use. "What I desire is teleport!" A gigantic explosion occurred in the auction, creating a fireball dozens of meters high, illuminating the dark night like a sun. In a forest on the outskirts of the city, a person was holding a small magic circle above their hand. Seeing the large fireball, they closed their hand, dissipating the magic. The man with a small octopus on his shoulder found the act quite amusing, asking a person sitting on a nearby branch if they didn't think the same. The girl sitting on the branch, named Ruby Monter, held a small book in one hand. In the other, she had the magic stone that had disappeared from the auction. Frowning, she stared at her partner with her golden eyes, disagreeing with him. The girl held the mana stone, obtained from the chaos, and with a light squeeze shattered it. Dropping the pieces of the mana stone like confetti, she expressed her disdain. Humans are such lamentably trivial creatures. Back in Ophion, Rude's master read a report. The auction house had been destroyed, the magic stone had vanished, and unknown monsters had appeared. He couldn't help but smile at the magnitude of the spectacle. However, Ren's gaze made him stop smiling. The woman immediately gave him a lecture. "It's amusing, considering you just sent us there to drop our pants, putting us into chaos that barely allowed us to return unscathed." With her complaint, the master asserted he was glad the duo was okay. That was the least Ren expected. The master sighed, stating that if he had known Sikemuen would be at the auction, he wouldn't have sent them there. Ren didn't understand why the guy kept pursuing Blow as if it were not just a fight but something more behind it. Without telling the whole truth, the master merely commented that the Muen family tended to be a bit crazy. Despite the doubt in Ren's eyes, the master claimed that naturally Sik would lose interest, so until then, they just needed to avoid him. Ren could understand that, to avoid Sik, the master was assigning Blow to strange missions. Putting the topic aside, the master returned to the report, which contained something that didn't fit. He already found it strange when he discovered that the high-grade magic stone was being advertised for a public auction. However, a mass monster summoning and the sudden disappearance of magic were not something that could be ignored. Ren noted that the association and the tower were making a big deal out of it, which was normal. Still, the master didn't understand how Blow had submitted such a report and then disappeared. He wondered where the young Rude was. The person in question was reading some books. Just as he had thought, there were no records about monster summoning. It seemed that discovering the truth with conventional data would be difficult. Breaking the protagonist's concentration, a young boy brought him the drink he had ordered. The little boy, named Ben, greeted Rude, someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Ben had never seen Rude busy studying, which made him curious about why the protagonist had so many books. To hide the subject, Rude merely stated he was curious about something. Still, Ben was startled, as Rude was reading many things, especially on such complicated topics. Ben finally realized that Rude might be intelligent. The protagonist gave a small pat on the boy's head upon seeing him just now discover this. Seeing how Rude boasted about his intelligence, he remembered that his sister always said people should stay humble. Putting that aside, the protagonist looked around, noticing that there were many customers, which must keep Ben busy. However, the boy didn't find it too complicated, as most people spent their time chatting rather than placing orders. Changing the subject, Ben asked the protagonist if he had heard about the feats of the Dark Wizard. Hearing the boy mention him, Rude became restless. Thinking Rude was interested, Ben began narrating the stories. There was a super expensive magic stone at the auction in Ravi, and some evil wizards tried to steal it. But then the Dark Wizard appeared and boom! He defeated them all, saving everyone. The protagonist didn't think it happened exactly that way, as the place ended up in ruins. But he didn't want to spoil the boy's happiness. Ben couldn't help but smile hopefully, wishing that his sister would become at least a little as powerful as the Dark Wizard. Rude didn't know that Ben had a sister. Proudly, Ben revealed that his sister had entered Helios. Thinking about the name, the protagonist asked if he was talking about the school. However, Ben explained properly. Helios is not just a school. Helios is an amazing and super special place where only the best of the best can enter. Despite being happy for his sister, Ben was sad that they had separated. However, there was nothing to be done, just writing letters when he missed her. Ben's mother didn't send all the letters to avoid distracting her daughters, but Ben revealed he had already written 10 of them. While the boy chattered about Helios and his sister, a woman shouted his name. Seeing his mother calling him, Ben wished the protagonist good luck with his studies and ran to see her. Left alone, the protagonist sighed. He then closed his eyes, focusing. His concentration spread throughout the tavern, allowing him to hear what people were talking about. In one corner, a man said that Sikemuen had won, but next to him, a woman said that the Dark Wizard was focused on saving people. Another man at the same table commented that the explosion must have been caused by the tower. At another table, they talked about Cluck, who had stolen the magic stone, while at a third table, they commented that the Dark Wizard was actually a woman. The protagonist was shocked by all the rumors circulating, but none about a certain person who should take the blame. Still, as there was no mention of the monsters, the protagonist believed that the tower had somehow covered up the story. That was what should have been done, as monsters had appeared within a city protected by the tower's barrier. Thinking about it, the protagonist wondered if there was a problem with the barrier. However, he dismissed that thought, as things wouldn't be so calm if that were the case. Looking at the drawing of the magic circle he had made, the protagonist wondered if he could find a clue with it. Not knowing where to start, he decided to go talk to the master. There was a city surrounded by a forest. In its center, a castle exuded an elegant and noble charm. A man with golden hair wearing a white hood had arrived in the city. Someone asked him Rispan why they had stopped, to which he replied that there was some commotion up ahead but nothing to worry about. Looking at the carriage, he asked the woman inside, Dana, if she was sure about what she was doing. However, the elegant Dana reminded him that she had already answered that question several times. Seeing the man worry, she asked him to listen carefully. If this helps that child even a little, I will do anything. While Dana spoke with Rispan, Rude walked through the city. Even looking at the magic circle on the paper, he had no answers or ideas on what to do. In a brief moment of distraction, the wind took the paper from his hand. He quickly ran after the paper, which with another gust of wind was carried away again. The paper took flight, soaring above the short Rude and rising to a height he couldn't reach. He ran through the cobblestone streets, wondering how long that paper would fly. In a random place, a man was shouting desperately, "Please give it back to me!" However, the group refused to return the abandoned backpack they had found, but the man insisted that he hadn't abandoned his backpack. He had just set it aside for a moment. He begged them to return it. The leader of the group grabbed the man by his shirt, pulling him close. With a delinquent look, he didn't hesitate to threaten the man in broad daylight. "You know what? Even if you beg on your knees, I won't give it back. So how dare you raise your voice at me? Think carefully. Would the guards get here first, or would your body fall before that?" In the midst of the threat, the thug was hit in the face by a piece of paper. Releasing the man and throwing the paper to the ground, he wondered what the hell that was. Returning to the subject, he informed that the backpack was now his. At that moment, something caught the man's attention. A young boy had picked up the paper that had hit his face, complaining that it had gotten dirty. Frowning, the thug asked who that kid was. He and his henchmen were startled, as the boy had also grabbed the stolen bag. The protagonist returned the bag to its owner as if nothing had happened. The group of thugs didn't understand how the bag had been taken, so the protagonist looked in their direction, revealing that he was the one who had taken it. Seizing the opportunity, the owner of the bag immediately fled. However, the leader of the thugs didn't want to chase after him. Grinding his teeth, a small aura emanated from him. "That little bastard. I need to correct his attitude first. Block the exits." Seeing that the man was a magic user, the protagonist assessed that he must be at the lowest level. Snapping his fingers, the thug approached the protagonist. "Hey, kid, you still don't know how this world works. As an adult, I'm going to teach you a big lesson." Rude didn't want to cause trouble, so he wondered what to do. Making a decision, he tried to run. The group of thugs was surprised to see the boy flee. With just one jump, Rude leaped over a building, landing in the street beside it. However, in the midst of his fall, the protagonist found himself facing a carriage. Sensing a presence, Rispan looked up, and their eyes met. Inside the carriage, Dana only heard a noise, which made her wonder what had happened. Everyone around the carriage was shocked. On top of the carriage was a small blonde boy who had fallen from the sky. Rude smiled peacefully. "Phew, this carriage is really sturdy." The people surrounding the carriage couldn't believe the boy's words. They were all left speechless until Rude jumped from the roof of the carriage, landed on the street, and quickly fled. The people looked in the direction of the fleeing child and then noticed that Rispan had started to move. The guard quickly advanced toward the protagonist, placing a sword over his shoulder. "Stop right there!" Rude looked back to see the swift man catching up to him. Behind Rude, the knight in luxurious robes asked if he knew whose carriage he had just stepped on. Quickly stepping back, the protagonist bowed. "I don't know, but I apologize. I didn't realize it was someone important's carriage, and even if I had no choice, I shouldn't have done that." Rispan's eyes widened at the sincerity in the young boy's apology. "I sincerely apologize for startling you. I will be more careful in the future, so could you let this slide just this once?" Faced with such polite and sincere words, Rispan could no longer press him and accepted his apology. Immediately, the protagonist thanked him and left while he had the chance. One of Rispan's companions couldn't help but laugh at her companion, who didn't know what to do. Remembering how the young boy had apologized, she asked how Rispan could draw a sword on a child. Rispan scoffed at his companion's words, recalling how the young boy had fallen from such a high place and still landed perfectly. To him, this was not a child that could be considered ordinary. The companion urged Rispan not to act as if that were normal. He himself had defeated many mid-level monsters at the same age as that young boy. Thinking of the young boy, the woman felt he would be a talent with a bright future. With that in mind, She suggested that Rispan take him on as his disciple. The idea from his companion made Rispan give her a threatening look. While the woman was teasing Rispan, Dana stepped down from the carriage, interested in what they were discussing. The elegant woman had the impression that Rude was both strong and intelligent. Seeing Dana agree with her, the knight gave a bright smile, suggesting that they recruit him for the magic troupe. Hearing his companion's idea, Rispan pulled his hair, eliciting a laugh from Dana. Concerned, Rispan asked if Dana had been hurt from the impact in the carriage, but Dana was fine, as the carriage was indeed sturdy. Shifting to a more important topic, Dana commented that they were already close to their destination, and since the weather was nice, it would be interesting to take a walk. Since this was Dana's wish, Rispan agreed. As the trio conversed, someone was watching them. Rude was hiding behind a pillar, looking at Dana. From what he could see, he believed the woman must be a noble. That man, on the other hand, seemed to be someone incredibly skilled. In any case, he considered himself lucky to have gotten out of that situation without problems. The protagonist sighed heavily. Lately, he had really been having bad luck. Despite that, he felt relieved that he wouldn't encounter that noblewoman again. However, Rude couldn't have been more wrong. Arriving at their destination, he found Dana, along with Rispan and his companion behind her. Sitting across from each other, a strange atmosphere settled in. Asking his master why they were there, the protagonist inquired if he could stay outside. However, the master didn't allow him to go, as the woman was a client. Interested in Rude, Dana asked the master who the young boy was. Not knowing they had already met before, the master tried to favor Rude's side, although it left him angry. Oh yes, he may seem small and insignificant, but he is one of the greatest talents in Ophion. Seeing how young Rude looked, Dana asked if he had the wizard certificate to be part of Ophion. The master confirmed that Rude had a certificate, asserting that although he was a 7th-tier wizard, a complete novice, he was the best among his peers. The protagonist didn't understand why the hell his master spoke so poorly of him, but he decided to let it go. Taking a drink, Dana commented that Ophion seemed to have many talents. Even in the streets, people only talked about the dark mage of Ophion, spreading rumors that he was incredible. Since she was there, Dana stated that she would like to meet such a person from the rumors. However, Master Ophion stated that unfortunately the dark mage had gone on a mission. Not only was Dana frustrated, but so was her guard. Diverting the conversation, Dana looked at the protagonist and finally commented that they had met again. The master didn't understand what Dana meant, as he was unaware of the earlier incident. Realizing her mistake, Dana remarked that, in fact, Rude had never truly seen her, stating that she was the owner of the carriage he had fallen on. Hearing Dana's words, the master stared at the protagonist, trying to investigate the matter. With her eyes closed in melancholy, Dana commented that it must have been fate that brought them together again. Placing her cup back on the table, she turned to Master Ophion. This child seems quite trustworthy. Seeing Rude receive a compliment, the master was surprised. He immediately thanked her. Thank you for speaking so highly of him, Duchess of Artian. Discovering the woman's title, the protagonist was astonished. He had suspected she was a noble, but he would never have guessed she was from a ducal house. Dana wanted to get straight to the point. As Master Ophion already knew, the true reason for Dana's long journey there was indeed because of her second son, who was currently in Helios. With the little that the Duchess had said, Master Ophion already had an idea of what the matter was about. Dana confirmed her request. To summarize, her second son was having difficulties with his school life. Calling her guard, Fran, Dana asked for the documents. The guard handed over the list of students at Helios and the report on the current internal situation. Hearing about Helios, the protagonist realized that he had heard that name many times in a single day. Dana explained that only a month had passed since her son entered Helios. Although she didn't know what had happened in that short period, apparently her son was being called a monster at school. The master didn't believe that anyone would dare to speak like that to Artian's second son. Dana explained that her son was not the only noble there. As everyone knew, once a student entered Helios, external interference was not allowed, and now it was too late to withdraw the young man from school. Dana couldn't help but feel depressed thinking about her fragile son, someone who would easily become lonely. Since childhood, all the attention and love had been taken by his older brother, causing him to grow up alone and isolated. Even though Dana couldn't give him all the attention he deserved because of how busy she was, her son had already become a fragile child who couldn't even reveal the wounds in his heart. All Dana wanted was for her son not to get hurt anymore. Above all, she couldn't tolerate her family's son being treated like that in such a place. Dana made a simple request. She wanted help for her son to have a peaceful school life there. Her son, who was being called a monster and suffering, she wanted Ophion to protect him. After being alone with Master Ophion, the protagonist ordered him to explain everything. The master pretended not to understand, leaving Rude extremely furious. "What do you mean you don't know what you have to explain? Of course I'm talking about this ridiculous and absurd situation you've gotten us into." Smiling, the master affirmed that it was exactly what Rude had heard. The Duchess's request was precisely that, and he would be the one to fulfill it. The protagonist couldn't believe that this ridiculous mission would be passed on to him. "Forget the request for a second. How could you present me like that? And what was that about me being ranked 7th? Master Ophion didn't understand what Rude wanted him to do. It wasn't as if he could introduce him as the Black Mage. The man was already surprised enough to have made them believe that Rude was a certified mage. The protagonist couldn't believe that his master wasn't listening to what he was saying. The best option would be not to introduce him. The master asked Rude to stay calm since even in this great school of magic, the students were just novices who hadn't awakened yet. Just apprentices. The protagonist was furious that his master treated the situation as if he had already accepted the mission. Rude remembered that he hadn't received Ren's report, which showed that they needed to investigate what was happening. Despite Rude trying to evade the mission at Helios, the master asked him not to worry about anything else and to focus on the mission. Taking a folder, Master Ophion handed it to Rude. Upon opening that folder, the protagonist discovered an admission letter to Helios in his name. Seeing the letter, he froze. Somberly, he asked if it was some kind of joke. Seeing Rude return the admission letter, the master quickly asked him to let him explain. The protagonist looked deeply at the master. "Our relationship ends here." Grabbing his backpack, the protagonist said goodbye. "Master, thank you for everything. It was a lot of fun. But from this moment on, I bid farewell to the Ophion team." Master Ophion was desperate. He ran to grab the protagonist. "No way! Absolutely not! Do you have any idea how much effort, care, and food I invested in you? How can you do this to me?" The protagonist couldn't believe that the master was saying such things. How can you do this with my things without telling me anything?" The master knew that Rude would obviously reject it if he said anything, and the reason was obvious. Rude didn't want to go to school because there was nothing for him to learn there. The master reminded him that he wasn't going there to learn, but for a mission. However, Rude refused to accept such a request. Desperate, the master held his hand. "You really don't understand. Even if you have to go so far, I just want to send you to a school. Like a vast ocean, my love for you is immense." Rude didn't understand what was wrong with his master, who was speaking nonsense. To interrupt the soap opera scene, Ren entered the office, asking what they were doing. Embarrassed by having his important conversation interrupted, the master asked if Ren couldn't knock before entering. Reprimanded, Ren became tremendously irritated, asserting that she had knocked. Returning to the main topic, Ren ordered the two to sit down and stop being embarrassed in public. Discovering that Ren also knew about the matter, Rude felt betrayed. The young girl smiled awkwardly, asking him not to take it so seriously, as it could be like a little trip since the students would be seen as children by him. Remembering that the mission handed by the Duchess wouldn't be difficult, Ren urged him to use the opportunity to relax, experience school life, and make some friends his age. Hearing the suggestion, Rude fell silent. Finally, after thinking for a moment, he stated that he didn't need friends. Seeing how much Rude hated the idea, the master realized they couldn't do anything, even if this is a special mission given by the Duchess herself, who personally traveled all the way to Ophion to make the request. "If you refuse, then there's nothing to be done. Maybe I'll even lose my own head over this. Should I write my will?" The protagonist couldn't believe his master's lamentations. Putting on a performance worthy of a red carpet, Master Ophion took a cloth to wipe his tears. "It's okay, as long as it makes you feel better." Irritated, Ren gave the master a bump on the head to cut his nonsense. Addressing Rude, Ren agreed that it had been a mistake for the master to proceed without consulting him first, and since he had already been formally enrolled in the school, which would keep him there for a while, the decision should be made by him. Explaining how they would handle the situation, Ren asked for the boy's opinion. The room fell silent for a moment until Rude broke the ice again. "So, basically, I just need to help the Duchess's second son, right?" The duo in front of the protagonist was shocked to see him accept. They couldn't help but celebrate. "That's right, the mission won't be difficult at all. As expected from the rising star of Ophion, you're amazing." Seeing that the two had already prepared everything in advance for his trip to school, the protagonist wondered if he should just run away. Handing over a stack of papers, the master revealed that although they had told the Duchess he was a 7th-rank mage, the school didn't know he was a certified awakened mage. The brief comment made the protagonist understand that he couldn't use his blow awakening at school. The master confirmed that was the issue, although it was fine since nothing too dangerous would happen at Helios. While Rude looked at the long list of materials, the master merely warned him to be a little careful with the teachers. In the end, he commented that this mission would be both a vacation trip for the Black Mage Blow and the first mission for Rude Chrissy. The protagonist couldn't face the master, seeing how he knew how to make things interesting. Still, Rude wondered how he should help this boy, questioning whether he should just teach a lesson to the kids who bothered him. The protagonist picked up a photo of a boy from the files, a boy with long hair and a frightening look. Rude thought of something. Placing the photo on the table, the protagonist asked if that was the person who was harassing the Duchess's second son. However, Master Ophion contradicted Rude's thoughts. In fact, that young man was Lyderkis Dien Artheon, the second son of the Artheon family, currently called a monster, and the one suffering at Helios. The afternoon sun was still able to illuminate the city. Inside a large building, Ben was surprised because the letters he had written could not be sent. The girl in front of the boy explained that Helios was a highly restricted place regarding external items, so without a certificate they couldn't accept it. Even though the boy wanted to send just one letter, the woman couldn't proceed. With no alternative, Ben asked where he could get a certificate. Knowing that Ben's sister was a student at Helios, the woman stated that she should have one, so he should ask his parents for it and then come back. However, Ben knew that wouldn't work since his mother had told him not to send letters. Facing the situation, Ben asked if she couldn't at least send one. Despite the boy's insistence, the woman couldn't do anything. At that moment, someone extended a certificate to help. Surprising Ben by appearing, the protagonist offered his own certificate to send the letter. The protagonist was there to ask for his things to be sent to Helios and took the opportunity to request that the letters be sent as well. This made Ben extremely excited. Looking at the poor boy, Rude took on the task of delivering the letters to his sister. The famous Helios school covered the horizon with its immense and luxurious expanse. All around, students circulated, dealing with their own problems. However, in the school corridors, a rumor had already spread. Apparently, a young man would be entering that day. Someone who had scored a perfect score on the entrance exam. The boy who had driven the teachers completely mad. Despite the comments, some thought it was too late to join the classes, but some rumors said he was arriving late due to a chronic illness. In the end, most decided to befriend him since they could ask for his help to boost their grades. Hearing the comments, a girl with white hair who just wanted peace hoped everyone would stay quiet. The students in that class were waiting for the next lesson. They looked to one corner of the room, seeing that the student Varus was sleeping again, and remembered that he had asked them to wake him up. While the boys talked, a group of girls gathered, one of them showing a badge she had won the day before. At that moment, a young man entered the room, drawing everyone's attention, and they fell silent as they stared at him. No one dared to say anything and just watched him. Slowly, he pulled his chair at the back of the room and sat down. However, breaking the silence, someone murmured, "Monster." Obviously, this person was referring to the young man who had entered the room, the second son of the Duchess, Lyderkis Dien Artheon. Incredibly, the girl with white hair took advantage of the silence in the room, while Lyderkis, the reason for the silence, lowered his head in his solitude. When the protagonist discovered that it had been noted in his documents that he had a chronic illness and that he had scored a perfect score, he was surprised. Master Ophion had difficulty explaining, so he could only laugh. The protagonist couldn't understand how he had scored perfectly when he hadn't even seen that entrance exam. With a blank look, the master reminded him of his abilities, stating that things had just happened. The master reminded him that Helios had been open to students for a month. This admission letter had been a problem a month ago, so under normal circumstances, he should have already gone to school. However, as things had become complicated, he had received various official documents requiring Raud to be sent to school. Since the master needed an excuse to delay Raud's arrival, something reasonable for Helios to accept, such a story had been created. The character of a little genius. Revealing his ingenuity, the master asked what Rude thought. However, the protagonist's face showed that he didn't like the character created by the master at all. Thus, the protagonist went to Helios. Having walked a bit around the school, his attention was caught. The professor guiding him had noticed that he was lost in thought and reminded him that class was about to start. Realizing his mistake, the protagonist followed the professor. Rude still cursed his master. He didn't understand how he would complete the mission with such an extravagant character. Since the admission letter had been a problem a month ago, Rude understood that his master had already sent the application a long time ago, which showed his intention to send him to school even without the mission. The protagonist wondered what the hell his master was thinking by wanting to send him to such a place. In any case, he was already at Helios. Looking around, he realized that, as expected from a school of magic, the magical flow was everywhere. Since he was already involved in this, the protagonist decided to complete the mission as quickly as possible so he could leave. Returning to talk to Rude, the professor advised him not to get nervous. The students were different in status and age, but making friends wouldn't be a challenge, as age or status didn't matter at that school. Curious, the protagonist asked what did matter then. Raising a finger, the professor answered the question with a single word: talent. The professor explained that, normally when new students arrived, they imagined themselves as great wizards in the future, and felt a happiness arise, as if they had already become real mages. However, this would only be an illusion. Just because they entered Helios didn't mean they would become complete wizards. In fact, most students failed in their attempts to surpass their limits and ended up falling into despair. Smiling, the professor asked the young man what he thought. He was curious to know the opinion of Rude Creasy, the first and only student to score a perfect score on the entrance exam. The protagonist gave a cold response to the professor. "If I try and still can't do it, I'll just leave." At such a response, the professor began to laugh. "You're really a lively young man." The protagonist frowned, remembering that the professor had insinuated that he was the only one in history to achieve a perfect score. It seemed this fact would become a bigger problem than he had imagined. The professor revealed that Helios always welcomed talented individuals like him, even though he was a bit behind compared to other students. Despite this, the professor sincerely welcomed him. Thus, Rude was introduced to the special magic school Helios and his new class. This was a place that nurtured those with talents to sense and use magic, elevating them to true wizards who would depend on their skills. At Helios, students were divided into advanced classes: Hoorays, intermediate classes, Clad, and beginner classes, Eden. Students who had just entered Helios would start in Eden, being able to advance to the next levels through the annual promotion exam. With Rude by his side, the professor proceeded to introduce him. "Well, everyone, due to health reasons, he is entering our class a bit late. This is Rude Creasy. Don't exclude him just because he arrived a little late, and get along." Immediately, some students agreed with the professor. Then the professor asked Rude to give a brief introduction about himself. The protagonist stepped forward in front of the class, showing a vague expression. "Nice to meet you." The students were surprised by the short introduction, but they could observe him, noticing that he was much younger than everyone there. The protagonist gave a brief greeting as he was searching for his target, and he found it. At the back of the room with a vacant look was Lidersis Dian Artian, the second son of the ducal family Artian, the one they called a monster. The protagonist wondered why Lidersis was sitting alone like that. Unaware of Rude's thoughts, the teacher asked him to take his seat. Lidersis didn't look fragile, which made Rude question whether he was really being hurt by being called a monster. What intrigued him was not knowing why the young man was receiving this nickname in a place like Helios. Rude decided that he would first investigate the situation and observe. At the moment the protagonist sat down, the person in front of him turned to speak. "Hello? Nice to meet you, skill user. You got a perfect score, didn't you? That makes you a skill user. That's amazing. How old are you?" "I'm 17. Starting the day irritated, the protagonist revealed he was 15. The young man in front of him nodded, as he had already expected Rude to be younger than him. The young man with blue hair introduced himself. His name was Dio Barus, but he asked Rude to call him Dio. Seeing the younger boy repeat his name, Dio requested that he speak casually since age didn't matter there. If they were in the same class, they would be friends. As Dio turned to chat, the teacher called his attention. "Dio, I know you want to be friends with Creasy, who aced the test, but let's save the chatting for later." Ignoring Dio, the protagonist decided he wouldn't stand out. His only goal was to quietly observe Lidersis. However, his plan to not stand out failed. As soon as the break arrived, other students surrounded him. They wanted to know where he was from, if he had a teacher, and various other things. Besides having achieved the highest score on the test, there was also the rumor of a chronic illness, which further increased the students' curiosity. Rude thought he could remain quiet and that it wouldn't be a problem, but it seemed that the young people were much more interested in him than usual. During the break, the students continued to crowd around Rude. When they switched classrooms, they still followed him. The protagonist didn't know if this was happening just because it was his first day, but that was the only explanation he could think of. Seeing his downcast expression, the students began to worry, thinking he might be sick. That was when Dio appeared to save the protagonist. All right, step aside. The great me has received the important mission of showing him around the school." Seeing that Professor Hale had asked Dio to show Rude around, everyone became envious. Many wanted to go too, but Dio quickly pushed them away. While the small dispute was happening, the protagonist looked toward Liderkiss's table but realized that the young man had already left. He tried to look around to find out where the second son of the Duchess had gone, but someone interrupted him. Grabbing Rude by the shoulders, Dio began to guide him against his will out of the classroom, calling him friend. The protagonist followed Dio out of the school building, and as they passed through a corridor over a lake, the blue-haired boy explained that the school was so large that he could get lost, but that after a few days, he would get used to it. Seeing how quiet the protagonist was, Dio thought he wouldn't have any problems. Realizing he hadn't yet asked how to address him, the young man asked if he could call him Rude, something the protagonist didn't really mind. Dio revealed that when he arrived at the school, he was super nervous because it was very difficult to enter Helios without being a noble. Therefore, when he was accepted, he thought his hard work had finally paid off and that his happiness would begin now. However, Dio quickly realized that reality hadn't changed. In the tests, he was simply in last place. Dio couldn't help but praise how incredible Rude was for being the first in history to ace the test, being completely opposite to him. Seeing the little envy in the boy, the protagonist merely stated that he had been lucky. In tears, Dio asked him to share his good luck as well. The protagonist surprised Dio by complimenting him in a strange way. "I also think you're lucky. Out of so many students, you managed to be the worst. That's impressive. Not everyone can do that." Dio was shocked, unsure whether to cry or laugh at the comment. Hearing Rude insult him, Dio asked that at least he not do it with such a serious face. Shortly after, they arrived at the Central Library of Helios, the place they would frequent the most. The protagonist was impressed by the size of the library, which had several floors. Dio agreed with him, commenting that the amount of study materials there was enormous. He then pointed to some magical orbs and showed them to the protagonist. He explained that these spells maintained a soundproof enchantment that covered the entire table. As soon as they sat down, all external noise would be blocked so they could focus on reading, and that was exactly why they could talk normally now. Although Dio asked if the magic wasn't cool, the protagonist could only imagine how expensive it was to keep that spell active. Dio explained that the library had 4 floors, but for now, they could only access the first. The protagonist asked why, and in response, Dio called it the sadness of the lower classes. At that moment, someone from the upper floor raised their voice. "Hey, you there, the awkward guy with blue hair." The duo looked up and saw a young man with long blonde hair, followed by 2 others. Looking at Dio, he asked if the boy was in Professor Hale's class. Scratching his head, Dio confirmed to the senior that yes, he was. Seeing the hooray symbol on the senior's shoulder, the protagonist wondered if he was someone from the higher classes. Leaning in, the blonde young man revealed that he remembered him. Changing the subject, he asked about something else. "In your class. That's where the monster is, right? How is he doing?" Surprised by the question, Dio replied that the mentioned person was doing well. Smiling upon hearing the answer, the senior commented that this was indeed a misfortune. He then said goodbye, allowing them to return to what they were doing before. Dio sighed heavily. His heart almost leapt out of his mouth. The protagonist didn't understand why Dio was so nervous, and asked if it was because he was facing someone from a higher class. Dio couldn't believe Rude's question. "Oh, Rude, you're so naive. You haven't experienced the true hierarchy of society yet?" The protagonist didn't understand what Dio meant. Dio then held the protagonist's shoulders, asking him to listen carefully. "I'm going to tell you something that your blood and flesh need to remember if you want to survive in this treacherous place called Helios." Raising a finger, Dio gave him the first tip. Never go against the superior Hooray's class. Dio explained that these few students were the elite, known in the school for their exceptional talents and abilities. In this group, there were only 20 students in total, but each of them was powerful enough to defeat hundreds of students like them. Within this class, they enjoyed immense privileges and possessed overwhelming abilities. Hearing Dio explain that if they went against the Hoorays, they wouldn't survive academic life, the protagonist wondered if they were just a group of kids who hadn't even awakened their abilities yet. Dio continued rambling, stating that there were over 400 students in the school, but only these few had become Hoorays, and for the others, they were like stars in the sky. Impatient, the protagonist asked Dio to move on to the second rule. To share the second rule, Dio leaned close to Rude's ear. Among them, be especially cautious of Chebel von Hedelion. The protagonist had no idea who this person was, but Dio revealed that this was the blonde guy they had just encountered. Dio explained that it was very risky to deal with this person, so Rude should try his best to stay away from him. It wasn't very common to encounter the Hoorays, but he instructed Rude to act with humility if he did meet them, because besides being highly skilled, they had a certain type of personality. Curious about their personality, the protagonist asked, "Are they terrible?" Quickly, Dio put his arm around Rude's shoulder, laughing loudly to drown out what he had said. Then Dio asked him to speak quietly so that no one would hear. Warning that there was something Rude needed to know, Dio revealed that Chebel von Hedelian was the heir of the prestigious Hedelian Marquis family, and someone particularly famous among the Heres. Because of his family's support, even the teachers did not interfere with him. There were rumors that if someone crossed his path, he would torment them until their complete ruin. Those who faced the dark side of Hedelian would have their lives turned into hell. Hearing Dio's warning, the protagonist asked about the monster. Since Rude would find out anyway, Dio told him that this was a classic example of what happened to those targeted by Hedelian. The protagonist was about to ask for details on the subject, but Dio hugged him to take him away. Hey, let's stop talking about boring things. We have more places to go, my friend. Leaving the library, Dio showed the protagonist the fountain in the academy courtyard. Then he took him to some shops and finally to a temple. Showing off the entire academy, Dio didn't stop chattering, telling stories about each place. The tour lasted all day, and soon evening arrived. With the sunset, the protagonist went to collect his luggage. He was already tired. The tour had been so long that he could call it an expedition. He couldn't remember Dio, who had been there for only a month but acted as if he knew everything. He felt that if Dio studied as much as he wasted time, he wouldn't be at the bottom of the class. At that moment, a woman arrived at the seat in front of the protagonist, worried that he had waited too long. Checking the protagonist's name, she informed him that his luggage had just arrived, and now he could use a temporary room until he was assigned one. The protagonist was surprised that his room hadn't been decided yet. The organizer commented that the rule was that everyone, except those from the higher classes, would share a room with another person, but at the moment there were no vacant rooms for his class, so it would take some time to coordinate everything. She mentioned that this would be resolved in a few days, so he didn't need to worry. But the protagonist had information passed on by the Duchess. Actually, there is a vacant room, isn't there? The woman was surprised, and before her, Rude gave a small smile. Leadersis Dianartien, that guy, I heard he's using a room alone. Getting what he wanted, the protagonist headed straight to the room. He stared at the key in his hand for a moment, with a few thoughts. At the moment he made the request, the woman felt embarrassed. However, since he had made the request, she decided to accept it, asking him to seek her out if he changed his mind. Having made some effort to convince the organizer, the protagonist hoped his time had been worth it. Thus he decided to enter the room to find the main character of his mission. Opening the door and hearing no noise, the protagonist wondered if Liederkis wasn't in the room. Entering the quarters, the protagonist found a rather luxurious room for a school. The beds were adorned with gold, as were the archways on the walls. Seeing such a luxurious room, the protagonist thought it was too spacious for two people. Exploring the room, he found a lump under the sheets of one of the beds. Imagining it was Liederkis under the sheets, the protagonist wondered if the boy was already asleep. Deciding to find out, the protagonist went to the bed, grabbed the sheet and pulled it. Unlike the young man who had a grim expression during class, Liederkis had a peaceful expression while sleeping. Seeing the young man sleep so peacefully, even while facing a situation that wouldn't allow him to do so, the protagonist wondered if he should feel relieved. Leaving Liederkis aside, Rude decided to unpack his things. The moment he turned his back on Liederkis, the young man opened his eyes. Feeling a gaze on his back, the protagonist quickly turned around, but Liederkis had already begun to pretend he was sleeping again. While one pretended to sleep and the other knew the truth, the room fell into an awkward silence. As night fell at Helios Academy, and the students were already in their rooms, some chandeliers lit up to bring a dim light to the corridors. A young man with sea-green hair was walking through the corridors carrying some books. Amidst his walk, he heard a dark voice. "Stop summoning me like that. I have my own circumstances too. You know how it is. I need more time to avoid the eyes of the tower." The young man followed the voice that spoke about a contract until he arrived at a room where he saw the silhouette of a person and a huge shadow floating in front of him. He barged into Professor Hale's room, hastily asking what was going on. Professor Hale adjusted his glasses, asking the student what he was talking about. The young man didn't understand what had happened, revealing that he had seen a shadow in the room. If the young man had looked up, he might have seen the dark shadow hovering on the ceiling, but his eyes were on Professor Hale. However, when the shadow drew closer to him, he finally noticed its presence, but it was too late to scream or flee. The shadow devoured the student in an instant before returning to speak with the professor. The contract will definitely be fulfilled. The next day, Helios was at peace, as if the shadow had never existed. Waking up in his room, the protagonist found himself staring at the luxurious ceiling and realized he had overslept. Looking to the side, he noticed that the target of his mission had already left, as expected. Rude wondered when Liederkis had gone. He couldn't forget how the young man kept pretending to be asleep. no matter how much he tried to talk. The protagonist decided to give Lidersis some time to adjust, as the boy had a higher guard than he expected, but Rude had time for his guard to lower, as it did with everyone. Looking out the window, the protagonist saw some people talking, as if spreading a rumor. As if everyone already knew the news, the people outside turned, looking in the direction of his room. The protagonist was surprised to be stared at by everyone. Down below, students were already commenting that the new student in Hale's class, the one who had aced the entrance exam, was sharing a room with the famous monster. Some people wondered if the hoorays had already marked him, but the biggest gossip explained that the boy himself had requested to stay in that room. The protagonist had climbed to the roof of the school to hear the conversations better. He was surprised by the news that the choice of the room had already spread. This made things seem more serious than he thought. With the situation being more severe than he imagined, he realized he would need to take the initiative to resolve the problem before it worsened. While the protagonist observed the school, Lidertis was being taken to a corner of the courtyard by some other students. Some of the people watching the scene wondered if they should call a teacher. However, others warned them to avoid getting into trouble. It would be better not to get involved, so that the worst wouldn't happen to them. On top of the building, the protagonist could hear the students' opinions. In that corner, Liderkis was being pushed by the students who had brought him there. The student from the Clay's class who had pushed Lidersis did it to remind him of something he had already told him. The central corridor is not a place for a monster like you to walk. I told you to act like a rat and hide from my sight, but why the hell do you keep ruining my mood? Seeing Lidersis silent, the student asked if he wasn't going to respond. Noticing Lidersis's empty expression, he maliciously smiled. Seriously, what's the use of being born into a noble family if you're just a monster? It doesn't seem like the Arshan house cares about you. From what I've heard, even the training heir, your brother, keeps saying you're not related. Were you abandoned? How pathetic. With a sharp look, the young man displayed his satisfaction that Lidersis's family didn't care about him. Moving forward, he stepped on Lidersis's hand. His partner quickly tried to warn him that they couldn't hurt Liderkis, but the young man didn't care as he was dealing with a monster. Smiling, he wondered when they could step on someone from the Duke's lineage again. However, at that moment, a flying book hit him on the head. With the strong blow, he toppled to the side, unconscious. Seeing their companion unconscious and the book on the ground, his two accomplices asked where that book had come from. The protagonist, on top of the roof, drew their attention, informing them that the book belonged to him. With an expressionless look, he asked if they could return the book. As soon as the duo looked up, the protagonist jumped off the roof. Liderkis lifted his head, surprised to see who had helped him. The protagonist had landed on the guy who had taken his book, knocking him out. Oh, what a pity. I thought I'd land on the ground. The last guy, standing desperately, asked what the hell he was doing. With a deep voice, the protagonist warned that this wasn't a question he should be asking. Seeing Amir Eden belittling him, the last guy standing attacked Rude to make him shut up. However, Rude caught the punch coming his way by the wrist. The young man, being stopped so easily, didn't understand what kind of power that was. Slowly, the protagonist began to tighten his grip on his wrist even more. Fearful, the young man saw the boy in front of him open his mouth. You attacked me first, didn't you? The next scene shocked everyone, including Lidersis. Rude punched that guy, making him fall to the ground unconscious. In an instant, the protagonist had taken down the three guys who were bullying Lidersis. The protagonist couldn't believe that even with a light punch, the guy had turned out to be weaker than he thought. He then looked in the direction of Lidersis, who quickly tried to flee. However, seeing Lidersis attempting to escape, the protagonist called out to him. Pausing for a moment, Lidersis gave him a dark warning. Don't come near me. You shouldn't. As soon as he gave the warning, Lidersis fled quickly. The people who had witnessed the scene and how Lidersis was escaping looked in the direction of the alley. Two girls quickly entered the alley, and seeing the three fallen on the ground, they checked if they were okay. Hiding behind a pillar, the protagonist observed the scene. As always, the students were scattered around the outdoor courtyard, and as was common, the gossip was spreading. The protagonist noted the reactions, clearly different from the previous day. Being followed by Dio, the protagonist wondered where Liderkis had gone, questioning whether he should follow him. Lassoing Rude's neck with his arm, Dio pulled him away to a corner. The blue-haired young man took the protagonist to a storage room, locking the door to talk. Rude, are you sharing a room with that with Artyom? Is that true? Not caring, the protagonist confirmed that it was. Dio put his hand to his head, blaming himself for not explaining things correctly to Rude the day before. Immediately, Dio asked Rude to change rooms. Seeing the young man ask why, Dio became desperate. Why are you asking why? For the sake of your peaceful school life. You don't seem to understand the situation you're in, so listen carefully. Dio reminded Rude that he had said that if he got involved with the wrong people, his life would become a hell. And the monster that Chebel had mentioned was none other than the second son of Artian. The protagonist's expression showed that he didn't care, as did his suggestion for Dio to continue talking. Thinking that Rude still hadn't understood, Dio asserted that Liedersis was already completely in Chebel's sights. Because of this, everyone avoided him, calling him a monster, even with his identity. Hearing everything, the protagonist's expression didn't change. Yes, I understand. Clearly the leader is Chebel von Hedelian. But what about you? Do you think it's justified that under someone's leadership, Liederkis is called a monster and ignored by everyone? While Rude was talking to Dio, the two didn't know that the subject of their conversation was hiding in a corner of that storage room, listening to the conversation. Hearing Rude's question, the young man was left speechless. He looked away, confirming that the way they treated the boy was unfair. The protagonist placed a hand on Dio's shoulder, showing a bright smile. I agree with that too. With the brief comment, the smile on the protagonist's face gave way to a serious look as he turned in a certain direction, the place where the suffering boy was hiding. And you? What do you think, Liedersis? Dio was surprised, not understanding who Rude was talking to. However, when Liederkis stood up, emerging from behind the boxes, he finally understood. Incredulous to see the young man there, Dio hid behind Rude. How long have you been there? Without answering, Liedersis did not walk towards the two, but rather towards the warehouse door. However, Rude tried to stop him. What actually stopped him, though, was the box he tripped over, distracted by his nerves. The protagonist tried to call out to Liederkis once more, but Dio quickly covered his mouth, whispering in his ear, "What are you doing calling for him? Nothing will change, right? And you could end up like him." Despite Dio's whisper, Liederkis clearly heard what he said. Not wanting those people to get involved with him, the boy continued on his way. However, before he could leave, someone grabbed him by the shirt. The protagonist prevented him from leaving, displaying a smile that contrasted with Dio's surprise. "Liedersis, I think we need to talk." Liedersis stood still for a moment. After a few seconds, he rejected the offer. He freed himself from Rude and left. Left behind, Rude began to get irritated, not understanding why that boy wouldn't accept his help. Dio ran towards the protagonist, asking what he intended to talk about with Liedersis. The protagonist made the excuse that they were in the same room, which caused Dio to panic. "Go change rooms now. Didn't you notice the reaction just now? Even young Master Artian wouldn't like that." The protagonist didn't care what others thought, as he was on a mission. Now he wanted to understand why Liederkis was specifically being called a monster and what had happened in the last month. He wanted to know why the whole school referred to that boy in such a way. In the hallways where Liederkis passed, the students looked at him out of the corners of their eyes. No one understood why he still attended school. Many wouldn't be able to stay there if they were in his place. In the end, everyone felt a bad aura around Liederkis and treated him as the senior treated him, like a monster. Even in silence, those words tormented his mind. He remembered the past, the cries of a boy, and the loss of a young girl. He could still see the two together at the moment of farewell, as well as the judging looks directed at him for having been responsible for that. Even in the hallway, with such memories haunting him, Liederkis returned to reality. In the storage room, Dio decided to answer Rude's question. The reason they're calling him a monster is that, well, I don't know. With a small laugh, he shrugged. Seeing how useless he was, the protagonist decided to leave him behind. But before Rude could go, Dio interrupted him. "I don't know the exact details, so it's not much." Dio scratched his cheek, remembering that at first it was nothing much. But after a certain incident, everyone started calling Liederkis a monster. The protagonist looked at the boy, asking what incident he was referring to. Dio had heard some rumors. Not long after arriving at Helios, a large number of Eden students had gathered in the library to study. And on that day, an incident involving Artian occurred. The protagonist became even more interested upon discovering that an incident had taken place and focused on listening to the story as Dio enthusiastically recounted. On that day, he transformed into a terrible monster. There are stories that he had 3 eyes and dense fur. He also had 8 arms. Doesn't that sound intriguing? Hearing the story up to that point, Rude almost rolled his eyes, threatening Dio to stop with his jokes. Fearing being hit, Dio tried to explain himself, saying that he had only heard those rumors, but he wasn't sure, as he wasn't there that day. The protagonist couldn't imagine why such a bizarre story about Liederkis transforming into a monster would be spread. However, the only thing that corroborated this narrative was the fact that the library had been closed for a few days after the supposed incident. indicating that something had indeed happened. Putting the subject aside, Dio asked Rude again to change rooms, as it would only be a matter of time before the news reached the house of Heraeus, since the story had spread through the Edens. Rude had already noticed that the rumor had spread, commenting to Dio that people's attitudes had changed. Surprising Dio, Rude asked if he would also avoid him if he didn't change rooms. Dio was taken aback, as it seemed that the boy had no intention of changing rooms even after his warning. Rude displayed a confident and bright smile. "You're not going to ignore me, right? It's only been 2 days since we met, but I know you're not like that." Having been read like a children's book, Dio realized he was in deep trouble. The moment the two returned to the school area, heading towards the classroom, all eyes turned to them. Rude, just like the day before, felt that all the attention was on him, although the reactions were a bit different. Dio, on the other hand, tried to hide to avoid that unwanted focus. He looked at the protagonist, who seemed quite calm. "Rude, what are you really thinking? You're not planning to go against them, are you?" The protagonist remained silent for a moment, leaving Dio anxious before denying the boy's assumption. Dio was curious to know if Rude was really trying to help Lord Ardian that much. Although he claimed it wasn't exactly help, Rude concealed the fact that it was, in fact, a plea. When they arrived in the classroom, something caught the protagonist's attention. Once again, Liderchis was at the back of the room alone at his desk. Liderchis' downcast gaze captured his attention, leading him to stare at him for a while. Dio observed the protagonist with an investigative look and heard him murmur, "Even if nothing changes, if I do nothing, it's as if I agree with this unfair situation." Rude's few words caught Dio's attention, and he began to understand what kind of person he really was. The protagonist said that because he knew that Liderchis had always been a loner, called a monster, and that was cruel. Before entering the room, the protagonist revealed something to Dio, leaving him a bit surprised. "We're already in the same boat now." Heading to his desk, the protagonist lifted it. Leader Kistian Artian. No matter how much they said that status in Helios meant nothing, that Duke had a title that couldn't simply be ignored, things wouldn't have come to this point if he had made his true status public. In everyone's eyes, Rude's actions were surprising as he asked them to step aside while moving his chair. Everyone seemed incredulous at what Rude was doing. Even the mysterious girl with white hair stopped her reading to stare at him, to discover why Liderchis didn't take any action in that place. Remaining silent the whole time with incredible malice, Rude moved his chair to the surprise of even Liderchis and sat down next to him. The teacher began the class as if nothing had happened, talking about books left by kings in a distant past, which mentioned wizards as messengers of the gods. Wizards are described as great saviors, purifying the lands and freeing them from malicious demonic creatures. As the teacher explained, the protagonist followed along in his book, just like Liderchis, who hid his face under his hair, and Dio, who seemed more worried than attentive to the lesson. The teacher taught that wizards were considered saviors because, in the end, only those with enough power could fight against demonic creatures. As he chattered about the contents written in the books, and the students followed along in their own materials, class time passed. While everyone paid attention, a young girl with green hair sitting further ahead looked back in the direction of the protagonist with a thoughtful expression. As soon as the class ended, the students were free to stand up. However, the atmosphere in the room was terrible. Without any excitement, they looked at the back of the room with somber expressions, a mix of surprise, fear, and disgust. Everyone's gaze was fixed in one direction, the newcomer. The protagonist didn't care about the unwanted attention and tried to speak to Liderchis. However, the second son of the House of Dukes remained silent, unwilling to respond. Irritated, the protagonist insisted, provoking him, "Liderchis? Hey, answer me." Hearing his friend, Dio hurriedly stood up, banging on the table. "Rude, I'm suddenly so hungry." Trying to prevent Rude from continuing to insist with Liderchis, Dio attempted to distract him, inviting him to eat somewhere. Thus, Liderchis finally had a bit of peace. While they ate, Dio tried to advise the protagonist to think better. "You know it's true. Nothing will change if it's just the two of us. Besides, not even the person involved is doing anything about it. So why act like this? Don't you realize? He doesn't care if you're on his side or not." Even with Dio's words, Rude disagreed. To him, Liderchis was definitely hiding something. At one point, tired of the class, the protagonist stopped to observe the young man. Noticing how he read the book, something caught his attention. Liderchis was reading it upside down. This showed that he was definitely aware of Rude's presence. The protagonist was confident of that. Dio was quite frustrated with the situation. The friends who laughed and talked with him the day before now didn't even look in his direction. Contradicting his downcast expression, Rude opened a bright smile. "But I'm looking at you." Once again, Dio tried to convince the protagonist to change his mind, but Rude simply repeated what he had just said. It would be difficult if it was just the two of them working on this. Rude's plan was to get more friends to join them. At the moment they were talking, a group of students entered the cafeteria. Seeing them approach their table and noticing the threatening looks they were casting in their direction, Rude knew there was no turning back. The young dark-haired leader of the group looked directly at him and asked if he was Rude Chrissy. Crossing his arms, the protagonist questioned what he wanted. One of the leader's lackeys got irritated by Rude's arrogant tone towards his boss, but was interrupted before he could speak. The leader merely frowned, staring at the protagonist, and asked him to follow for a moment. Rude and Dio were taken to an outside area of the school building, to a garden where the leader comfortably sat on a large bench. Once settled, he ordered his lackeys to leave them alone. The blonde who had tried to provoke Rude earlier wanted to argue again but was startled by the repeated order, and realized it would be wiser to obey. Looking at the young man in front of him, the protagonist recognized him. The day before, he had been with Chevalier von Hadelio. Staring at Rude, Clad asked if he knew why he had been called. Without changing his expression, the protagonist replied, "I have no idea. You're the one who called me, so why should I know?" Hearing the provocation, Dio hid behind Rude, while Clad's expression darkened. Clad rubbed his forehead to dissipate his anger, but his threatening gaze remained. "A newcomer who arrived late. It must be true how fearless you are. I'll get straight to the point. It would be wise if you didn't get close to that abomination." The protagonist pretended not to understand Clad's warning. "Abomination? I don't know what you're talking about. Is there an abomination in Helios?" Clad let out a small, mocking laugh at Rude's provocation, something he clearly disliked. Still, he was curious. Is it out of a misguided sense of compassion, or are you just playing the friend to satisfy yourself? Whatever it is, you better stop. There's always a causality for every outcome. Everything happens for a reason. Don't try to act like you know something when you don't. Stay out of business with the monster. If you get close, it will be you who faces the consequences. Hearing Clad's words, the protagonist asked if he was giving him advice. However, he stood up to face Rude with a threatening look. "Advice? No, this is a warning." As the evening approached, Rude and Dio gathered in an isolated courtyard. The protagonist still remembered the arrogant warning he had received. Dio was very worried and tried to alert Rude. If they had gone so far as to say that, perhaps they should rethink their actions. The protagonist looked at Dio, who was sitting on the ground, and asked what they should do then. However, the young man with blue hair simply put his hands on his head, unable to think of a solution. Unable to formulate a plan, Dio, with tearful eyes, asked what Rude would do. The protagonist reflected for a moment before stating, "First of all, we need more people on our side. I mean, it won't be easy, but we can worry about that later. For now, let's just gather more information." With seriousness in his voice, Rude asserted that he wanted, above all, to understand what was happening. Therefore, Dio would be in charge of finding someone who could help them. Curious about how Rude intended to uncover the truth, Dio merely watched the rookie give a slight smile. Wouldn't asking him directly be the quickest way? The protagonist wanted, above all, to have an appropriate conversation with Littersis, and only after that think of a solution to the problem, whether by taking down Cheval or turning the school upside down. Searching for Littersis, the protagonist went to the storage room where he usually hid. However, this time, he did not find him. What Rude did not know was that Littersis had been called to the principal's office. There, a white-haired lady wearing a monocle asked if there was any problem with his school life. However, instead of telling the truth, the boy claimed that nothing was happening. The principal was silent for a moment before speaking. "As you know, Dana and I are acquainted, so if there is something on your mind, I want you to feel free to tell me. If you don't want to help yourself, the school won't be able to do anything for you." While Littersis spoke with his mother's friend, the other students continued with their academic routines as usual. However, in the corridors of Eden, someone interrupted them. Surprising everyone, Rude was looking for Litterkiss, asking if anyone had seen him. However, everyone fled, not giving him the answer he wanted to hear, the boy's location. As he walked through the halls, Rude could already hear the students whispering about him. "It's him! Why is he looking for the abomination? Don't make eye contact with him." The protagonist was already struggling to start conversations with the other students, but at that moment, a girl approached. "If you are referring to the monster, I think he went to the storage room on the west side." The protagonist looked back and saw the girl with white hair take the initiative to say that Littersis was carrying a magical box with him. Surprised that someone had finally taken the initiative to talk to him, the protagonist thanked her. The girl, named Isle, watched the protagonist walk away as several other students approached to flatter her. While she was surrounded by compliments and murmurs, she saw the rookie stop, turn back and walk in her direction. Both she and the other students around her were surprised. As he approached her, Rude corrected her. However, the one I'm looking for is not a monster or abomination, but Leadersis. After the simple correction, the protagonist turned and walked away again. Eel did not understand what was so peculiar about that boy, but deep down she found him quite interesting. Once again, the protagonist climbed onto a roof from where he had a wide view. He was watching a place where he was sure Leadersis would pass if he were going to the storage room on the west side. The protagonist had a brief fear that Leadersis might have already passed by, but he decided to wait a little longer. It didn't take long for Rude to locate his target. Just as the girl with white hair had said, Leadersis was carrying a box. The protagonist was about to call him, but hesitated. He wondered if he should really call him from there, as from the spot he was in, he would also attract everyone's attention. However, remembering the warning Clad had given him, Rude made a decision. In an instant, everyone's attention in the courtyard turned to a loud voice that echoed all around. Leadersis! Hearing his name, Leadersis looked up, spotting Rude on an elevated point. From there, Rude waved at him with a smile. Wait for me, I'm coming! Immediately, Leadersis started to run, fleeing from the rookie who was bothering him. Seeing him run away again, the protagonist was incredulous. He didn't chase him immediately. He just watched as the young man moved away with his box. The protagonist sighed, thinking about the emotions Leadersis must be feeling. The moment he rejected his help also came to mind. The protagonist was starting to realize that Leadersis would try to avoid him at all costs. Tired of this, he jumped from where he was, falling from a height of over 10 meters and landing on the ground with a serious expression. If Leadersis intended to run from him, it was obvious that he would pursue him. In the midst of his escape, Leadersis heard a voice calling his name. With each moment, the voice got closer. When he looked back, he saw something that looked more like a demon chasing him at full speed. Along the way, people were incredulous as they witnessed the scene. Looking up, a girl from Rude's class asked her green-haired friend Rin if she had seen the same thing, the boy jumping from such a great height. The scenery rushed past the boys who were running at full speed. However, Rude was gradually getting closer to the young man ahead of him. The people around couldn't help but stare at them, wondering what was happening and why they were running. Rude soon realized that unintentionally he had become a spectacle. The protagonist was impressed by Leadersis's speed, barely managing to catch up with him. As the situation felt bizarre, Rude decided to capture him first. However, just as his hand was about to touch Leadersis, the boy grabbed one of the balls he kept in his box. As soon as he touched the ball, the mana within it was released, causing his speed to increase exponentially. The protagonist was surprised to see Leadersis pulling away using magic until one of the balls that bounced out of the box hit him on the forehead. Just as he was about to jump over a fence, Leadersis noticed that Rude had been hit and turned around, apologizing. Hearing his first word, Rude ordered him to stop running if he really wanted to apologize. He didn't even understand why they needed to continue this senseless chase. Hastily, Leadersis stated that he was running because Rude was chasing him. However, this only made Rude more irritated since it was Leadersis who started running first. The boy murmured that he was fleeing because Rude had called him, but the protagonist couldn't hear him properly. At that moment, Leadersis looked down, and what he saw caused shock to be etched on his face. At the bottom of the academy grounds, Yahello was gathering with other students. Feeling a gaze directed at him, Yahello quickly looked up towards Leadersis. Not knowing what he had seen, the protagonist approached and insisted that he stop running so they could talk. However, Leadersis's voice turned dark. "Stay away from me!" The protagonist was shocked by the terror in that voice, the voice of a boy who continually pleaded for him to stay away. Rude let out a slight sigh before responding. "All right, I'll keep my distance." "No way am I saying that." He picked up the ball that had hit his forehead and threw it with all his might at the back of Leadersis's head. Feeling the impact, which soon formed a huge bump, Leadersis turned around, confused about what had happened. In an instant, Rude grabbed him by the shirt, getting closer. "What are you going to do if I get this close?" Seeing the determined look of the small young man in front of him, Leadersis was shocked. The proximity between the two created a momentary awkwardness, causing Rude to back away quickly. "Well, it's not like I was going to do anything to you. I just wanted to talk." At that moment, Yahello appeared atop the fence behind Leadersis. "Talk!" Leadersis froze upon hearing his voice, unable to react to the foot that stepped on his back. "With this abomination here?" Leaning on Leadersis, Yahello glared at the protagonist. "What are you going to say to him?" The look on his face became increasingly maniacal. "Hey, Eden boy, tell me, what are you going to say to this?" Before Yahello could finish his sentence, he felt something hit him. Losing his balance, he began to fall backward. His surprised gaze met the incredulous look of Letterkiss, as well as the vacant stare of Rude. Just like that, the protagonist approached the edge of the fence, watching Cheval tumble down the slope. As he observed him fall, the protagonist couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha! He certainly has a bad habit. Look, he managed to land well. Incredulous, Litterkiss dropped his box, scattering all the balls across the ground. Rude was about to call Litterkiss to go somewhere else when a hand grabbed his head. Cheval, climbing back up onto the fence, looked at the protagonist with a fiercely cruel gaze. You don't value your life, Eden child? In response to Cheval's question, the protagonist looked at him without any emotion. No, I want to live, and please take your hands off me. The fact that the boy showed no fear only irritated Cheval further. You brat, do you know who you're talking to, acting like this with me? The protagonist retorted to the senior, asserting that he knew exactly who he was. You're Cheval von... Wait, what was the rest again? Ha 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 ha. Neither Cheval nor Letterkiss could believe the joke made by Rude. In an instant, the protagonist grabbed Cheval's arm. Aren't you someone from the incredible upper class here, Ace? Being recognized did not make Cheval any less angry. His hand began to tremble as he realized that the boy was stronger than him and could easily push his hand away. What's wrong with you? Where did such an arrogant kid come from? Immediately, Cheval signaled to his companion Anna, who was downstairs. Anna threw him a necklace with a diamond-shaped stone. Cheval skillfully caught the necklace, ready to use it. Hey, Eden boy, I'm not generous enough to let you act so recklessly without knowing who I am. This will be a great opportunity for you to learn what happens to reckless people. At that moment, Letterkiss stepped in front of the protagonist to protect him. Using the necklace, since he couldn't do anything on his own, Cheval intended to show what a true Harris was capable of. The protagonist realized that this was a high-level magical stone. Regardless, he was curious to see if Cheval could actually use magic with it. Holding the magical stone confidently, Cheval proclaimed, "It's too late to regret, so watch carefully the magic of Cheval, a future great mage." While Cheval was giving his speech, the protagonist asked Letterkiss what he was going to do. Letterkiss suggested that they call a teacher. The protagonist liked the idea and told Letterkiss to go do that, but the boy threw the task back at him, which he promptly returned. Seeing the two argue while ignoring him, Cheval became furious. What are you whispering in this situation? Don't you understand the situation you're in right now? Immediately, Cheval activated the mana from the magical stone, chanting a spell. Ramael, Crucivel Merica. The protagonist waited to see the magical spell. He didn't want to get involved in something big, so he thought it would be better to run before they got caught in this situation. Before he could pull Letterkiss away to leave, he felt the boy's hand grip his shoulder. Letterkiss stepped in front of the protagonist with a confident voice. I told you not to get close to me, so go. I will take care of this. Rude couldn't believe that kid. A second ago, he had such a confident voice, but his body was trembling like a kitten in the cold. Seeing Letterkiss trying to protect him, Cheval began to laugh, pretending to be emotional, but his expression quickly changed. It's been a while since I saw you talking nonsense in front of me. Have you gone crazy just because a rookie started paying attention to you? Even though he was scared, Letterkiss responded, trying to free Rude by stating that he had nothing to do with the situation. Irritated by Letterkiss's voice, Cheval advanced. In a leap, his hand grabbed Letterkiss's face and smashed it against the ground. The protagonist was surprised to see Letterkiss being attacked so suddenly. On top of him, Cheval smiled with a dark voice. The endless nightmare I desire. I will send you to hell. Faced with danger, a memory flowed into Letterkiss's mind. In that memory, he saw a girl in a white dress walking through a garden. She was trying to show him the beauty of a flower she had picked. Bringing the flower close to her face, the girl smelled it to appreciate its aroma. But when she looked back at Letterkiss, all he could see was her face covered in blood. Letterkiss found himself sitting on the ground as the injured girl walked toward him. Behind her, who had once seemed innocent, he could see an overwhelming demon with red eyes bringing darkness and terror to devour them. Letterkiss snapped out of his memories, pleading, No, please. Cheval was surprised by the sudden change in atmosphere, losing his concentration for a second. In that moment, Rude jumped on Cheval, hitting him on the back of the neck with an elbow. Throwing the senior to the side, the protagonist checked on Letterkiss's condition. Cheval looked at the protagonist furiously. Are you crazy? How dare you interfere like that? However, he was met with a cold voice. Did you do something to Letterkiss? The senior got up, straightening his clothes, and stated that he had only reminded that monster of what he had forgotten to do wrong. The protagonist didn't quite understand what Cheval was talking about. However, Cheval approached them with an even more malicious look. A monster that doesn't know its place needs to be punished. and it seems you also don't know yours, so you will receive the same treatment. Having knocked down Lidersis, Shevla faced Rude maliciously. A monster who doesn't know its place needs to be punished, and it seems you don't know yours either, so you'll get the same treatment. With a superior air, he questioned, do you happen to have a memory you don't want to remember? Or a fear you've never overcome? Because I can show you something even worse. Hearing Shevla's words, Rude wondered if the young man was using illusion magic. This meant the truth behind the story about Liderkis turning into a monster in the library might have been caused by that. Seeing Rude silent, Shevla grew even more arrogant, but with a cold look, the protagonist wondered if he should finish him off. It was at that moment that a reprimanding voice echoed across the campus, where several frightened students watched the fight. You there! What do you think you're doing? Shevle von Hadelio, stop immediately! Seeing Professor Khan, Shevle clicked his tongue. Hey, Eden boy, consider this your lucky day. Professor Khan jumped in front of Shevle, checking on the students, Lidersis and Rude, who had lain down pretending to faint upon seeing the professor. While the professor scolded Shevle and checked on the boys, the protagonist missed the chance to instruct Shevla. Still, he wondered what had happened between him and Lidersis. The next day, a group of curious students sneaked up to the front of the secretary's office, trying to hear what was going on inside. Rude, with his usual furrowed brow, listened to the complaints. Mr. Krishi, I heard you jumped off a balcony yesterday. Is that true? The protagonist immediately denied it upon hearing the question. Then he was asked again, isn't it? And what about you running wildly around the campus with Mr. Artien? The protagonist promptly lied. I never did that. The professor smiled upon hearing the boy, who seemed innocent. Ha ha ha, I thought so too. The young people watching the interrogation didn't believe the professor had been fooled so easily. The professor knew Rude's situation. He had started studying at the school a month after classes began because of his illness, and he shouldn't be able to run with his body in such a weakened state. Rude was incredulous at the excuse the professor himself had made. He had even forgotten about that disguise. The professor asked Rude to be careful. You'll be in trouble if you get worse right after your condition improved. Also, if you get involved the wrong way with a senior while you're still in Eden, your school life will be affected. The protagonist understood the professor's words. Leaving the room, he felt upset that he still hadn't managed to have a proper conversation with Liderchis again. As the protagonist walked down the corridor, Dio ran toward him. Colliding with him, he was startled. Rude! Dio grabbed the protagonist's shoulders. What happened? Is it true that you got involved with Chevalier? The protagonist nodded. It was true that they had met. Startled, Dio asked if the rumors spread around the school were true. Fearing new gossip, the protagonist asked what exactly he was talking about. Worried, Dio revealed, they say you got beaten by Chevalier while playing excitedly with Lord Artien. Dio promptly checked if Rude was okay, if he had hurt himself anywhere. The protagonist lowered his head and answered, I'm fine, unlike Liderchis. A terrible atmosphere settled among the boys. Falling into a void of fear, Dio asked if Lidersis was still alive. The protagonist couldn't believe Dio's question. Of course he's alive. Do you think the school would be so calm if he weren't? Dio was startled by the look Rude showed. The protagonist changed the subject, warning that they needed to go. The blue-haired boy was confused and asked where they were going. The answer was brief. Let's check on Liderkis. The pair went straight to the storage room. Since Lidersis had already left the infirmary and Rude had already gone to class, that was the only place left. Worried, Dio asked if they shouldn't wait in the classroom. The blue-haired boy looked around, showing there was no one in the storage room. However, upon hearing a noise, he was startled. Walking towards some boxes, they realized Lidersis really was there. Dio hid behind Rude, who walked up to Lidersis. What are you doing here? Looking for something? Lidersis remained silent, ignoring the teasing. However, Rude didn't want to miss the chance to talk. Bending down beside Lidersis, the protagonist offered the young man a candy. Sitting on one of the boxes, Rude tried to cheer him up. Forget the rumors that you turned into a monster and tell me why Cheval calls you that. Liderchis lowered his head, murmuring, Don't meddle in other people's business. How others call me has nothing to do with you, so leave me alone. Stop caring about me and don't come near me. Stop paying attention to me. The protagonist was surprised by Liderchis's exaggerated reaction. Just like Dio, who didn't know what to say to improve the situation. The protagonist stood up, questioning if Liderchis planned to keep living while others called him a monster. Head down, Liderchis confirmed, Yes, I really am a monster after all. Seeing the sadness in Liderchis's body language, the protagonist extended his hand to him. Liderchis accepted a candy while Rude encouraged him. It's okay. If no one wants to tell me, I just need to ask Chevalier von Hadelio directly. Liderchis, stunned, looked at Rude, who smiled, showing he wasn't lying. Because I want to know why he calls you a monster. That's my personal curiosity, so you shouldn't interfere. Liderchis was shocked to have his own words used against him. At dusk, in the seniors' building, Chevalier heard the information he had asked to be checked. His name is Rude Krishi. He started attending classes a month later than usual because of an illness. They say he has had a fragile body since childhood. Chevlet, recalling how vivid the boy he met was, couldn't believe it. The young woman in front of him, holding a sheet of information, stated that Rude seemed to be using the same room as the monster. Moreover, the student who walked with him was Dio Varus from the same class. Lastly, the most notable fact the girl discovered was that Rude was the first person to get a perfect score on the entrance exam. Chevel openly mocked. I wondered why he acted that way, but it's because he did well on a simple test? Frowning, the young woman asked Chevel what they should do. For Chevelu, what they should do was simple: make him crawl back to where he belonged. While Chevlet revealed his evil plans, an imperceptible dark energy overflowed from a monostone necklace lying on the table. That energy was carried by the wind, drifting away from the building. When it reached a bush, it took on a human form, spying on the pair before disappearing. Leaning against a barricade, a young woman with purple hair sighed as she remembered what she had seen. However, the voice of an excited girl woke her up. Tessie! Tessie! Look! The man sitting at the tea table with the girl reprimanded her. Princess, you shouldn't play with your food! Irritated, the girl argued. Ram, I already told you not to call me princess here. But Ram replied, Princess, you calling the knight Tessiana Tessie isn't appropriate either. But the girl, who had already stacked her cookies, didn't want to stop calling Tessie Tessie. Picking up one of the cookies, Tessiana herself corrected her. Princess, here I'm not Tessie, but Professor Raoul. That night, the protagonist received a call on his transmission crystal. The person on the other side wanted to know how school life was going, if he had made any friends. The protagonist corrected his master, reminding him he wasn't there to make friends. Our client made a request, but I don't think Liederkis wants to be helped. He told me to stop paying attention to him. He hates himself. I don't think there's anything I can do. Hearing about the work, Ophion's master changed the subject. Have you made any friends? The protagonist wanted to hang up, but the master quickly stopped him, returning to the topic he really wanted to discuss. So what do you think? Do you believe that child really doesn't want help? Although he didn't know what others thought, Rude could see something strange. It's like they were all hypnotized together. They call Liederkis a monster and ignore him. I think Chevalier von Hadelio made this happen. The master was confused upon hearing the name Hadelio. When Rude asked if the master didn't know him, the answer was mild. Of course I know him. Ophion's master knew the Hadelio family, a noble family producing powerful mages. The current head of the family, Marquis Hadelio, was still active, especially when it came to dealing with nobles as a central figure in the capital. Knowing the family's background, Ophion's master raised a hypothesis. Marquis Hadelio and Duke Artien are known to be on bad terms. I believe it's because of the rivalry between their families. Rude thought it went further. The two young men were not only on bad terms, but there was a one-sided attack happening. Hearing Rude, Ophion's master asked if Liederkis had done something, like stealing Chevlet's girlfriend or something even more precious. Sighing, Rude wished it were something that simple. Warning that he would investigate the two families, Ophion's master gave a final piece of advice. Rude, you don't need to take this so seriously. Our client is important, but you should enjoy your school life, making friends and more friends. The protagonist frowned and reached out to end the connection. Seeing what the young man was doing, Ophion's master quickly tried to stop him. Wait! But he couldn't, and silence returned. Taking his transmission box, the protagonist climbed down from the rooftop ledge, walking toward his room. Upon learning about the disagreement between the involved families, Rude decided to observe a little more. At the top of a cliff, breaking the sea waves, there was a house surrounded by trees. A man climbed the walls of the house, reaching the balcony. Completely wet, the man with differently colored eyes and a tattoo on his face sighed. Why did Miss Ruby Monterre choose to live in this place? She really doesn't know what she's doing. If he wants to adapt to this place, he'll have to change that temper. The man touched the door leading inside the house, and his hand became translucent, as if passing through a disguise barrier. As soon as he entered, the man changed his irritated expression to a cute smile. Miss Ruby, cute Ruby, Elzebul is here. Lying on the floor in the living room, a monstrous fish interrupted his reading and stared at Elzebul. The man sighed upon seeing that Ruby wasn't there. The fish stole his reading and explained. Miss Ruby Monterre stepped out for a moment. Surprised, Elzebul commented, Seems the human kingdom is livelier than I thought. Curious, the fish asked if the man had swum here. Elzebul confirmed and said that on the way, he saw others like the fish. The monster got furious being compared to sea creatures, pushing Elzebul away, complaining about the fish smell. Changing the subject, Elzebul sat on a nearby chair. But why do you look like that? Didn't Miss Ruby say you should keep your human form to get used to it? The fish snorted. I use the human form, but it's very annoying. Seeing how the monster was stuck in that room, Elzebul understood why he was irritated and advised him, You're in the human world. You should enjoy it while you're here. The fish reminded Elzebul he wasn't here to play. A dark look appeared in Elzebul's eyes. He stood up quickly and pulled the fish's tail. Dragging him to the window, he declared, "As a colleague, I can't let you be upset. I'll help you forget your frustration." Like a broken kite, the big fish was thrown without resistance toward the sea. Creating a big wave, he fell into the waters. Elzebel laughed excitedly. "How is it? Isn't it refreshing?" From the crystal-clear sea waters, a human face emerged. Taking a human appearance, the fish partially surfaced, irritated. "Elzebel, you're as annoying and rude as ever, even here." Elzebel, leaving the house, didn't care and retorted to the monster, who was now partially in human form. "As expected, you still have that boring, annoying personality without a hint of fun." Hearing Elzebel's provocation, the fish snorted, "Shut up if you want to stay alive." While Elzebel and Gamode continued to argue, a person appeared at the beach house. A young man with small horns landed on the highest pillar of the house, watching the commotion. Frowning, the young man reprimanded them. "What's going on? I told everyone to behave in this place." Ignoring the pair, the young man grabbed a set of papers. On the cover of the document was written, "Infiltration success at Helios Magic Academy." At the academy mentioned in the document, everything seemed normal. However, Professor Khan was not so calm. He hurriedly called for Professor Rowell, but he ended up finding Professor Hale, who frowned upon seeing him. Professor Khan didn't notice the look and asked if he had seen Rowell. Upon hearing from Hale that he hadn't seen her, Khan scratched his neck, wondering where she might be. Walking toward him, Khan observed what Hale was doing. On the floor, there were numerous enchantments in a vast area, leaving Khan impressed. "This is the teleportation circle that will be used for Eden's training field. It looks very complicated. Is this your work, Professor Hale?" Hale confirmed the platform's authorship. Looking around, Professor Khan commented that he had heard they would connect to the tower this time. The circle, with a magic stone at its center and several symbols around, looked amazing for its function. Hale smiled, satisfied with his work. "Still, being the first field training of the year, we need to prepare properly, don't you think? We must ensure no accidents happen." Professor Khan was impressed with Hale, the master of the teleportation circles. "You're amazing." At the same time, a young man threw a notebook onto the table. In front of him was Rude, silent. Curious, the protagonist asked Dio what it was. Dio bragged, "What do you think it is? These are precious pieces of information I gathered with all my power." Seeing that it was a small book, the protagonist became curious as he flipped through it. "You put all this together in just one day? Incredible." Tired, Dio leaned back on the table. It had been a tough journey. Everyone tried to avoid him. Still, seeing how many people had given their testimonies, the protagonist asked if everyone there had the skills to confront Chevle. Dio ended up revealing his method of working. He had first looked for nobles and those with the best grades. Surprised, Rude stared at Dio, who defended himself. "Why are you looking at me like that? It may not seem like it, but I worked really hard." While the two talked, a girl approached a green-haired girl, asking worriedly if something was wrong. As they talked, Dio raised the notebook to show 2 names to Rude. "I don't know about the others, but these 2 people can help." While Rude read the names, Dio explained about those people. "The first is Utiarnan Maria Kanziol. You know that name, right? She's the only royal studying at Helios. She is a princess of direct imperial lineage." Young Dio smiled brightly, imagining Utiarnan Maria. "She is called a princess even at the academy and receives special treatment. With the administration's permission, she is always accompanied by a guard sent from the imperial castle. Not even the professors dare to go against her. If she allies with Artian, even someone like Chevle will be nothing." Suddenly, Dio realized he was speaking too loudly. He quickly shrank back, asking if anyone had heard him. Around the room, everyone was staring at him. In some corners, a pair commented, "Are they plotting something? This is so annoying. Since Rude arrived, no day has been calm. It's bad enough being in the same room as the monster, and now they want to drag everyone into their problems without a good reason." On the other side of the room, the 2 girls heard the malicious comments, incredulous. If the guy they call a monster wasn't treated like one, everyone talking bad about him would beg to be his friend. Annoyed, the young girl asked Rin, the green-haired girl, if she didn't think the same. Rin, looking at the pair of boys at the end of the room, ended up agreeing with her friend. Being constantly stared at by the green-haired girl, the protagonist looked at her, and she quickly looked away. Ignoring the girl's looks, the protagonist asked Dio about the other name. Promptly, Dio revealed, "The second name is Lapis Yuen Nuadli. As the only son of the current Nuadli Duchy, he seems to have considerable influence within the academy. Although he and young Lord Artian are both sons of dukes, he is the sole heir of his own house." Dio said he heard that young Lord Nuadli and Chevle entered Helios at the same time, and their relationship was terrible. Now they just ignored each other. Finding out someone hated Chevle, the protagonist thought it would be easy to get close to him. Dio agreed that Rude was right, but there was still a small problem. Since young Lord Noodly entered Helios up to that moment, he had not yet been promoted from Eden. Rude couldn't believe it and asked why. The answer was obvious. Lapis Yuan was not good enough. Dio revealed that, when it came to magic theory and other academic aspects, Yuan was one of the best. However, he seemed horrible in practical combat and skill application. Dio tried to ease the problem. Even if he's not that talented, he's still a Duke's heir, super popular, and hates Chevel. Wouldn't he be useful? Rude ended up praising Dio's work, knowing he hadn't done his best. To be honest, I wanted to find someone decent among the hairy students like Chevle, but they are in a completely separate area. It's hard even to see them. There's no way to know where they are or what they're doing. While Dio claimed these two people could help, two different figures entered the room. The pair of students knocked on the board, drawing everyone's attention. The students were surprised to see students from Clad and wondered why they were there. In front of the board, Clad revealed the reason. I came to deliver a message from Professor Uvinos, who was supposed to teach you at this time. Instead of the regular class, you should go to the large lecture hall to the east to prepare for practical training. So I would like everyone to start moving now. Seeing the student feign humility, the protagonist looked around. Everyone seemed suspicious of the practical training. Looking for Lidersis, he wondered where the boy was. Outside the building, a bucket of water was thrown on Lidersis, who had fallen to the ground. The group in front of him mocked. The wet rat look suits you very well, abominable young lord. Are you aware now? We're teaching you in case you mess up. Your situation won't change just because two idiots are by your side. At that moment, another person approached, telling the trio to take it easy. Manon came closer, reminding them that the goal of the day was not to bother Lidersis. Another student arrived next to Manon and whispered something. Manon smiled mischievously and ordered, "Bring the monster, they said the stage is ready." In another area of the school, Rude, who had already searched everywhere for Lidersis, saw Dio running toward him asking them to give up. They had already searched the dormitories, the storage room, and even the garden. Dio, despite knowing Lidersis couldn't be found, remembered they were late for class. Frowning, the protagonist couldn't help but wonder where Lidersis was since he had appeared for class that morning. Dio guessed that Lidersis was hiding and begged to go to class. "I'll be screwed if even a single point is deducted from my grade for being late." The protagonist ended up agreeing with Dio, but definitely felt something was wrong. The students gathered in the hall where the class was supposed to take place. However, looking around, they were confused. They didn't see the professor anywhere. Instead, the group of Clad students was present. Manon, looking around, asked another student if everyone was there. He replied that he had gone to Professor Hale's room and confirmed that everyone was present. Manon smiled, and seeing that the guests she wanted were also in the hall, wondered if they should start. In his room, Professor Hale was confused when he saw no one, wondering where everyone was. Dio slipped through the plants outside the hall with Rude and questioned how important that class could be for the doors to be locked. Rude, however, found it stranger that Dio knew there was a secret passage to that hall. There was a small hatch in one of the outer walls, but they would have to crawl through it. Inside the hall, two students under Manon's command were pushing some carts. Manon took one of the spheres from a cart and explained what the students were going to do. Before students officially become mages, they cannot use magic without a mana stone or sphere. So the first thing they are taught is how to activate the internal mana of these spheres. Manifesting mana is the most basic, but also the most important. Today, as preparation for the exercise, we will present a special class to test your mana manifestation skills. Confused, one of the students raised his hand and asked if the professor was aware of this. Manon frowned, and quickly the students in his group surrounded the young man. In moments, the rest of the class saw that student disappear, swallowed by the group of seniors. After getting rid of the nuisance, Manon asked if anyone else had something to say. Everyone immediately covered their mouths and forced themselves to remain silent. This pleased him, but there was still one more explanation. The mana sphere was made for tests, so it cannot be used for anything other than demonstration magic. When you manifest mana in it, the sphere changes color according to your skill and intensity. In short, the better you use it, the brighter the color. However, you Edens will only be able to cause small changes, so you will be judged by the strength behind the sphere. At that moment, the target was brought to the center of the hall with the Lidersis tied to it. Manon then stated, "You will be evaluated with an aiming practice. This target has special treatment, so it will not be damaged unless the mana runs out. This will allow precise judging of the energy manifested in the spheres thrown at it." The students around the hall were horrified to realize that Manon wanted them to throw monospheres at Lidersis. Without even mentioning his name until then, Manon looked at the young man tied up. It wouldn't be fun just to throw spheres at a target, so whoever hits the head will get extra points. Manon snapped his fingers, and his subordinates dropped the manospheres at the feet of the Eden class students. Seeing the little balls on the ground, Manon asked who wanted to be first. But in the middle of the question, he noticed something. Seeing the surprised expression on Manon's face, a young man approached, asking what was wrong. Manon murmured, "He's not here." Fury appeared in his eyes as he questioned his subordinate. "What happened? He's not here." The young man was confused because he was sure the person they were looking for was in the room when he gave the warning. Manon became extremely irritated but held back from attacking the ally. Dio, the first to arrive at the hall through the secret passage, wondered what was going on. Seeing the students on the stage, he quickly pushed Rude, telling him to go back. Realizing something was wrong, he said they needed to call a professor. Frowning, the protagonist looked at the hall. Manon, still furious, was asked by his subordinate what they should do. Since they had already gone too far, Manon ordered to proceed with the plan. He frowned because he had created that situation without informing Cheval, and now things were getting out of control. Some students began to pick up the monospheres. Soon, Manon's subordinate walked to the front of the stage. "Is anyone brave enough to be first? If there are no volunteers, I will have to choose someone." Quickly, he pointed to a visibly scared girl, ordering her to pick up a monosphere. With a hesitant look, the girl refused. "I can't do this." Hearing her, the student asked, "You can't? Then would it be okay if we swapped the target for you?" Terrified by the idea, the girl looked around for help, but everyone looked away. With no other choice, she took one of the spheres, trembling. The senior smiled, satisfied with her submission, and asked if she knew what to do. Observing the sphere, he saw no significant change in its color. Satisfied, he instructed, "The next step is the most important, and since you're first, I'll give you the highest grade if you at least hit the monster." The girl hesitated, but he encouraged her again, ordering her to throw. She closed her eyes and threw the sphere. However, the ball curved downward, and with the weak force it was thrown, it fell meters away from Lidersis. The senior couldn't believe what he saw, but continued with the plan. "You are disqualified." Irritated that things were not going as planned, one of the seniors took the initiative, grabbed a sphere that emitted a bright glow, and threw it furiously. Fortunately, it only landed near Lidersis. All the students were startled, fearing they might also be forced to do the same, or worse, become the next target. The senior on stage applauded his colleague and asked if everyone understood what was supposed to be done. With an intimidating look, he asked who would be next. Dio was distraught by what the seniors were doing. He turned around, calling Rude to immediately go find a professor, but Rude was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a student raised his hand, surprising the senior. Rude, among the others, stepped forward and asked to be next. Dio was shocked to see Rude volunteer, as well as the seniors, and even Lidersis himself. With a smile on his face, the protagonist didn't care about the panicked looks. Everyone was confused to see Rude. Even Manon frowned. It was impossible for anyone to stop looking at Rude, knowing how close he tried to be to Lidersis. Even as they wondered what Rude planned to do, one of the seniors asked him to try. The protagonist took one of the spheres and passed through the other students. While the senior explained about hitting the monster, he was surprised. Looking to the side, he saw a huge hole in the stone target. Everyone in the hall was extremely shocked. Even Dio, who was hiding, was left speechless. Looking to the side, Lidersis could see the hole created in the target, just a few centimeters from him. Sighing, upset for having missed, the protagonist crouched down. Manon was still in shock from what he had witnessed. Lidersis, who had gotten a little dizzy from the impact, recovered. At that moment, the protagonist took another manosphere and asked, "Too bad I missed. Can I try once more? This time I'll hit the right target." A powerful mana flowed into the sphere, which, originally dark green, became almost white. To Rude's surprise, the sphere began to crack. Before everyone's eyes, it broke apart, crumbling in the young man's hand. Laughing and commenting that the sphere was defective, the protagonist took another one. Seeing that, Lidersis realized that if he were hit, it would be the end for him. The senior tried to stop Rude, but the protagonist walked to the front of the group, saying to Lidersis, "Hey, I'm serious. If you don't want to be hit, then dodge." The sphere flew at a terrifying speed toward the stage. Everyone was terrified to see the powerful attack. Lidersis gritted his teeth, waiting for the impact, which soon came. The ball hit the target, but not Lidersis. Instead, the senior beside him. Lidersis looked to the side and, startled, saw the senior faint. While the senior's forehead was still steaming, the protagonist apologized. "Oh, looks like I missed the target." Seeing the fallen senior, the protagonist teased with a look that made it clear he didn't care. "Why were you just standing there? How boring." Dio, still surprised, watched the scene and commented, "Amazing. I knew he wasn't an ordinary kid." Everyone in the hall was incredulous, wondering who Rude Chrissy was, the young man who had challenged the seniors. Manon couldn't understand what was happening. The sphere thrown by Rude had passed through the target, while the ones he himself threw barely left a scratch. Above all, the color of Rude's magic sphere was the closest to perfection. He couldn't understand how an Eden had manifested such a color. To him, the only explanation was that Rude had used some trick. Otherwise, there was no way to comprehend who that boy named Rude really was. Ignoring the shocked looks, the protagonist adjusted his dirty clothes, complaining, "How annoying! The target is broken and no longer in the center." Walking toward the seniors, he asked, "How about we get a new target?" Everyone was confused by Rude's words, who looked around and suggested, "How about we choose the one who made that unpleasant demonstration, or those who only attack in groups?" While looking around, the protagonist took a monosphere and stared at Manon. "How about we choose the person who suggested this special class and picked the target? I think that would be quite interesting, right?" Manon gritted his teeth upon hearing Rude's suggestion. Furious, he began shouting, "All right then, I'll choose a new target and it will be you, Rude Creasy." While pointing at Rude, Manon ordered furiously, "Everyone get that bastard!" Dio, who had been hiding until that moment, realized he could no longer stay still. He quickly stood up to do something. However, before Dio could take a single step, someone grabbed him by the collar. Looking back, Dio faced a knight with blue hair and intense sea-colored eyes. He instantly recognized that woman. Professor Rowell. Dio was extremely relieved to see Rowell. "Professor, those clads!" But Rowell quickly told him to be quiet. The professor walked past Dio, who was surprised to see her hiding. "Professor, what are you doing?" The professor's answer was brief. "I'm watching." Dio was shocked. He tried to argue with her, but a hand covered his mouth, forcing him to stay silent. While trying to protest, Rowell grabbed him and started observing what was happening. The senior who had made the demonstration was hit by a manosphere before he could defend himself. Within seconds, he also fainted. Rude had hit his second target as if it was nothing. The seniors quickly surrounded him. To stop him from grabbing more manospheres, they tried to hold his arms. One of them managed to immobilize Rude's arms, and just as he was about to boast, Rude's fist hit his chin. Rude grabbed the arm of another student who was holding his shirt. That student saw the sole of a shoe coming toward his face. With a kick, Rude knocked down the second enemy. The third senior holding him was so shocked that he forgot to keep his grip. Rude snapped him out of his daze. "Excuse me?" Frightened, the young man jumped back, raising his hands. Manon and his group were terrified. After knocking down several seniors, the protagonist huffed, "I'm in a bad mood now, so can you please not touch me?" The Eden class students were shocked. They couldn't understand how Rude could be so strong. Manon gritted his teeth, furious, realizing he was trapped. Making a decision, he called a subordinate. "Hey, did you prepare any magic orbs?" The young man replied that there were several on the ground, as Manon could see. This only irritated him more. "You idiot, I'm not talking about the experimental ones. I want a real magic orb I can use." Unfortunately, the student revealed that only the experimental ones had been prepared. Manon saw no other option but to grab one of those balls. He didn't want to give up, even realizing Rude was no ordinary person. "As I said, you're the next target. Listen up. Whoever manages to hit Rude Chrissy will be rewarded." Since Rude was alone, Manon believed he had the advantage. He raised the monosphere, infused his own energy into it, and threw it with all his strength, aiming at Rude's face, wanting to wipe that arrogant expression away. Suddenly, the protagonist saw someone move. Lidersis stepped in front and was hit instead. Rude was surprised by the boy's action, even a little annoyed. "Lidersis, why did you get hit instead of me?" Manon was also surprised. He didn't expect such an attitude from the one he called a monster. Angrily, he shouted to everyone around, "You idiots! Why are you standing still? Throw some magic balls. Our targets are these two." Ignoring Manon, the protagonist asked Lidersis if he was okay. One by one, Manon's companions began to grab the spheres, infusing mana into them. Next to Lidersis, the protagonist commented, "Just asking, but is getting hit some kind of hobby of yours? Do you really like it?" Shocked, Lidersis promptly denied, "Of course not." Rude was relieved but insisted, "Then why did you block that sphere for me? You told me to stop caring about you, so you should stop caring whether I get hit or not. That would be fair for both of us, don't you think?" Lowering his head, Lidersis remembered it was all his fault. He didn't want anyone to get hurt. At that moment, the first sphere was thrown toward the two. The protagonist pushed Lidersis aside and, seeing the sphere approaching, caught it with his bare hands. When Lidersis looked on in shock, Rude said, "What are you talking about? This isn't your fault." Looking at the one who had thrown the ball, the protagonist infused mana into the sphere in his hand and declared, "I just hate people like them." Furious, other clad seniors grabbed monospheres. Before a pair could throw them, one was hit. Meanwhile, Rude dodged a ball, mocking internally, "How careless." Grabbing a small sphere, he ignored those thrown at him and hit another senior. One sphere almost hit him, but he caught it midair and threw it at the back of a third senior, while another ground his teeth before realizing a small sphere was coming his way. Having knocked down 4 enemies, the protagonist wondered how many were left and how Lidersis was doing. Looking at Lidersis, he noticed he was being hit by several monospheres while Eden students hid behind him. Even with his hands tied behind his back, Lidersis stood still, serving as a shield. Amid the fear, Eden students were surprised by his attitude. Rin was the first to act, realizing Lidursis was truly hurt. However, he ignored her help and wouldn't let her get close. Still, Rin walked behind him, determined at least to untie him. Even her friend was shocked and worried about possible retaliation. Ignoring what might happen, Rin apologized. While Lidursis absorbed the girl's words, the action continued frantically on the other side. A bright mana ball crossed the hall. A senior tried to escape, but the sphere sent by Rude hit him in the back. The protagonist looked around and realized that was the 12th he had knocked down. Aiming in another direction, he faced the last ones remaining. They were exactly Manon and his two direct subordinates. Manon gritted his teeth, sweating cold as he saw Rude watching him. The protagonist walked slowly. Hearing his name leave Rude's mouth, Manon felt enormous pressure. All around, his companions were fallen. He couldn't help but wonder if he was living a nightmare. Arriving in front of the stage where Manon was, the protagonist smiled. So, shall we continue? On the other side, Lidursis, now untied, was thoughtful. Rin tried to find words to apologize, but felt someone grab her arm. Her friend had approached, calling her to come back. Looking back, Rin saw the looks her classmates were giving her, but she did not back down. Instead, she faced them. How long will you keep this up? Do you really think Artian is a monster? Lidursis watched, shocked, as the girl defended him. Even feeling guilty, Eden students looked away while Rin protested. I'm not good at anything either, but this is very wrong. Artian hasn't done anything to us. Why is he treated like this? Is it because you're afraid of those with better grades? Not even Rin's friend expected her to be so outraged. And Rin didn't stop. I don't know how amazing the students of Hyriace or Clad are, but we shouldn't allow them to oppress us. As Rin vented, a young man flew behind her. Everyone realized what had happened and was shocked looking at the floor. Manon's companion was lying unconscious. Facing the stage, Lidursis couldn't believe it. Rude had knocked down Manon's two subordinates and now stared directly at him. Manon, furious, tried to intimidate him. You brat! It's useless to go against us like this. Cheval will definitely do something against you and the monster. The protagonist sighed and approached Manon. I'm tired of this monster story. Look, there are always those who powerless are mistreated without being able to react, and there are those who join others just to mistreat someone defenseless. Among these two groups, who do you think the real monsters are? Everyone was surprised by the question and answered internally in unison. The monster is you. A few seconds later, Rude heard Dio's voice calling him hurriedly as he ran. When the protagonist turned around, he saw a monosphere flying toward him. The protagonist simply leaned forward, letting the sphere pass behind him and head toward Manon. Manon didn't have the same reflex and was hit squarely. With the strong impact, Manon's forehead was pushed back, and slowly he fell like a tree felled by a lumberjack. The protagonist was surprised by the sudden attack, as were Lidursis and Rin. In front of everyone, Manon fell, not by an attack from Rude, but by an attack from the unknown. The protagonist was confused and ended up looking in the direction from where the manosphere had come. Seeing the clothes of the person walking toward him, the protagonist immediately recognized her. Ignoring Dio, Professor Raoul climbed onto the stage and walked toward Rude. The protagonist remembered that some time ago at the auction, that woman had fought Shikmoon. He had no idea she was a teacher at Helios Academy. The students were surprised to discover that the professor was the one who had thrown the sphere and felt they were saved. The professor looked at Rude, questioning him. Why did you dodge? The protagonist was confused by the professor's question. Grabbing another sphere, she commented, You could easily stop it. There's no fun if you dodge. Dio, who had seen the professor throw the sphere for the first time, was startled. The professor stared at the protagonist, giving him an instruction. Don't dodge this time. I'm curious. The protagonist tried to convince her not to throw the little sphere, but Raoul was stubborn. Although the professor didn't listen to him, she stopped when three people forcibly opened the hall door. Furious, Professor Hale questioned, What's going on here? Raoul was still holding a monosphere. Khan, seeing her, misunderstood the situation even more. He saw the hole made in the stone target, as well as the many students lying on the floor, unconscious or dizzy. Khan raised his hands to his head, increasing the misunderstanding. Professor Raoul! Hearing her name, the professor asked Khan what he wanted. Startled, Professor Khan asked if she was the one who had caused this mess. Knowing they were in trouble, Dio put his hands on his head but remembered he needed to check on Rude. Looking at the stage, Dio found Rude lying on the floor. While Dio was confused, the professors entered the hall with Hale asking to summon the medical team, ordering the students who were fine to go to their classrooms. Before fulfilling her mission, Raoul also took a look at Rude. Later, things seemed to have returned to normal at the academy, except in one area where Eden students were watching an intruder. A blonde young man was irritated with the person in front of him. Hey, because of you, everyone is staring at me. How long are you going to stay here? Go to your territory. But the young man sitting in front of him replied, I bet it's not because of me, Lapis. And where is my territory? The whole academy is our territory. Changing the subject, the young man in front of Lapis commented, I saw a little whoopee during my training. It's hard to believe they become mid-level monsters being so cute, isn't it? Lapis got irritated seeing his friend boasting about his prime training again. Changing the subject, the young man went straight to what interested him. So tell me, can you tell me now about when you met the Dark Mage? Irritated, Lapis told the young man to speak quietly. Not wanting to go into detail, Lapis said the same as before. I already said it wasn't a big deal. I just met him by coincidence, that's all. Upset, the young man stood up. Can't you tell me anything else? His personality, what he likes, hobbies, what he wears, or what he eats? Lapis rolled his eyes, asking why his friend wanted to know that. Smiling brightly, the young man explained why. You should know, becoming like the Dark Mage has always been my goal. I've tried to request audiences through Eophion several times, but it seems his master cuts off any suspicious moves without hesitation. Lapis became increasingly irritated seeing his friend insist on the subject, looking at the young man, crying, I also wanted to meet him, even if by coincidence. Lapis could still remember that night. Among the trees, some firefly lights glowed. A red-haired woman sighed, This is bad. I'm definitely going to have a serious talk with the master when we get back. Lapis watched the woman worry about the man in front of her, who, with a cold attitude, claimed to be fine. When the duo tried to leave, Lapis tried to stop them. Hearing the young man, the duo turned around, staring at him. Lapis felt this could be a unique opportunity, so he wanted to make a proposal. This might be sudden, but I would like to receive your teachings. Lapis swallowed all his pride and bowed. Blow was surprised by the young man's request, who shouted at the top of his lungs, I want to become the disciple of the Dark Mage. I still have a long way to go, but my dream is to become as powerful a mage as the Dark Mage someday. I will do everything I can to not disgrace your reputation, so please. Ren stopped the young man's words, answering on Blow's behalf. I'm sorry, but we can't. Lapis, surprised, heard her apologies. Our Ophian members are required to focus only on missions. According to the rules, accepting disciples is not allowed, so this won't be possible. While Lapis fell for Ren's words, the protagonist asked her if that was true, but she silenced him, without Lapis noticing the deception. Lapis still remembered how embarrassed he had been. He didn't know why he had done that. Seeing a commotion outside, Lapis's friend saw someone on the street. To his surprise, he came face to face with Chevla. He stood up, waving to Chevla, signaling Lapis to do the same. Chevla raised a furrowed eyebrow seeing Linus leaving with Eden students and stared at Lapis's back. You really are short. Lapis didn't care about the look and retorted, coming from someone who acts childish, who's really short here? Seeing Lapis call Chevla childish, Linus laughed, provoking. Lapis couldn't help but get irritated seeing Linus take advantage of the fight. Turning around irritably, Chevla called Anna and the others to leave, so they wouldn't get involved with pathetic people. Lapis frowned irritably. Who's calling who pathetic? How long is he going to keep living like this? Hearing Lapis's words, Linus couldn't help but ask if he was worried about Chevla. While Lapis was teased by Linus, Anna glanced at the duo, withholding her comment. Far from there, in a room, 4 people were gathered. Professor Khan coughed lightly while commenting, We may not believe it, but hearing from the students that the damage we saw on the target, as well as what happened to the intermediate class students, was the work of a single person. Is that true, Rude Chrissy? In front of the professor, the protagonist sighed, with his hand on his head. The protagonist lowered his head even more, answering, I have no idea what you're talking about. Professor Rowell was direct. You are a mage, aren't you? Lydersis was surprised to hear the professor's question, who was staring at Rude. The protagonist remained silent, avoiding the question. Khan didn't believe Professor Rowell's question and reprimanded her. Professor, what nonsense are you saying? If young Chrissy really was a mage, why would he act like this? Hiding his expressions, the protagonist wondered if he had acted without thinking. He was worried about others feeling his mana, but quickly remembered he hadn't used even a bit of it. While staring at Rude, Rowell was surprised to see him act that way. The protagonist staggered in the chair while groaning. Ah, my head. Khan quickly stood up, worried about the boy. Are you okay? You need to go to the infirmary for a checkup. Rowell didn't fall for Rude's act and calmed the professor. He's fine. Seeing the boy dizzy in front of them, Khan asked how she could know that and reminded her, Earlier, you even brought the young man here when he had fainted. Taking his hands away from his face, the protagonist acted, Please, I'm not sure what you want from me, but I was so surprised to see the magic sphere flying toward me that I can't remember anything else. Rowell became even angrier. Stop lying. Despite her words, Rude continued to pretend to be sick. Sighing, Professor Khan ended the subject. For now, Professor Hale said he would take care of the punishment for the clad students involved in the incident. Until the matter is resolved, you two should go back and rest. The protagonist was surprised to find out he was being allowed to go without any extra hostility. However, Professor Rowell's eyes pierced him. The protagonist understood she wouldn't let him go. The clad students had bandages all over. Seeing them, Chevlet asked what had happened to them. The group tried to explain what had happened, but swallowed their words. Chevlet couldn't understand why they were all shocked, with frightened looks. In the next moment, two people leaving the meeting with the professors caught Chevel's attention. Lidersis noticed Chevel's presence, and their eyes met. Seeing Lidersis stop, the protagonist looked back and, staring at Chevlet, gave a slight smile. Seeing the smile on Rude's face, Chevlet became furious. Lidersis was scared to see Chevlet's furious look, but Rude woke him up. "What are you doing? Let's go, Lidersis." Hearing Rude call him, Lidersis took one last look at Chevel's group and turned, following Rude closely. Frowning, Chevel watched the two Eden boys leave after ignoring him. The duo walked through the corridors of the academy, but soon Lidersis stopped. Noticing he had stopped, the protagonist turned around, asking what had happened. With his head down, Lidersis revealed his concern. "From this point on, more things will start happening because of me." Irritated, he clenched his own trembling hand. Lidersis felt an aura whispering intrusive thoughts. "Lidersis, you always bring misery to everyone around you." Giving in to the voice, Lidersis said, "I will bring misery to you." Annoyed, the protagonist approached Lidersis. "Are you cursing me? You saw what happened earlier. It might be too much for me to say this, but even if 100 of those brats attacked me, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. It's not your fault, and if anything happens, it won't be a problem." Irritated, the protagonist acted like a father scolding a son, even though he was younger. "Stop worrying about others and worry about yourself, got it? How are you going to live in this cruel world with such a gentle personality?" Despite Rude's words, Lidersis claimed he didn't know anything. The protagonist confirmed that might be true. He might not know what Lidersis was thinking or what was going on, but he knew Lidersis didn't want to tell him something, and so he wouldn't ask. Still, Rude instructed him, "Ask me for help. Don't tell me to ignore you. No matter what it is, I will help you." Lidersis couldn't understand why Rude was helping him, but didn't want to be a bother. I don't need your help." The protagonist fell silent, staring at Lidersis, who took a step back, afraid. The protagonist smiled gently, though his voice had a threatening tone. "Ah, so that's how it is. Understood." Seeing Rude's cynical smile, Lidersis ran away, but the protagonist chased after him. "Where are you going?" In the Eden's classroom, there was an atmosphere of fear among the youths. A young girl asked what was going to happen to them, and another student answered, "It's obvious for the clads, but doesn't this also involve the Harriers?" Dio, noticing the mood, stayed silent. A young girl at the front of the classroom shouted angrily, "Why did this have to involve us? Isn't it all because of that monster? If he didn't exist, this wouldn't be happening." Another student agreed with her, wondering why they had to suffer because of one person. They recalled what had happened before entering the classroom. Students from other classes, when they saw them, avoided them as if they were insects. Trying to find a solution, a girl suggested asking the teachers to transfer them to other classrooms. Seeing what they were planning, Dio tried to rebel. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Rin also stood up, outraged. "Stop it!" Dio was surprised, as were the others. Irritated, Rin began to vent. "Why is everyone so selfish? Why do you only think about yourselves? Why do you feel bad when someone ignores you, when you ignore Lidersis Archon and call him a monster? Do you have any feelings?" Everyone lowered their heads because Rin was right. The girl didn't stop. "We call him a monster and avoid him, but everyone knows the truth. We are the same as him. He is also human. He has feelings." One of the students didn't like Rin's words and questioned if she hadn't seen what happened that day in the library. That day, huge horns had appeared. Everyone was incredulous and scared by what they saw, and above them was Chevel, staring at the person at the center of the incident, Lidersis, surrounded by dark energy. That young girl couldn't understand how Rin could treat that incident as if it were nothing, when she herself felt uncomfortable. Rin was left speechless, but a girl answered for her. "Illusion magic." Everyone turned to look at the girl who was always quiet in class, opening her mouth. "I heard that Chevle von Hadelios is a specialist in illusion magic. Also, the Clads have many magic orbs, and as a skilled Harriers, he is capable of showing an illusion to all of us." Closing her book, she stood up, concluding, "Besides, if there really was something wrong with Artian, he wouldn't even be allowed to be in Helios. If you thought a little, you would find out, but you only care about yourselves." Seeing that she had caused an uproar against her, Eel faced them without fear. "You were just scared by a Harriaz. You fear what Chevle showed you." Seeing Eel confront her, the girl became even more irritated. "Don't act like you've never done anything. You are just like us." Eel did not deny having acted like everyone else, but argued, "The situation has changed. It may have been too shocking for you to forget, but with Rude Creasy, we can turn this situation around." Rin was surprised by Eel's encouragement, as he always ignored the classroom situation, just like everyone else. Even Lidersis, who had just arrived in the room. The young man with hair covering his eyes ended up scaring some students who suddenly saw him. After Lidersis, Rude, who was following him, also arrived in the room, encountering the strange atmosphere that filled the place and becoming extremely confused. When Rude and Lidersis entered the room, a silence fell. Dio seemed surprised to see Rude and ran toward him. "Are you okay?" Scratching his head, Rude pretended to be a little dizzy. However, knowing Rude, Dio corrected himself. "I was asking about the clads." Dio wanted to know what the teachers had said, but Rude explained that nothing much had happened. At the same time, Lidersis tried to escape, but Rude grabbed him by the shirt, stopping him. Just then, a woman's voice caught everyone's attention, calling the young man monster. Everyone looked at Eel, who corrected herself when she spoke to the young man. "Wait, your name is Lidersis, right?" Lidersis was surprised to be called by name by someone. Eel also addressed Rude Chrissy. Approaching the two, she extended her hand, greeting them and introducing herself. "I'm Eel Florin Chrome. I know it's very late, but I hope we get along." Together, the three boys were surprised by Eel. Still wondering who she wanted to get along with, Rude extended his hand, shaking hers. A second later, another student approached. Looking away, he repeated Eel's actions. I'm Noiden. If it's not too late, let's get along too." Quickly, a young man named Eckel and a girl named Julia also introduced themselves from behind Noiden. While Rude was surprised and confused by everyone's approach, he was greatly praised for what he had done earlier. Soon, several people surrounded Rude, trying to find out how he had broken the magic target and how they could be as cool as him. In the corner of the room, some wary people questioned what the others were doing and what was the point of getting close to Rude and Lidersis. Rin and her friend were also watching, one with a slight smile and the other surprised by what was happening. Some people then called Lidersis's attention. A couple of students approached, wanting to talk about what had happened in the auditorium, about him stopping the magic orbs that were being thrown at them. For the first time, Lidersis heard someone thank him. Rude watched the situation and smiled, a little satisfied. Things were apparently going better than he had thought. While the afternoon sun illuminated the school, in the infirmary, Naaman received a visit from two people. Coldly, Cheval questioned him about why he had done something without receiving orders. With a headache, Naaman apologized. "I'll take responsibility for everything." He was reassured as they couldn't change what had already been done. Frowning, Cheval thought about something that had happened. He had guaranteed a teacher that he had not been involved in any way in the incident. Hearing the report, the teacher Nail was satisfied. "In that case, you're saying there's nothing wrong with proceeding with the punishment of Naaman and the Clads, according to the original rules and regulations." Chevelu was surprised by the teacher's inquisition, and imagining that there was something behind it, asked what he wanted. Teacher Nail loved how much Chevely understood him and read the mood. Seeing Chevel so thoughtful, Namone woke him up. With his head bowed, Chevel spoke again. "I heard that in the next Eden's field training, they're going to select some heiresses to accompany them. I don't know what he's planning, but the teacher Hale wants me to be there." Chevel smiled darkly just thinking about being there. "What a great opportunity has appeared for me to punish those who defy my words." Namone, however, was not so excited. Thinking about what had happened in the auditorium, he warned, "That boy, Rude Chrissy, no matter how much I think about it, I don't think he's an ordinary boy. I think you should know that." Chevel interrupted Namone's advice. Standing up, he stared at his subordinate darkly. "Is there something wrong with your head? Are you really telling me to be careful with a mere Eden?" The young red-haired woman who accompanied Chevela remained silent, while he warned Namone, "Don't worry about useless things and calm down." Turning to leave the infirmary with a malicious smile, he warned that he would bring interesting news soon. That night, everything seemed normal in Rude and Lidersis's room. However, with intense concerns, Rude questioned whether he himself was doing well. Remembering how many people had surrounded him earlier, he calmed down after such a crazy day. Thinking about how Lidersis had interacted with the other students once again, Rude turned to look at him. Lidersis seemed to be sleeping, and there was no way for Rude to know what was going on in his head or what he was going through. However, he still hoped that the small changes that had happened would help him. The night passed peacefully, and in this way, a dark energy crept like smoke from under the room's window. The shadow approached Lidersis as it took shape. Soon, a human form was molded. A dark being wearing a hood of black crystals extended a hand toward him, muttering, "It will be arriving soon." Without the shadow noticing, someone appeared behind him. In an instant, Rude threw the dark being to the ground and, pulling his cloak, questioned, "Who are you?" As Rude threw the being to the ground, their eyes met. That face seemed to be one that Rude recognized. Before the protagonist could do anything, the shadow dissipated. In front of Rude, it disappeared like foam in the wind. In the young man's eyes, only shock remained. Alone on the floor of the room, he looked in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Getting up gloomily, he wondered what that thing was doing to Leadersis. This was not a problem like the one Chevrolet presented. Worried about the boy, Rude questioned what on earth was happening to him. The next day arrived as if nothing had happened the night before. As they walked through the bright corridors, two girls wondered if they would find monsters at the training ground. They were really worried. When they finished walking down the corridor, Rude, yawning, and Leadersis appeared. The two girls ended up hearing the yawn and turned around. One of them, surprised, said hi to the duo, which shocked the other. Leadersis didn't expect a greeting from anyone. He unexpectedly ran away, avoiding them. Halfway there, Rude nudged one of the girls, calling them. With a charm for his age, Rude returned the greeting he had received. The two girls, surprisingly enchanted, said hi once again. Quickly, Rude left them behind, talking to each other, to go after Leadersis. Upon reaching him, he instructed, "When someone greets you, you should greet them back. Understand?" Leadersis was silent, which made Rude think. The protagonist was about to talk about the night before, which caught Leadersis's attention, but decided to keep the subject a secret. Even so, Rude still wondered what that shadow being was. He was sure it had been created by magic, as it disappeared without a trace, and it didn't seem like Leadersis knew about it. Having heard the shadow state that something would arrive soon, Rude began to feel that something dangerous was going to happen. Although he could inform the school, he had no evidence to prove what he had seen. The only option was to talk to his master first. While Rude was immersed in thought, Leadersis stared at him from under his bangs. The two were silent, standing in the hallway looking at each other. Confused, Rude asked if Leadersis was waiting for him and remembered, "Yesterday you were avoiding me. It seems you've changed your mind." As the two stared at each other, Dio happily ran toward them. "Rude, good morning." Noticing Leadersis's presence, Dio was startled. "Ah, good morning, Artian." Coldly, Rude instructed Leadersis to greet Dio. Obeying, Leadersis said hi to Dio. Unexpectedly, Dio felt as if he had seen Rude train a dog. As the three gathered, other students approached, calling for Rude. They were there to warn him that Teacher Rowell was looking for him. After giving the warning, the two said goodbye, leaving quickly. When they were about to go to class, Rude asked Dio if he wasn't going with them. Dio stood still for a moment, before smiling silently. He joined the group, putting his arm over Rude's shoulder. "Hey, do you want to bet who gets to the room first? I think Artian does." When everyone arrived in the room, Teacher Nail announced that the Clads who were involved in the incident in the auditorium would receive an appropriate punishment, and stated that he hoped an incident like that would not happen again. He also announced to the class that the Helios Academy would take extra measures to prevent incidents from then on. So he wanted everyone to leave those memories behind and focus on preparing for the field training that would happen soon. With a mysterious smile, the teacher declared, "We don't know what the future holds for us." Thinking about the field training, Dio lay on the table, sighing heavily. What do I need to prepare for if I'm going to meet a monster? Since he didn't know what it was about, Rude asked if at the field training they would have to defeat monsters that would be released or something like that. Dio corrected him, stating that it wasn't that scary. Curious, Rude asked for an explanation. He expected the level of difficulty to be consistent with that of the students, but he wasn't sure. Therefore, he still needed to think about Leadersis's case. Unexpectedly, a woman appeared behind Rude, pronouncing his name. Rude Chrissy. Both Dio and Leadersis, who were at the table, were surprised. Coldly, the teacher demanded that he follow her. Still seated, Rude, confused, wondered what she wanted. At the same time, in a garden, Princess Maria was having tea, but she was thinking about many things. Supporting her face with her hands, she called the attention of the man in front of her. Guess what? Tessie found something interesting. The man, who was reading some documents, was a little curious. The princess stated something that really surprised the man. "She's going to the Eden's field training, and I'm going too." Shock appeared on the man's face, who, incredulous, shouted, "What?" At the same time, the woman the princess was referring to was carrying Rude, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, taking him with her, while Dio tried to follow them across the campus. A commotion seemed to be happening in a training field where everyone was gathering. A young man, carrying a sword on his shoulder, approached some other students, asking why everyone was gathering. Upon hearing the question, a boy replied to Lapis, "We heard that Teacher Rowell will be facing someone from Eden." Shocked, Lapis asked who she would be fighting against. Surprised by Lapis's despair, the young man revealed that she would be fighting against the Eden everyone was talking about. Thinking for a bit, he commented, "I think his name is Rude Creasy?" In the center of the arena, Rude held a wooden sword with both hands, with a confused look. Dio quickly stepped in front of Rude, opening his arms to stop Roll. "Teacher, I can't believe you're asking someone who hasn't done anything wrong to fight you. That's wrong." Coldly, Roll ordered, "Get out!" Immediately obeying, Dio hid behind Leadersis. Leadersis looked at the boy from under his bangs and heard him ask, "Hey, Artian, he'll be fine, right?" Rude expected something bad to happen, but he didn't imagine that teacher would be so unbearable. Looking around, he realized that many people were gathering with surprised and worried looks. For Rude, this was a great opportunity, a chance to show everyone how ordinary he was and make them lose interest in him. The teacher teacher removed her cloak and, drawing a real sword, declared, "Let's begin." Rude was surprised and raised the wooden sword. "Wait, why are you using a real sword when I have a wooden one?" Coldly, Roll told him to use magic. Before Rude could argue, the teacher advanced toward him. He realized she didn't want to hear him. Determined, Rude was ready to let her hurt him to show he was weak. Rowell's sharp sword cut in front of Rude, hitting the ground after he jumped back. He dodged instinctively, wondering what would happen if he couldn't protect himself in time. Rude hastily tried to stop the teacher, asking them to wait to talk. Although he wasn't fighting, he made a strong impression on everyone watching, dodging all of the teacher's attacks. Lapis watched Rude move with his jaw dropped. Coldly, the teacher ordered, "Fight properly. I'm not planning on going easy on you." Raising her sword, Rowell prepared for a truly heavy attack. Rude leaned back, dodging the attack that passed a few centimeters from his golden hair. Shocked, Dio shouted for him to be careful. Another of the teacher's attacks fell heavily on Rude, but this time on his sword, which unexpectedly blocked the blow. Rude realized his mistake in blocking the attack by reflex. However, the wooden sword could not support the weight of the rare metal sword. It cracked and broke, allowing the teacher's sword to advance again. A loud noise was heard, spreading throughout the academy. Rin and her friend also heard the sound and were surprised. Before she could realize it, Rin's friend saw the young woman run toward the training arena. Lapis and his friend were shocked by what they saw in front of them. Ladursus had unexpectedly stepped in front of Rude, blocking the teacher's sword in his place. The sword, however, stopped a few millimeters from the young man, not even hurting him. Pulling back her sword, Rowell warned, "Don't interrupt us, it will be dangerous for you." Dio, along with the group, shouted desperately, "That would be dangerous even if we hadn't interrupted you." His sword broke in half. Asking to fight again, the teacher inflexibly stated that the sword wouldn't break if he used magic. However, Rude refused the teacher's request for a duel. She asked why, and for everyone to hear, Rude declared, "First of all, this goes against my will. Besides, I'm not skilled enough." Dio hastily supported his friend. Rude's body is weak, so he can't overexert himself. Rowell stated that Rude was moving perfectly fine earlier, but Dio confronted her. "That was just your imagination." The young man next to Lapis commented to his friend how incredible what they were seeing was. Confused, Lapis asked what his friend meant. He revealed his thought. "I've never seen Teacher Rowell get so flustered, and I'm sure that boy just blocked the teacher's sword attack. Even if it wasn't an attack with magic, he managed to confront her brute force." For the advanced student, Rude was far from being a rookie. In front of them, Teacher Rowell insisted on confronting him, offering that he even use a metal sword for the clash. Lapis observed the situation for a while, until he took a step forward. "Teacher Rowell," he approached, commenting, "It's not like you have to force someone who doesn't want to fight. Instead of fighting with someone who refused the honor of your personal guidance, please guide me." Lapis bowed his head, offering to duel the teacher, but she coldly refused. An awkward atmosphere settled in the arena. Crying desperately with the teacher's coldness, Light ran away. While Rude wondered where he had seen that young man before, the teacher addressed him once again. "Rude Creasy, there are too many distractions here. We'll do this another time. We have plenty of time anyway." Thus, the teacher left the arena, leaving Rude and all the others behind, who watched her with confused reactions. While they were watching the teacher, Dio noticed the presence of a green-haired girl next to them. Rin hastily tried to explain herself. I thought something was happening because I heard a noise. Are you okay?" Laughing, Dio replied, "Of course. Teacher Rowell almost ended Rude's life, but we're completely fine." In another corner, Lapis was accompanied by other students who consoled him. While thinking about the teacher, Rude confirmed, she was that woman he had met at the auction. While Rude was thinking about the teacher, Dio was showing the broken sword to Rin, who was worried about him. An awkward silence settled between the four of them, as they weren't close with the girl. Realizing that she had caught their attention, Rin quickly tried to justify herself. I came because I was worried. Let me introduce myself first." But Rude interrupted her, questioning, "Rin Noah, did you get the letter from Ben?" Rin was surprised, but relieved. She sighed. "I knew it. It was you who delivered the letter. I knew because you were mentioned in it." While the two talked, Dio watched with a curious look. With a huge smile, Rin thanked Rude for delivering the letter to her. While Dio asked Rude if he knew the girl, Rin's friend ran up. Arriving next to her friend, she looked at Rude and the others, asking why they were all there. Dio, being a gossip, quickly explained, "A big problem happened. Teacher Rowell suddenly called Rude to duel with her." While Dio and the girl talked, Rude thanked Lidursus for saving him. "Thanks for blocking the sword for me." Hearing Rude's words, Dio joined the conversation. "That's right, if Artian hadn't blocked the teacher's attack, things would have been much worse." While Rude questioned why Dio himself didn't help him block the attack, Lidursus observed the interaction of the four and, unexpectedly, his expression relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Lydercis's smile shocked everyone. Whether it was Rin or Dio, no one believed that smile. Thus, the five talked cheerfully, although Lydercis just listened. In a large school building, a meeting was taking place between the teachers. An old white-haired teacher asked a colleague if he had coordinated with the tower. The teacher confirmed the completion of the task, warning that there had been no significant changes. The teacher then looked at the papers in front of her, reading the information. I see. So the Harriaces who will accompany them will be Chevalier von Hadelio, Anna Burb, Linus and Guillaume, and Cynthia Mass. Only those four? With the teacher's confirmation, she narrowed her eyes, focusing mainly on Chevalier von Hadelio. With an awkward smile, the teacher stated that, as they were in a period of classes, there were not many Harriaces at school. However, the principal questioned why they had included Chevalier von Hadelio. Teacher Nail intervened, answering, "The Eden's training this time is on another level. It's the first time we will teleport so many people, and conducting a class in coordination with the tower, I thought there would be a possibility of unexpected situations. That's why I specially selected the students who best matched among the Harriaces." Under the gaze of the other teachers, Nail smiled as if he hadn't planned anything in advance. "I didn't consider this just my opinion. This will be a good opportunity for Hadelio to learn from the training." Hoping that the teacher had made a good bet, the principal asked how the teleportation was. Nail smiled with a hidden malicious tone. "It's perfect." Sighing, the principal nodded. "Good. We hope this training strengthens the relationship between the tower and Helios. So for the teachers who will be accompanying them, I want everyone to do their best." Soon the night came, and on top of the school's roof was a young man in the middle of the darkness. Rude held a box with a stone, but nothing happened. He wondered why the master was not responding. Rude only saw this happen when he needed the master most. There were many things to be said, whether about the mist or about Teacher Rowell. Putting the box under his arm, Rude decided to go back to the room, since the black mist could appear again. Running on the roof, he irritably complained about how things were getting complicated. However, Rude could not get the cheerful conversation he had earlier with the other four out of his mind. He felt that slowly, Lydercis was opening up, which was a relief. While returning to the room, Rude still wondered what he would do about the master, maybe send a letter. As soon as he arrived in the room, Rude was surprised to see Lydercis sitting in a chair. He hid the box with the transmission stone, hastily asking why Lydercis was awake and trying to explain that he had only gone out to get some fresh air, inviting Lydercis. Lydercis unexpectedly murmured, "I thought you had left." Surprised, Rude remembered that they were in the same room. There was no other place for him to go. Lydercis got up from the chair and headed to the bed, lying down once more. Thus, the room was silent once again. Rude had been scared, but now he was relieved. He took off the cloak he had used to hide at night and placed it on the chair. Rude also lay down on his own bed to rest. Before sleeping, Rude called out to Lydercis. "About the training, they usually create teams of 4 people. If the method is the same this time, then we'll both be on the same team." Lydercis was surprised by Rude's suggestion. He was silent as always, and surprising Rude asked, "But what about Dio? If he joins, we'll have 3 and we'll need 1 more member." Rude was surprised by Lydercis's interaction, but he reassured him. Closing his eyes to sleep, he agreed, "You're right. We'll just need 1 more member for the team." At the same time, rain was falling on a rich property. A man approached the owner of the property, Lady Daner. Looking at the rain through the window, Daner asked the man to listen to the sound of the falling rain. In silence, the man did. As they watched the gloomy night, Lady Daner commented, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" A white dove flew over an island, where on one of its isolated peaks a house could be seen. The dove flew toward the house and delivered a letter there. Upon receiving the letter, the young man was satisfied. Imagining that his subordinates had achieved something, he opened the letter to read the results. However, the text was unexpected. "The food here is great. I played with humans today. Classes are not fun. My room is sufficient. I want to go home." Annoyed, he raged to the point of launching an energy attack through the window while shouting, "What kind of report is this?" On the academy campus, the Eden students were extremely excited and animated. However, Rude was worried about something else. It had been a few days since he had been able to contact the master. He feared that something might have happened in Ophion. Taking Rude out of his thoughts, Dio ran toward him while calling out, "Rude, they said Teacher Nail's class is going first." Also calling Lydercis, Dio hurried them for the trip. Rude and Lydercis couldn't help but notice how excited Dio was. There was a reason for it. Whispering, he commented, "I heard that the training this time will be at the Tower of Magic. I never thought I would set foot there." Rude didn't believe that the Tower of Magic would be involved with the school, especially with a beginner's training. For him, it was completely impossible. The Tower of Magic was not the type to do this kind of thing. Lydercis, who had started talking in recent days, especially told Dio that he had already gone to the Tower of Magic when he was a child. Dio was surprised, but he didn't think it was impossible for the son of a duke. While the two were talking, Rude thought about the shadow that had invaded the room some time ago. Since that day, such a being had not appeared again. He believed that he would discover Ladercis's connection to this person after the training. Changing the subject, Dio ended up asking, "Why aren't we in teams for the training? We could be the best team ever." Unexpectedly, Isle interrupted the conversation, answering, "About that, I put in some effort to prepare too." Surprised, everyone looked at the white-haired, magenta-eyed girl. She was there to reveal something. "According to documents I saw, I thought we would be in groups for the training, but it seems they changed that. The rumor that we are going to the Tower of Magic is true." She commented the same thing as Dio before. "I was about to create a perfect team with talented people. Too bad, Rude Chrissy." Rude was confused by her comment, which revealed, "You were ranked first among the people I wanted to recruit for my team." With an unusual expression of surprise, Rude thanked her, confused. Against Dio, Eel stated that he was not in her plans for the team. At that moment, Rude noticed a surprised expression on Ladercis. All the young people who were prepared for the trip were also surprised to look in one direction. Rude looked in the same direction and came across some people. A young man with purple hair walked with a superior expression while commenting, "Seriously, walking together like this reminds me of the past. Don't you think?" With him were the others who would accompany him on the trip, Chevley, Anna, and Cyndia. Dio was surprised to see Harrieses joining them, something that Eel had already heard rumors about. Rude, observing them, was also surprised. He wondered why Chevley von Hadelio, of all people, was joining them. It could be just a coincidence, but he could also be planning something. Looking to the side, Rude and Ladercis stared at each other. Rude smiled at the young man and brightly reassured him, "You have nothing to worry about, Ladercis. The teachers are here too, so nothing will happen." Ladercis hid his surprise behind his bangs. Rude internally also planned to take the opportunity to deal with Chevley von Hadelio. Teacher Khan, who accompanied the Harrieses, stopped in front of the four. "You should already know, even if you are Harrieses, you are strictly forbidden from acting independently. Please act according to the instructions of the teachers, including me." Thinking about the most problematic one, Teacher Khan made the request especially to Chevley. Looking away, Chevley agreed, even if reluctantly internally. As he walked away, Teacher Khan wondered why Teacher Nail had chosen Hadelio to join the training. Another teacher was also present, Raoul, who accompanied a young woman. The princess, wearing a golden hood, heard the teacher and bodyguard call her. Raoul questioned the princess about where Ram was, and smiling without any fear, the girl commented, "I tied him up." Although annoyed, the teacher took care of the princess in Ram's place. Maria was curious about something that Tessie always brought with her. However, not even hearing the princess's words, Raoul looked around looking for someone. Dio's eyes met the teacher's when he felt her gaze. Scared, he shouted at Rude, warning him about the teacher's presence. However, Rude had already fled a long time ago to avoid her. Dio, who had been left behind, ran with Rude, leaving Ladercis alone. However, someone soon found Ladercis. Rin called him, touching his coat, asking if there was anything wrong. While she was trying to understand why Rude was running, someone passed by the girl quickly, creating a gust of wind that blew her hair. Raoul ran after Rude, surprising everyone, or almost everyone. Being carried in the teacher's arms, the princess shouted with emotion, "Ha ha ha ha! This is so much fun!" Rin ended up laughing too when she saw the scene and, taking Ladercis by the arm, called him with a smile to accompany Rude and the teacher. Soon, all the students gathered in a large hall where Teacher Hale was. An assistant approached the teacher to confirm the arrival of all the students in his class, as well as the Harrieses. The other Edens were on their way with the other teachers. Adjusting his glasses, the teacher smiled as the preparations were ready. Gloomily, he ordered the shadow being, "You can start now." A human-shaped shadow appeared behind the assistant, who was startled when he felt chills. Remembering his presence, the teacher noticed, surprised, and commented, "I don't need you anymore." Quickly, the shadow fell on the assistant, who disappeared into darkness. On top of that building, only the teacher and the gloomy mist remained. In the center of the hall was a large golden crystal radiating energy. Incredulous, Dio commented, "I've never seen such a large magic stone before." Rin's friend was starting to feel that everything was real. Beside her, the green-haired young woman was really excited to go to the Tower of Magic. Dio, who didn't see Rude anywhere, asked where his friend had gone. Unexpectedly, everyone's attention turned to a place. Lapis had approached the magic circle and, analyzing it, commented, "Just like Teacher Mommelray's theory in the book The Truth of the Magic Circle, a typical teleporter operates by connecting about 10 or 50 mana links. If you look at this, there are separate formulas. Looking at how it was built, it's clearly possible to see that it is much more advanced than a common teleporter." It was the first time Lapis had seen a combination like that. It was similar to the formulas he knew from Yult's theories, but with different types present in it. He analyzed the structure of these formulas, trying to understand. What no one could understand was what the young man was talking about. Rude, unexpectedly, approached Lapis and replied, "It's the Finote combination. This is a new combination formula. With the Yult formula as a base, they can simultaneously link and activate at least 5 different magic circles. But as far as I know, it's not compatible with teleportation circles." Upon seeing Rude, Lapis recognized him as the one who had dueled against Teacher Raoul. Ignoring that memory, Lapis asked if he could explain the Finote combination he had mentioned. Teaching the young man that the linking and activation of multiple magic circles simultaneously was based on the principles of Bellard's aspects, Rude continued. While explaining and analyzing the formula, Rude felt that there was something strange. Soon, he showed a gloomy expression upon realizing something. While Lapis tried to talk to him about the formulas, Rude ended up ignoring him, as he had felt something somberly familiar. At the same time, a young woman grabbed Rude's shirt. The princess, grabbing him, looked at the teacher and called her, "Tessie, I got him." However, Tessie Raoul showed a gloomy look, not looking at her, but up. Rude broke free from the girl, showing the same expression as the teacher. At that moment, Dio and the others approached Rude, but when they looked up, their expressions became astonished. A shadow was descending on the magic stone in front of everyone, scaring them. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Raoul moved quickly, pulling the princess close to her. Lapis's eyes showed a tremendous shock upon seeing the shadow. It began to transform and change shape. Rude recognized that, exactly what he had seen in his room before. In an instant, the shadow took on a human shape, with 2 bright eyes under a hood. Even the Harrises were confused to see that. Linus asked the others if it was an event or something like that. Eel looked at the shadow, while many students in fear called for the teachers. The shadow being hovered above the magic crystal, observing everyone present. A slender hand extended toward the students. With the wave of its hands, the being swept a large amount of energy throughout the room. While many, scared, imagined that the training had already begun, Rude was still trying to understand why that thing had appeared there, of all places, making a brazen entrance into Helios while everyone watched. Lidursus, looking at that shadow, seemed static. Rude called everyone, and stepping in front of them ordered, "Stay behind me." On top of the building, observing everything, Teacher Hale threw his glasses on the floor, assuming a gloomy voice. "My desires are his desires." The gust of wind created by the shadow being swept through the hall, forming tornadoes that went from the floor to the ceiling, pulling everything in the vicinity, and making the golden magic circle on the floor gloomy. Observing the scene, the teacher blurted out with ambition, "When I join him, the doors will open." Immediately, the teacher disappeared into the shadows. Teacher Khan ran to step in front of many students, trying to coordinate them. "Please, get out of here immediately." Surprised, Chevely shouted, "Wasn't this prepared by the teachers?" Can hastily denied, stating that there was something wrong. "Please, get out of here along with the other students." However, the attention of the teacher and the Harrises was drawn to the door. Many students had tried to flee, but a great gust of wind from the shadows blocked it. The shadows jumped on the students, who closed their eyes, afraid of what would happen. However, confused, they reopened their eyes when they didn't feel anything bad. The teacher had moved to the front of the door, creating a magic circle to stop those shadows. The teacher then murmured, "My name is Damien." While Can transformed, the cadaverous shadow in dark robes watched. The brown-haired teacher assumed a pale appearance, with hair as white as the purest snow. Looking at the shadow above the main magic circle, he commented, "I don't know who he is, but I can tell he's crazy. How dare he do this inside Helios? He better be prepared." In silence, the shadow being stared at the teacher who had transformed. While everything was happening, Rude was observing the teleportation formula. It had changed. However, he knew that it hadn't changed because of the appearance of that being. The change had been planned from the beginning. Rude knew that this alteration could have been made by someone from Helios, or by someone associated with the figure of darkness. Imagining who such a person could be, he looked at Lidursus. Suddenly, Teacher Khan ran past the students, shouting, "Teacher Raoul, please help! You know I'm not a battle-type mage!" The shadow being moved unexpectedly. Its target was none other than Lidursus, who was completely defenseless. The shadow's action did not go unnoticed by Rude. At that moment, Roll's voice sounded in the ears of those who were nearby. "Tessiana, awaken!" A freezing attack split the shadow in half, freezing its body. Lidursus and Rude, who had run to him, as well as Lapis and the princess, were surprised by the teacher's powerful attack. Everything seemed to freeze under her power, which also became as illusory as the ice itself. Surprised, Dio asked the others if the teacher had defeated the creature. However, Rude coldly denied it. The shadow freed itself from the ice and began to recompose itself. Soon, the being of darkness resumed its previous humanoid form. Open-mouthed, Teacher Khan shouted, "Teacher Raoul, As you saw, physical attacks don't work against this thing. It can change shape at will. We won't be able to cut it or suppress it. Confused and worried, the teachers wondered where those creatures had come from. The tornadoes had already dominated the hall and few areas remained safe. Trying to help, Linus called the Eden students, guiding them to a meeting point. With a worried expression, he said, "Gather here, quickly." Sitting on the floor next to Cynthia, he completed with a forced smile. "And from here, just watch." Chevrolet was outraged by Linus's attitude. "What are you doing? Do you want to just watch in a situation like this?" Linus tried to calm Yahello, reminding him, "We are inside Helios. I don't know where that thing came from, but I'm sure the teachers will deal with it soon." It seemed they couldn't escape. Cynthia murmured in a low voice, "Maybe this pillar won't attack us as long as we stay still." But as soon as she said that, a shadow hit Chevel. He fell to the floor with the impact, proving to everyone that Linus was wrong. Soon, dark attacks began to be launched in all directions. The students tried to flee, but they couldn't go very far. Linus realized, surprised, that inside the shadows there were only splashes of water. An attack hit him directly, but raising his hand where he wore a magical ring, he conjured a shield that blocked the charge. As the water splashed on him, Linus, surprised and confused, murmured, "What's going on? Is this thing trying to play water games with us?" Annoyed, Chevel got up stunned. Looking at the floor, he noticed something strange. The entire hall was being flooded with a gloomy water. On the other side, Rude knelt down, touching the water to analyze it. Worried, Dio shouted at him to stop messing with strange things. But Rude watched the liquid flowing from the teleportation circle carefully. He only knew one place where that water existed, and he didn't want to believe that the circle was connected to such a region. Worried, Khan shouted at Teacher Rowell, "We need to get through the doors first. The others must have already noticed the abnormality." Ignoring him, Rowell handed the Princess Yuti to Lapis for him to protect her. Rude, attentive, had understood Khan's plan to force the doors open. But not all the students would be able to escape. Before that, the circle could be activated, dragging everyone. Therefore, it was essential to stop it first. Rowell had already devised a strategy. Her icy hair swayed in the cold wind when she ordered, "Destroy the magical crystal, and the activation of the circle will be interrupted." Rude was surprised to see that Rowell had understood the situation exactly as he had. However, Can was worried about something else. "Teacher, if you destroy an activated magical crystal, there is a risk of explosion." Despite the warning, Tessiana Rowell's gaze remained sharp. Without hesitation, she raised a gigantic block of ice, completely enveloping the crystal in the center of the teleportation circle. Then, the crystal exploded, creating a curtain of ice through the hall. Even Rude was impressed with the teacher's power, but before he could speak, a cry of despair echoed. The shadows had spread across the floor, enveloping Lapis and the princess, who screamed in fear. Rowell ran toward Yuti, but a wave of gloomy water swallowed her like a tsunami. Everyone was dragged violently. Khan tried to resist, but also disappeared. Soon everything was covered by the gloomy water. Scared, Dio asked Rude what had happened to the teachers, but the young man was more focused on understanding why the water flow and the tornadoes had not disappeared, since the crystal had been destroyed. The flood already reached the students' ankles. Desperate, Chevel shouted, "Can't we do anything but stand still?" Linus seemed even more worried, as he knew that, if it continued like this, soon everything would turn into a gloomy sea. Chevrolet was annoyed by her calm, especially when he saw her, along with Cynthia, sitting inside a magic circle floating on the water. He ended up climbing into the circle, destabilizing it. A second later, he fell directly into the gloomy water. There wasn't even a floor under his feet. It was as if he was in an ocean. Anna, desperate, saw Chevrolet and other colleagues being swallowed by a gloomy wave. While waves consumed students and teachers, the shadow being remained floating in the center of the hall, watching and waiting. Rude, analyzing the mana flow, understood that was, in fact, a teleportation circle. Whoever was swallowed by the gloomy water would be forcibly transported. Aware of this, he instructed his group, "Hold on to each other. Don't let yourselves be carried away alone." His goal was clear, to ensure that everyone was teleported together, because interrupting the flow could endanger those who had already been dragged. Extending his hand to Lidursus, he asked him to hold it. The boy hesitated but extended his hand slowly. However, before he could reach him, Rude was swallowed by a gloomy wave and disappeared in front of everyone. Soon the waters also swallowed Dio, Rin, and her friend. Dio still tried to ask Lidursus what they would do, but the boy remained motionless, in a trance. Shortly after, he was also taken. Alone, Lidursus heard a voice in the darkness. "Can you see? Everyone became miserable because of you. I said, didn't I? You are the one who drags everyone to misery. A monster like you shouldn't have been born." Torn by guilt, Lidursus surrendered to despair. But then, a white light shone in a young man's hand in the middle of the darkness. He murmured coldly, "My name is Blow." The light disappeared along with his presence. While Lidursus was being swallowed by the darkness, the voice mocked in his mind, "Monster. A monster like you doesn't deserve to live." Soon, everyone had disappeared, the shadow being watched in silence, confirming that everyone had been teleported. But suddenly, a confusion ran through its darkness. Without it noticing, a power opened a hole in its chest. A cold and indifferent voice whispered behind it, "I misjudged the situation. I should have ended it from the beginning." Partially immobilized, the serpent was struck once again, faltering before the blow and letting out a piercing scream. She finally managed to open her mouth and attacked Raoul, who was descending upon her with a sword strike. In the teacher's gaze, there was no fear, only determination. As a finishing blow, Raoul's strike fell upon the monster. A cold mist spread through the forest as Professor Can returned the princess to the ground. Maria wore a worried expression as she saw Tess approaching. The small princess hugged her protector, praising her immensely. "I knew it, you're amazing. Tess is the best." The teacher, however, pushed the girl away with a sharp look. She sensed danger as the ground began to move again. They realized that the snake had survived and was attempting to return underground. Raoul positioned himself in front of the princess and said, "Let's go after it." He tucked the girl under his arm, telling Can to follow them. In another more isolated area, 3 people gathered. Gil and Chevrolet watched as the professor placed his hand on the ground, creating a small magical circle. Chevrolet asked if it was tracking magic, something Niall confirmed. "Yes, we're going to use this to find the other students." From the magical circle, a small star emerged. It rose into the sky, traveling in one direction. Niall quickly alerted, "That way, let's follow it immediately." Dill heard the professor but looked in another direction. In the end, he could do nothing but obey, following Neil and Chevrolet. In another area, a giant snake could be seen amidst the destruction. Blow retreated after attacking the serpent, a creature he believed to be of mid-tier. Sheathing his dark sword, he decided he needed to pick up the pace. On the other side, Lapis was impressed to see the dark mage destroy the monster with a single attack. It was so impressive that Linus felt a headache. The pain was actually from an injury, but he didn't care. For watching that scene that seemed like a dream was more important. Blow wanted to move alone, as it would be faster, but he couldn't leave those students behind. Noticing something, the protagonist ran towards the trio. Lapis and the others were surprised to see him approach. Suddenly, Blow grabbed Lapis by the collar and launched him into the air like a paper airplane. Linus and Cyndia were startled, but could do nothing but be grabbed as well. As soon as the 3 were thrown, an explosion occurred where they had been. A partially frozen snake emerged from the ground, attacking towards the sky. It nearly swallowed Linus, passing right by him. The young man was extremely frightened, almost fainting in the air, but Blow quickly caught him. The snake caused great chaos among the trees. Cyndia managed to hold on to a branch, while Linus landed perfectly, shocked to see another monster and even more surprised to realize how the dark mage had discovered them so quickly. Blow had taken Lapis to a more remote slope, saving him. The protagonist asked if the young man was okay, breathing heavily, and Lapis nodded in affirmation. Blow then faced the monster at a distance. The serpent seemed to continue freezing as it screamed. Soon, as the serpent was almost completely frozen, an attack emerged. The slash hit the ice, shattering it. Blow and Lapis were astonished to see the situation change yet again. Professor Raoul had appeared behind the frozen serpent, eliminating it. At that very moment, the professor's eyes silently met Blow's. Amidst the canyon and the trees, the gathered students wondered if anyone would ever rescue them. Everyone wanted to go home, and the anxiety many felt was already visible to Isle. She wondered to herself how much longer they would have to wait. Just as she also began to think that no one would rescue them, a small glow, like a sun the size of a grain, floated around the students. Many grew fearful at the sight, but their expressions turned to relief when they saw Professor Nail, the wielder of that magic. As soon as the professor arrived to check if everyone was all right, relief washed over the group. "We are saved!" While the students surrounded Nail, Dio looked around, searching for someone. "Ardian!" Seeing Dio looking for Lidersis, Chevrolet glared at him with an irritated look. Upon finding Lidersis hidden behind some rocks, Dio ran toward him. Gripping Lidersis' shoulders, the blue-haired youth worriedly asked if he was okay. Lidersis, however, remained silent. Seeing that he was physically fine, Dio began to look for Rude. "I don't see Ren or Rude around here." In a grim silence, Lidersis fell to his knees. Professor Nail approached, asking Dio what was happening. Checking on Lidersis, the professor simply assessed his state. It seems he is in shock. The professor knelt to Lidersis' eye level, advising him, "The harder the situation, the more you need to maintain your composure." Placing a hand on Lidersis' shoulder, the professor leaned in closer, whispering darkly, "It's for your own good." Backing away from Lidersis, the professor began to instruct the students. "We need to regroup with the others. Let's move to the next area." Dio, who had felt the professor's dark aura, was stunned. He stared at Nail's back, wondering what on earth had just happened. In a distant area, ice took over the region. From the top of a small hill, Blow watched the magic being used by Professor Tessiana. She walked across the ice, drawing her sword as she faced him. The two looked at each other for a moment in complete silence. Blow was the first to try to speak, but the professor vanished from where she stood. Reappearing before the mage, the professor swung her frost blade downward. The protagonist tried to ask her to stop, but he had to dodge continuously, as she attacked him in a sequence. Blow even raised his hands to show he wasn't a threat, but Tessiana had no intention of stopping. After a slight sigh from the mage, a large explosion occurred, startling Lapis so much that she cowered on the ground. Linus and Cyndia, who were further away, stood open-mouthed at the high-level confrontation. Blocking Tessiana's attack, the black mage looked at her closely and used the opportunity to ask her to calm down. He wanted to try to talk to her. However, before Blow could react, the professor reached out her hand to touch his chin. She moved within inches of him and declared, "I definitely recognize your face." Even though the face was familiar, Tessiana couldn't remember for certain. "Who are you?" Lapis ran toward the professor, placing herself between her and Blow. "What are you doing, Professor Rowell? Why did you attack him suddenly? The black mage is trying to help us." Linus backed Lapis's words, shouting from a distance, "That's right! How can you be so rude to someone who is helping us?" The professor stared at the students, verifying if what they were saying was true. She immediately began chasing Linus for having called her rude. Blow, having escaped, felt relief follow his fear. The concern was still there, however. "Don't tell me she recognized me." Behind Blow, another person appeared, surprised to see him. Carrying the princess on his back, Professor Khan stood agape. "By Black Mage, do you mean the Black Mage of Ophion?" The protagonist confirmed his identity, leaving the professor even more surprised. He had heard rumors. "I never imagined the Black Mage was actually just a boy." Feeling he had offended the youth, the professor quickly apologized. Changing the subject rapidly, Professor Khan asked why he was there. Repeating the story he had created, Blow claimed to have been sent on a top-secret mission to Ishwella and that he had stumbled upon the students by chance. "After hearing you were in trouble, I decided to help. Is it all right if I do so?" Even without changing his expression, Blow's face gleamed. This left Professor Khan tremendously excited. "Of course you can. We are the ones who should be asking for your help. Thank you so much." Seeing Professor Khan arrive, Professor Tessiana looked at him. Something had appeared behind the professor, a shadow that seemed to swirl in a shapeless spiral. Being the closest to the professor, Blow shouted, "Watch out, behind you!" The professor immediately jumped forward, knowing there was something dangerous behind him. This created an opening for Blow to attack. He brandished his sword, cutting through the shadows. However, the shadows gathered once more before the group. They began to take the shape of something Blow had seen before, the shadow being that had appeared in the portal room. Blow stared at it in surprise. The specter had appeared once again, but, feigning ignorance, Blow asked Professor Tessiana, "What is this thing?" In another area of the forest, the glow of light appeared once again. A new group of students was startled to see the magic. They followed it and came across Professor Nail, who, along with an even larger group, had appeared to rescue them. A great commotion broke out among the students as fear was replaced by relief. While accompanying the group, Isle believed that with the professor present, they wouldn't have to worry so much anymore. Despite thinking they would finally find those who had been separated, every time she looked at Professor Nail's back, Isle felt a horrible sensation. Dio began searching through the group they found, asking if anyone had seen Rude. Since no one had seen him, Dio grew increasingly worried. Hearing him, Isle approached, questioning if Rude hadn't been with him and Lidersis before they were teleported. Confirming this, Dio stated that they had nonetheless become separated. Meanwhile, Lidersis had not uttered a single word since they arrived. Looking sideways, Dio commented that even the professor was acting strangely. This caught Eel's attention. At that moment, Professor Nail's voice reached everyone's ears. "It seems everyone we need is here. Let us stop the search." From Dio to Chevrolet, everyone was stunned. Upon hearing the professor, several students began to protest, as many others had not yet been found. Hurriedly, Dio tried to object. "Rude and Rin aren't here yet. We can't stop." On the other side, several other students also called out for their friends. The professor responded with a smile. "Judging by the fact that they haven't appeared yet, it only means they are no longer alive." No one expected to hear such a thing from a professor's mouth. Outraged, many began to question him. Isle, however, was the first to notice something happening. Professor Nail had extended his hand, and once again a small light appeared. Ignoring the students, he began to speak. "You are lucky people." A large section of the ground around the students began to explode, and the earth started to rise. The students nearly lost their balance as the star created by Nail tore a massive chunk of land from the ground, lifting it to isolate the students in a cage. Separating them from the rest of the world, the professor declared, "You will manage to live until the end." At the same time, the specter stared at Blow and the others. Answering the black mage, Professor Khan shouted, "It was this bastard who teleported us here." While Blow wondered what the specter wanted as it approached, he felt the ground shake uncontrollably. Everyone looked up and saw something unbelievable happening. In the sky, a star had appeared, releasing magnetic energy to remove a massive pillar, hundreds of square meters of terrain, from the ground. Tessiana stared at the magic coldly, while Professor Khan fell into despair. Blow managed to understand the specter's goal. Something was happening on that piece of land. Blow warned Professor Tessiana that they needed to hurry. The fact that the specter approached them first meant it would try to stop them. The specter's dark and ephemeral voice emerged from the darkness of its being. "You will find your end here." The earth beneath the specter began to move and rise. Two eyes of energy appeared between the rocks, forming a massive golem. At the specter's words, Blow smiled. Let's see who is going to end whom. Knowing that Lidersis, his contractor, must be on that flying piece of land, Blow charged toward the golem. Professor Tessiana stayed behind, reacting a moment late. The golem's hands attacked her, but Blow, who had already climbed onto the monster, destroyed parts of its stone body. The specter watched Blow's actions expressionlessly. The golem continued to be destroyed with every attack it received. Professor Khan hurriedly used wind magic to protect the princess from debris, while Professor Tessiana observed the attacks. Blow knew it would be a waste of time to fight that large mass of mana unless he found the person who created it. Making a decision, Blow waved to Tessiana and Khan. "Professors, I'll leave him to you." The specter reached out its hand, trying to grab Blow before he could escape, but strands of frozen hair entered Blow's vision as the professor cut through the specter, defending him. Without even looking at him, Tessiana told Blow to go where he needed to. She faced the specter, which was reforming, and pointed her sword at it. "As for you, you're going nowhere." The professor's wild gaze showed she was serious. It wasn't long before shadows and ice mingled in a flurry of attacks. Blow ran hurriedly, still surprised to find that Tessiana was capable of fighting a Shikmuon. Without worrying about her, he headed toward the large piece of land. The star in the sky continued to release its energy, pulling the earth upward. The students, seeing the ground move, were aghast. Chevlet frowned, wondering what was happening. Recognizing Nail's power, he shouted at the professor, "Don't tell me you are the one to blame for everything?" The professor smiled and no longer hid the truth. Dio, who was beside Chevlet, angrily questioned why the professor had done it. The professor replied directly to Dio, "I had my reasons." While everyone became even more shocked, the professor spoke for all to hear. "It must be shocking for all of you, but you can think of it as a good experience. Even though the training at the Magic Tower was cancelled, being in a real combat situation will be much more beneficial." Dio and Isle could see the madness within the professor. Nail smiled like a maniac as he remembered something. "Before anything else, let me warn you, so that you can give your all." Before Dio could move, an energy gripped him by the neck and pulled him into the air. Chevla beside him didn't even see when the attack landed. Eel screamed, worried for Dio, and Lidersis, beside her, widened his eyes in shock. As Dio was hoisted into the air, the professor spoke. "I have always thought there was no point in keeping useless humans alive in this world. Based on my standards, this boy, Dio Varus, is a useless human being, not worth keeping alive." The professor used the energy to move Dio outside the floating piece of land, and when there was nothing left beneath the boy's feet, he asked everyone, "What should we do now?" While everyone stood in shock, Chevla took a step forward, questioning what the professor was doing. Dio tried to grab the energy around his neck, but it wouldn't budge. Looking down, he saw that there was no longer anything beneath his feet. The boy fell into despair and pleaded for help. Chevla tried to run to catch him, ordering the professor to stop, but Nail did the opposite. With an expression of disapproval, Nail commented, "You made a mistake, Hidelio." The energy pulled Dio back and simply vanished. The youth began to fall, descending toward the precipice. Chevla couldn't reach him, and for Eel, the shock was so great that she couldn't even move. Lidersis, for the first time, did something. He ran toward the area where Dio had been taken, but Professor Nail stood in his way. A large explosion occurred in front of Lidersis, throwing him back and causing him to fall beside Chevle. A wall of fire formed before the two of them, forcing them to retreat. Standing on the outside, Professor Nail warned them not to do anything rash and announced, "The real lesson hasn't even begun yet." While everyone retreated in fear, the professor walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down, clicking his tongue in mockery. "I can no longer see him." With an expression broken by madness, the professor wished, "I hope you become useful to this world." As even the older students felt the pressure exerted by his fearful words, the professor faced them. I hope the rest of you do not become useless humans either, and that you do your best. In the area where the specter was, the battle continued. Professor Khan retreated with the princess because, despite destroying the stone golem countless times, it continued to reconstruct itself. Looking the other way, he hoped that Professor Rowell could hold out longer against the specter. The golem before Professor Khan raised its thick arms, preparing a new attack. With the princess on his back, the professor asked her to hold on tight. Needing help, the professor called out to the students, "Here, Aces, get ready. This is an emergency." From Lapis to Linus and Cyndia, all three were surprised to be summoned. Cyndia didn't wait and grabbed her wooden stick, preparing to fight. Lapis, still hiding, was surprised by the stick. At that moment, from where he was, he saw Linus fall to his knees. The youth was immersed in despair, murmuring, "Lord Blow is gone." As Lapis tried to get him back up, the rock he was using for cover was destroyed by an attack, startling him. Lapis was thrown a distance away along with the debris. Seeing the youth in danger, Professor Khan ordered the Hirises to protect him. Cyndia raised her stick, murmuring an incantation, "Uinimain Belo Mozarin." At the tip of the stick, a glow appeared, and a large shield like a dome formed around them. An explosion occurred, drawing the attention of Professor Khan, Tessiana, the Spectre, and the stone golem. With the energy shield in place, all the debris falling on the youths fragmented. Linus looked up, completely surprised. The rocks had been turned to dust. Even Cyndia, who had used that power, didn't know how she had done it. The professor ran toward the youth, asking what kind of magic she had used. Cyndia still held the stick, and a faint, dark energy emanated from it. Lapis was the first to understand what had happened. "That is the magic the Black Mage gave us." Immediately, Linus looked at the ring he had received and felt a great surge of emotion toward it. Lapis, seeing Cyndia use the item, fell to his knees with a sigh. That was the magic stone that the Black Mage recharged with his own power. Upon hearing him, the professor was shocked with surprise. To Lapis, it confirmed how incredible the Black Mage Blow really was. He wished he had a power like Blow's, as only then could he help the professors. But since he lacked such power, Lapis saw himself as an obstacle. There was, however, someone who could help. He turned, looking for Linus, but saw him hiding behind a rock. Linus was at least 20 meters away, waving to the group and wishing them luck. Obviously, he didn't want to waste the Black Mage's gift. The group couldn't believe the youth's actions. In another area of the dark forest, Blow continued to run, heading toward the floating block of earth. He tried to hurry as much as possible, as a bad feeling took hold of him. What Blow didn't know, however, was that there was a shadow among the trees, watching him. In silence, the man in the suit followed him. The frost slashes created by Tessiana traveled toward the specter, freezing everything in their path. At the same time, chunks of rock flew toward Professor Khan. He tried to defend himself while Lapis attempted to force Linus to stand up and help. Linus feigned helplessness, forcing tears to fall. "I'm sorry, Professor, I can't use my mana. I won't complain even if you call me useless or someone as incompetent as Lapis." Hearing that the insult had even reached him, Lapis barked, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about, you idiot?" Linus refused to use the power of the ring, a treasure he swore to carry with him to his grave. Cyndia, who was helping the professor, noticed the danger arising. Two stone arms rose from the ground toward her and the professor, while Lapis was still trying to drag Linus. The earthen hands slammed down onto two magic circles. Trying his best to protect the princess and the students, Professor Khan roared, "Stop fighting and work together. We are in serious danger." Suddenly, a new stone hand emerged, this time near Lapis and Linus. Before Lapis could realize it, Linus jumped on top of him, saving them both from the attack. Being attacked from such close range, Lapis questioned, "Are you still going to refuse to use mana?" But Linus continued to refuse. "I won't use it." Lapis grabbed his friend by the collar, scolding him, "Don't you want to live? Do you plan on dragging us down with you?" Faced with Lapis's questioning, Linus smiled this time, agreeing that they needed to survive. Lapis grabbed him even harder, irritated, asking how they were supposed to survive. At that moment, a line of energy appeared above them. The voice of a girl reached their ears, "By my own will, I bind you." The magical thread coiled around the stone arm, which was then immobilized by Terrence's magic. Linus was surprised, as he recognized the owner of the magic, Anna. Anna only managed to glance at them before falling to the ground, exhausted. Linus and Lapis ran toward her. Linus thought the worst had happened, but Lapis pushed him away, reassuring him, "She's still alive." Anna had managed to immobilize one of the hands, but another emerged behind them. Lapis looked back, smiling nervously. He hurriedly called out to Linus, who finally realized he needed to act. Linus extended his hand and began the incantation. However, the stone fist was already in front of Lapis. Linus realized he was too late. The stone fist exploded as it hit a target. Cynthia hurriedly turned around, worried about Linus and Lapis. The professor beside her couldn't move, as he was protecting Cynthia from the other side with the magic circles. Large chunks of rock piled up, but when they fell to the ground, they revealed Lapis intact, surrounded by powerful fire magic. Lapis looked at his own hands, completely shocked. Having been saved by Lapis, Linus was impressed by his power and asked how he had done it. Still surprised, Lapis unbuttoned his shirt and saw small heart tattoos on his collarbone. This confirmed he could use them. At that moment, someone grabbed Linus's shirt, pulling him. Anna was trying to get up and, with a worried look, asked where Shevla was. At the top of the displaced land, Shevla gripped the chain around his neck and shouted at the professor, "Why are you doing this to us? What do you want from us?" The protagonist replied mysteriously, "I wonder what I truly want. How about trying to guess, Yahello?" With confidence, Shevla began to release the small energy from his artifact. "Whatever it is you want, I won't let you have it." Seeing the young man's rage, the professor actually thanked him. "Thank you for that sentiment, Yahello." Shevla suddenly looked down and realized he couldn't control the magic stone. Professor Nail was satisfied with the change and, extending his hand, declared that he would use his own student's power. Shevla didn't understand what the professor meant, but before he knew it, the energy in his body exploded completely. All the energy from the crystal was used on Shevla's body, unexpectedly strengthening him. Seeing what was happening, Lidersis, sitting on the ground, blamed himself. Whether it was the appearance of the specter or the professor throwing Dio off the cliff, everything. In the boy's mind, he heard the professor's voice, "It's all for your own good." This made Lidersis blame himself even more. In the forest, a red wolf lurked among the trees. Rin hid behind rocks and trees. She and her friend tried not to make a sound. Having been sent to a terrifying place, Rin was worried about more than just herself. She wondered if everyone was safe. Rin's friend suddenly began to sob from the crying she was trying to hold back. Rin hurriedly tried to make her stay quiet, but a growl made her look in another direction. The wolf had found them and was heading their way. Rin stood up quickly as they needed to run, but out of fear, her friend Camille fell to the ground. The wolf growled fiercely at the two of them. Its sharp teeth and eyes of fire made it the most terrifying being they had ever seen in their lives. Still, Rin firmly gripped the stick she had found. She stared at the wolf, determined to stand her ground and not back down. At that moment, something flying above the trees began to approach. Whatever it was, it dived toward the wolf. Rin, who was staring at the beast, saw it disappear under a shadow. A large blue dragon had snatched the wolf with its claws. From its head, where there were 2 horns, to its tail, the dragon released powerful mana. Rising into the skies again, the dragon looked at Rin. The young girl stood agape, still processing what had just happened. The dragon did not turn back. One prey was enough for it. It flew away, leaving the girl behind. Rin fell to her knees beside Camille. The impact of what had just happened still dominated Rin's weak body. She wondered, after all, what had just taken place. Blow had reached the base of the massive rock that had been displaced from the ground, wondering if he could actually climb it. Although he didn't know exactly what was happening up there, he knew Lidersis was there, along with the others he had encountered. Internally, Blow swore, "If something happens, I won't let it slide." Blow was about to attempt to scale the gargantuan rock when someone suddenly jumped over him. "Excuse me, where are you going?" The protagonist's eyes met those of the man above him, a man with red hair and another with golden hair, featuring a tattoo that ran from his forehead down to one of his cheeks. Back where the professors were, Lapis used the last of the energy he had obtained to protect Linus and Anna, who were slowly moving away, leaning on each other. Professor Khan, tremendously overwhelmed, shouted to the youths, "I can't keep this up anymore. Let's get out of here." However, Linus reassured the professor, "We'll be fine, as long as we stay behind Lapis." Trusting the students, the professor refocused on the battle. He couldn't use his full power since Professor Rowell was right there. All he could do momentarily was create a safe zone. Behind the professor and the students, a golden glow appeared. They turned to see a large golden portal forming. Tessiana, who was fighting the specter, retreated. Lapis and the other students stared at the magic circle in shock. Someone stepped through the portal, commenting, "The air here feels more disgusting than usual." The man with golden hair and eyes wore noble attire and used a small handkerchief to cover his nose. Accompanying him, several mages in large white hoods also appeared. The one who seemed to be their leader responded to the man, stating he hadn't felt anything different. Getting straight to the point, the mage declared they would need to cross the barrier. Professor Khan quickly recognized the golden-haired man. He was Marquis Yahello, while the others were all mages from the magic tower. Behind one of the mages, a man without a hood recognized Professor Khan and was stunned to find him in such a place. The man ran toward the professor. "What is happening here? Are all the students all right?" Before the professor could respond, the stone golem moved again. It tried to attack the group, but Professor Rowell moved to protect Professor Khan, the princess, and the mage. The Marquis frowned, asking what was going on. The man beside him replied directly, "It seems someone infused mana into a small rock and is using it as a puppet." The Marquis corrected his question. "I was talking about the other thing." His eyes fell upon the specter Tessiana was fighting. The mage tried to imagine what it could be, but the Marquis didn't care to know. Ordering everyone to back off, he put his hands on his hips, huffing. "Seriously, they can't even handle something like this? What a nuisance." After staring down the stone golem, the Marquis irritably rebuked Tessiana. "I will hold you responsible for bringing Princess Utiarvin into this dangerous situation. Prepare yourself for questioning." Tessiana remained silent, unable to believe she was being blamed. The princess herself tried to clear her of the guilt. One of the mages calmly pointed to something behind the Marquis, alerting him. A stone fist traveled toward the Marquis, who didn't even flinch as he sensed the attack. Numerous magic circles appeared with just a snap of his fingers. "Don't worry, I have an eye in the back of my head." The golem being destroyed in an instant left Professor Khan speechless. Having disposed of one of the problems, the Marquis irritably questioned, "Where is my son and the other students?" Chevle was being overwhelmed by the uncontrolled energy. The other students tried to understand what was happening. With the shadows of madness taking hold of him, the professor maliciously revealed the lesson plan. The objective of today's lesson is to win a fight against Chevle von Hadelio. Chevle seemed to no longer control his own consciousness. He turned toward the other students, and from his magic stone, energy surged, flowing like water until it began to transform into wolves. Io stared at Chevle, still not understanding what had happened to him. As the students began to retreat, the professor commented as if it weren't a problem. "I won't let you fight empty-handed, but beyond that there are no rules. Show me what you possess." With his eyes fixed on Lidersis, the professor warned, "Be careful, for if you fail this lesson, you will lose your lives. If you want to live, fight him with everything you have." Chevle's gaze seemed completely unfocused. His dilated golden pupils led him into a world of memories. The sun was blue, and a girl with the same golden hair as his was calling him brother, waking him up. Irritated, the little girl questioned why he was thinking so deeply. Both, still children, were in a carriage approaching a mansion. Looking out the window and recognizing the residence of Duke Ardian, Chevle declared, "I'll finally get to see Leather. Or is it Leto? Whatever the name is, I'm finally going to see that brat." Going to the window, the young girl stated, "His name is Lidersis and you are an idiot." Ignoring her brother's irritation, the girl looking out the window smiled at him. "This time, I am definitely going to become friends with Lidersis." Upon arriving at the mansion, the entire Hadelio family was received. A youth Chevle's age welcomed them, accompanied by his tutors. He extended his hand to greet Chevle, mentioning that he had enjoyed himself at the imperial party. As he returned the youth's greeting, Chevle didn't notice that his sister was already scanning the surroundings. Before she could be introduced, the little girl turned around and stood agape at the sight of someone. There was a young boy hiding behind a pillar. It was Lidersis. Lidersis was hiding, completely terrified. By the time Chevle noticed, his sister Ivril was already chasing after the fleeing Lidertis. Chevle put his hands to his head, apologizing to the host. "As you can see, she is a lively child." The green-eyed youth reassured him. "It's all right. That is a good thing to see." In the mansion's garden, a blanket had been spread out. There, Ivril and Lidersis talked, surrounded by books. Chevle crossed his arms, wondering what was so fun about that. Observing the frightened Lidersis, he recognized that although the boy was an Ardian, he was completely different from his older brother. Chevle couldn't bring himself to like either of them. Ivril noticed her brother's presence and, seeing him approach, asked when he had arrived. Lidersis grew restless at the sight of Chevle, who wondered what was behind such a reaction. Ignoring him, Chevle simply asked his sister if they should head home. However, his sister scolded him fiercely. "Brother, you haven't even greeted Lidersis properly and you already want to leave?" Hearing his sister, Chevle merely shot a threatening look at Lidersis. "Good to see you." Lidersis was stunned by the look, and Ivril immediately rushed toward her brother, punishing him. "You idiot! I told you to greet him properly." Overcome by fear, Lidersis fled. Seeing the boy leave, Ivril began to cry and scream at her brother. "It's all your fault!" Sometime later, while searching for Lidersis at his sister's command, an irritated Chevle wondered where he could have gone. He had to obey his sister, who refused to go home. As Chevle walked through the residence, Lidersis's brother spotted him. "Hadelio, didn't you say you were leaving? Did something happen?" Wary of being seen, Chevle had to explain the whole story, which left Lidersis's brother surprised. Revealing that he was looking for Lidersis to greet him as his sister had ordered, Chevle asked if he had seen him. Hearing the question, the youth inquired strangely, "Brother, are you by any chance talking about Lidersis?" Confused, Chevle confirmed, Yes, your brother Lidersis. With the smile of someone who didn't care, Lidersis's brother gave it little importance. I'm not sure. He's the type who likes to be alone. He's always hiding around somewhere. Seeing there were no clues, Chevla put his hand to his head, wondering if he was participating in a game of hide-and-seek or something of the sort. Lidercis's brother approached Chevle, warning him, Yahello, I have some advice for you. Don't get too close to Lise. Touching Chevla's shoulder, Lidercis's own brother declared, He is not my brother. He is a monster. Chevla was startled by the comment. The white-haired man who always accompanied the youth passed by Chevla, casting him only a quick glance, and soon left as well. While wondering what on earth Lidercis's brother was saying, Chevla continued to search the grounds. Lidercis was the youth's only brother. Therefore, Chevla wondered why he would call him a monster. Going into the inner areas of the residence, Chevla found someone. Lidercis was on the ground among the trees. Worried, Chevla ran toward him but was relieved to realize he was only sleeping. Sitting near Lidercis, Chevla wondered why the second son of a duke was sleeping on the ground as if he didn't have a care in the world. He wondered how Lidercis had ended up in that situation, questioning if it was because of his brother. Lidercis was smaller and weaker than his brother, which made Chevla wonder why the elder did not protect him, as a family should. Just as Chevla placed his own coat over Lidercis, the boy began to wake up. Opening his eyes and seeing Chevla beside him, Lidercis nearly jumped in fright. He tried to flee, but Chevla stopped him. Hey, wait! Remembering how Lidercis had also run away earlier, he questioned if he always fled when people greeted him. Where did you learn to act like that? Lidercis unexpectedly stopped and, turning around, approached Chevla. Stuttering, Lidercis returned Chevla's greeting. Hello? As soon as he finished speaking, Lidercis fled once more, leaving Chevla alone. As he ran, however, Chevla heard the sound of footsteps and looked back. Like a small bear, Chevla lunged on top of him. Evril, who was accompanied by the butler, heard her brother's voice shouting at someone. You brat! Do you know how hard I worked to find you? Are you trying to run away after saying only one word? Hurriedly, Evril grabbed her brother, trying to make him let go of Lidercis. Unexpectedly, Chevla was enjoying himself. A few days later, Marquis Yahello was surprised by his children's request. What? You want to go to the Ardians again? Evril was the first to agree excitedly. This caused her father to question, why don't you just live there once and for all? Evril took the question as if it contained no sarcasm. Really? I can move in? However, her father quickly denied it. The Marquis sighed, remembering what had happened earlier. At a meeting, he had stayed one step behind Duke Ardian and returned home irritated. His children did not seem to share their father's state of mind. Still, he could not control them, and they left. At the Ardian house, Evril held Lidercis's hand, guiding him through the field while Chevla followed them. Unlike their joyful moments, when they unexpectedly encountered a wasp nest, Evril and Lidercis left Chevla to deal with it. Evril was bold and worried the two boys, climbing onto benches and railings. By this point, Chevla no longer saw the other Ardian come out to meet them. He thought it was simply because they were there frequently, and the young man didn't feel the need to greet them every time. Having remained silent the entire time, Chevla suddenly saw his eyes meet Lidercis's. Unexpectedly, this time Lidercis was the first to speak. Hello. Just as unexpectedly, as Chevla returned the greeting, he wished that Lidercis were, in fact, his brother. Sometime later, while Chevla was looking at some books in the Ardian residence library, Lidercis's brother found him. So you were here. Where is your sister? When questioned, Chevla revealed that Evril was with Lidercis. The young Ardian walked toward Chevla, warning him. Yahello, it seems you don't want to listen to my advice. Having recognized Lidercis through the times they had met, Chevla confronted his brother. Why do you speak about your brother like that? Turning his back on the boy, Chevla declared that he had stopped worrying about the nonsense he had heard. From what I can see, it's you I should stay away from. Lidercis's brother watched Chevla walk away, remaining silent. However, it was on that day that he saw something he never expected to happen. Upon reaching the garden, he found Lidercis on his knees on the ground. Everything was completely stained. On Lidercis, a dark aura spread, and before him lay Evril's body. On that day, everything was ruined. In noble circles, the rumor was that someone who held a grudge against the artisans, a monster hidden among them, had attacked the daughter of Marquis Yahello, who had done nothing wrong, while the two sons of Ardian had survived. On that day, Chevla agreed with Lidercis's brother. He was right. We shouldn't have approached him. We should have stayed away from him from the start. Before the coffin where his sister rested, Chevla blamed Lidercis deeply. At that moment, a hand touched Lidercis's hair. Even though he was deeply embittered, the Marquis reminded his son, that child did nothing wrong. You know that, right? Despite his father's words, Chevla, who had lost the person he prized most, could not accept it. Tears fell from Chevle's eyes as resentment grew in his heart. Years later at the Magic Academy, Anna tried to restrain Chevle, but upon discovering that Lidersis was in Helios, he decided to give him a proper welcome. Hurry up and clean the library, gather everyone, we're going to throw a welcome party. Lidersis walked through the corridors with his customary look of sadness. Upon meeting Lidersis, Chevle didn't even look at him. Lidersis was the first to try to say something, not daring to look Chevle in the eye. But Chevle interrupted him. Your brother told me. He said you weren't his brother, but a monster. Hearing the words filled with resentment, Lidersis knew Chevle was speaking of the past. Pushing him further into an abyss of guilt, Chevle claimed to agree with Ardian. Now, dominated by the energy controlled by the professor, Chevle didn't even remember feelings. Even so, Lidersis was overcome by guilt. The entire group of students was now facing the wolves created by Chevle. A magic circle was created above them, and several mana balls fell to be used. Professor Nail, upon delivering the items, warned that they could also use magic weapons and magic circles. I will give you time, so prepare yourselves. The students still couldn't believe this was real, that they would have to fight for their lives. Terror took hold of them, as they only thought of fleeing. Hearing what they wanted to do, Isle questioned, Do you happen to want to dive into the precipice? The young woman warned everyone that there was nothing else to be done. Picking up one of the balls, she encouraged them. All we can do now is fight. The students were shocked by her idea. Isle, with her back to them, kept her voice firm. I want to live, just like you. I will not perish here. Isle refused to perish before finding a certain person. Before her was Chevle von Hadelio, a mage who was not a combat type, but specialized in illusions. It was even possible that the monsters he created were fakes. In Isle's view, the problem was that Chevle was not in his normal state. He seemed to be under a mind control spell cast by the professor. Seeing that no one had attacked yet, the professor grew annoyed. I gave you time to prepare and you spent it on a meaningless conversation. There is no reason to let you talk for much longer. The professor gave an order to Hadelio, causing him to start moving. The energy wolves created by Hadelio began to move and attacked fiercely. The students did not follow Isle and ran, gripped by fear. The young woman grit her teeth, cursing them for not cooperating. They tried to flee, but there was nowhere to run. Holding one of the mana balls, Isle found herself alone. Fear was inevitable. Looking forward, the wolves jumped toward her, but a shadow with white hair appeared in front of her to protect her. Large pieces of stone flew before Blow's attack against the mysterious man. Retreating, the man mocked how rude Blow had been to attack him suddenly. The protagonist's serious gaze, however, showed that he was not there to make jokes. The man pointed upward, asking if Blow intended to climb. Not having sensed the stranger's energy before, Blow wondered where he had come from. What are you? Are you on the side of those who started this? Surprised by the sudden question, the man replied hastily, No way would I be on the side of that traitor. Blow frowned, wondering who he was referring to. The man continued, revealing his intentions. If you want to go up there to save the humans, that will be a problem. I prefer to find out what that traitor wants to do with those humans. The mysterious man had an idea of what the professor intended. I know he wants to finish off all those humans, but who cares? Eliminating a group of insects is nothing. As he spoke, a dark energy surged, causing his eyes to widen. Blow's massive attack struck the wall, creating an explosion of earth. Debris and dust covered the area, forcing the man to retreat, but Blow had followed him. Positioning his shadow scythe close to the man, Blow warned, If you don't want this insect to crush you, you'd better answer correctly. Since the man had referred to those responsible as traitors, it meant they used to be on the same side, and therefore Blow demanded he reveal everything. At the top of the stone cone, the wolves attacked fiercely. At the last instant, before they reached Liderchis, Eel pulled him away, and the two fell to the ground. Eel infused her mana into one of the spheres and threw it toward the wolves, trapping them in a cage. Eel grabbed Liderchis by his collar, screaming, What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? You jumped in front of me without any plan. Do you not want to live anymore? Liderchis actually answered Eel's question. If that happens, everything will end. Eel didn't understand what he meant. If you give up, do you think anything will change? Nothing, just like Dio. Remembering the boy, Eel swallowed hard before continuing. Just like him, your life will be in vain. Isle's words brought Liderchis back to some sense of reality. Thanks to her, the wolves created by Chevle remained trapped in the magical net. Seeing this, the professor smiled in surprise. For an Eden to conjure that level of restriction magic, you executed it very well. Judging by how the magic interacted with the beasts, Isle was able to figure out that the monsters were real, not just illusions. The professor wasn't upset that Chevle's magic had been contained. There is still work to be done on the duration. Eel's spell dissolved, and the wolves were set free. As there was a limit to the spells she could use, Eel tried to think of another way. The best way to attack the conjurer and disperse the flow of magic was to influence the enemy directly. However, the wolves stood between her and Chevle. The created monsters advanced. One headed toward Isle while another followed from the side. Isle began a conjuration and threw mana balls to attack the wolves and push them back. She was only buying time. She knew that doing this alone would lead nowhere. When Isle saw no way out, a young woman stepped up beside her. Despite not liking to admit it, the girl agreed with Isle. We have nowhere to go, and we have no choice but to face him. Isle was surprised by the girl, who shouted, I came to Helios to become a mage. Isn't it the same for everyone else? Everyone was drawn in by the girl's voice. Beside her, Isle declared she was there for the same reason. Isle's voice resonated through the ears of the terrified youths. If I become a real mage, I will face situations more dangerous than this. Are you planning to just run away and do nothing? Leadersis, who was thinking of giving up, was shocked. From all sides, the students were moved by EL's words and began to draw their swords. Chevle's wolves had managed to regroup and were preparing to strike once more. Seeing the students unite, the professor saw his plans crumble. Oh, I didn't plan for this to happen. Still, he viewed the students as weak beings and didn't think they could intervene with the power they had. Looking at Chevle suddenly, the professor wondered, could it be that he doesn't want to hurt these youths? Professor Nail was disappointed in Chevle. While he was still playing around, a dark voice reached his ears. Professor, there is no more time. Hurry. Nail was surprised by the voice but remained calm. Left alone, he saw no other choice. As the wolves prepared, he announced, I wanted to play a bit longer, but time is up. Seeing the monsters retreat, the students wondered what the professor was planning to do. The professor's voice became as hot as the fire emerging around them. That burning voice announced, even if you perish, this will be a memorable and valuable experience. The professor's eyes narrowed as he muttered, My name is Venus. Awaken. Thunders of fire fell upon the professor, who was enveloped in a ball of flames. Amidst the fire, a transformation began to take place. Shocked, Isle couldn't believe it was real. When the flames began to clear, the professor's smile emerged from within them. So this is the feeling. It's magnificent. The professor's eyes turned dark. Only his pupil shone like a sun. He looked at the sky, asking the world, Is everyone watching? I was able to overcome the limits of humanity. The students grew even more terrified seeing what the professor had transformed into. Having heard the professor's words, Isle denied his thoughts. He was no longer human, but a monster. Fleshy wings grew from the professor's back. Spikes emerged from his arms, and his entire body became more skeletal without losing its mass. His skin had turned red, like burnt flesh. He took pleasure in showing his new appearance to the students. Behold, appreciate this grand vision. Heightening the fear in the students' hearts, Professor Nail asked in a mocking tone, What should I do? Line them up and toss them into the abyss one by one, or immobilize them and let them perish in pain? Which do you prefer? Nail wanted to eliminate all the students in a way that was swift yet not boring for him. Hearing a voice as dark as the professor's demonic appearance, the students began to retreat, trembling with fear. Looking at the professor, Isle felt as though she were in a nightmare. Nail recalled the fun he had earlier and declared that he would first eliminate those who were most useless. Turning to Yahello, the professor expressed his sadness at not being able to use him properly. This meant it was time to say goodbye. Chevle, whose face still bore no expression, began to sink into the earth. All the students were startled when they saw him being attacked. The ground beneath Chevle began to shift and, along with him, broke away from the great rock starting to fall. Chevle did not move. He simply leaned back, following the flow of the motion. However, at the last instant, someone moved, leaping toward him. Professor Nail, as well as Isle, were stunned to see who had gone to save him. Chevle's expression remained a hollow void. His arm was being gripped by someone. Leadersis was straining with all his might not to let him fall, for if he did, only the abyss awaited. Beneath the red sky, a silence permeated the air. In the middle of a crater, the one who had dared to defy the black mage lay on the ground. He laughed at his misfortune, completely surprised. Blow was shrouded in shadows that moved like a faint cyclone. With sharp, small blue eyes, he stared at Elzebul and whispered, Know that you were lucky. Elzebul unexpectedly smiled, interested in the youth before him. Sitting up on the ground to show he hadn't been severely wounded, he commented, As expected, I like the world of humans. Looking at the massive mountain pulled from the earth, he realized it might be difficult for things to turn out as Nail had planned. Among the students, not one could stop staring at Leadercease in surprise. Leadercease struggled, and even while trembling and losing strength by the second, held on to Chevle. The professor, seeing the young Ardian's action, also felt an unexpected surprise. He could not believe that Leadercease had saved Yahello, of all people. The professor reminded Leadercease of how Chevle had tormented him, of how he had been the one to make him an outcast to everyone. Leadercease continued to hold Chevle's arm, refusing to lose him. He did not want to lose someone once more, as he had in the past. Memories of childhood surfaced in Lidercis's mind. He was at a large table, himself at one end and his brother at the other. While sadness dominated him, Lidercis was questioned by his brother as to why he wasn't eating, asking if he hated the fact that they were dining together. Lidercis simply remained silent and lowered his empty fork. Changing the subject, Lidercis's brother commented, "There is a beautiful flower blooming in the hyacinth garden." When Lidercis's attention was caught, his brother mentioned Ivril and suggested that Lidercis go show the flower to her. She will like it, for the flower is pretty. There really was a flower in the garden. With white petals, it blossomed delicately. Lidercis and Ivril walked smilingly toward the flower, and the young girl reached out her hand to touch one of them. As soon as the flower was touched, a dark energy revealed itself. Shadows surged upward, and Lidercis, being further away, was thrown backward. A great being of darkness tore through the ground upon being summoned and snatched little Ivril. Shock appeared on Lidercis's face as he saw Ivril being taken away forever. Now, Lidercis held Shevla with both hands, rejecting the possibility of him being taken away too. At the edge of the abyss, Lidercis panted heavily. He pleaded with himself to succeed. At that moment, the magic stone around Shevla's neck shattered and the energy dissipated. Shevla began to wake up as his pupils contracted. His eyes returned to normal and, in confusion, he found himself being held. Seeing Lidercis holding him, shock flooded Shevla's gaze. What is happening? Shevla kicked his legs and felt nothing beneath his feet. He hurriedly grabbed Lidercis's arms and pleaded, "Don't let go!" While Lidercis and Shevla clung to each other to keep the ladder from falling, Professor Nail approached. He was now enjoying himself thanks to the commotion the two boys were in. However, he had something that one of them, Artian, would like. Beginning to destroy the terrain around them, the professor gave Lidercis a choice. If you let go of young Hadelio's hands, the rest of the students will survive. At that moment, half of the floating island had been separated from the other. Being isolated from the other students, Lidercis heard the voice that placed him between a rock and a hard place. If you don't let him go and decide to save him, the students will be crushed and meet their end. Rocks were controlled by Nail, floating above the students. On one side were all the students, and on the other was Shevla, whom Lidercis wanted to save. Smiling maliciously, the damned professor delivered the choice to Lidercis. While Shevla was still hanging there, the students looked up in fear. Lidercis couldn't choose. He stood there in silence. At that moment, Shevla did something unexpected. Looking at Lidercis, he began to taunt him. "How disgusting! You brat! Do you think this will end well for you? I treated you like a monster all this time. You're enjoying seeing me in this state, aren't you?" Shevla let go of Lidercis, so now he was the only one being held. Lidercis gave his all to hold on, but Shevla tried to force him to do the opposite. "Why are you hesitating? Just let me go. I don't want your help." Amidst Shevla's shouting, surprise appeared on his face, as did tears that dripped down onto him. With eyes full of tears, Lidercis refused to let go of Shevla. "I don't want to." In the past, Ivril was always upset that her brother said things he didn't mean. Although Shevla was her brother, she always hated that way of his. Lidercis, hearing the girl's thoughts, asked with surprise if she really hated her brother. However, she denied it and whispered as she moved closer, "My brother is the person I like most in the world, but keep it a secret, okay?" Ivril smiled, imagining the two people she liked most becoming close. That day, Shevla, who was looking for his sister, only found her when he lost the chance to hear her words. While watching the siblings interact, Lidercis stared at them with countless thoughts in mind. To the youth, the pair of siblings shone like the sun. Hearing that Lidercis didn't want to let him go, Shevla roared with hatred. "Do you think I'll thank you if you save me? I'd rather fall than be saved by you." As Shevla spoke, he began to slip, but Lidercis held him even tighter, refusing to let him go. Lidercis's determination was so strong that even Shevla himself was startled. Even while trembling, Lidercis tried his best and pleaded for Shevla to hold on to him. The students watched the scene in shock. Nail, who was also waiting, reached a conclusion. "So you are choosing Hadelio." Lidercis finally remembered the choice the professor had commanded him to make. Nail asked once more, "Are you going to let everyone perish to save just one person? That doesn't seem like a good choice. But I'll give you another chance, Artian." The professor's voice was calm and provocative. "Think carefully. You can save everyone if you give up on just one. If you let go of his hand, I will spare all the others. I promise." Hearing the professor, Isle wanted to smile mockingly, for she knew he wouldn't keep a promise. Shadows of determination appeared in Shevla's gaze. His voice had become weak. "You're not a monster. You're an idiot." Shevla remembered the past as he spoke. "You were always an idiot. I'm only going to say this once. It wasn't your fault." "That's right. What happened back then wasn't your fault. Leaderchus was so surprised to hear this at such a moment that the tears flowed even more. Having said those words as a farewell, Chevla asked how much longer Leaderchus was going to hold him. My arm is already going numb. Let me go. But Leaderchus refused. Despite not wanting to let go of Chevla, his hands were getting weaker and weaker. The grip loosened and Chevla slipped. Before, Leaderchus was holding Chevla by the wrist. Now he could barely hold him by the hands. Knowing he was going to fall, Chevla said goodbye for the last time. I'm sorry, Leaderchus. Their hands ceased to touch, and Leaderchus watched the friend he had known since childhood fall into the endless abyss. As soon as Chevla fell, Professor Nail began to cackle in celebration. Returning to the main subject, the professor reassured Leaderchus in the worst way. You don't need to worry. Your choice didn't matter anyway. I already planned to finish everyone off from the start. The stones began to move once again, commanded by the fire carried by the professor. The massive rocks flew toward the students, who tried to flee, duck, and do everything not to be hit. Isle knew there was nowhere to run. She just looked up in silence, wondering if this really would be her end. At the edge of the abyss, Leaderchus continued to cry. As the tears fell, he remembered someone who, just like Chevla in his final moments, also called him by name. Rude had said, "Ask me for help. No matter what it is, I will help with everything I have." At that moment, Leaderchus whispered Rude's name. The professor was drawn to the boy and frowned, because shadows began to emerge around Leaderchus. At that moment, black hair appeared before Leaderchus, who, with his eyes closed, did not see someone pass by him, carrying Chevla by the collar while he screamed in fear. It was upon hearing the scream that Leaderchus opened his eyes. He looked back quickly and saw Chevla being thrown to the ground. The professor was confused to see someone pass by him quickly and head toward the rocks. Carrying his shadows, Blow materialized his sword and created a tornado of shadows, piercing through each of the stones. The rocks exploded, turning into grains of sand. One by one, they were destroyed by the shadows, and although they fell upon the students, they could not be harmed by a light rain of sand. Stunned, Eel looked up, and what she had not expected, to be saved, happened before her eyes. The students looked up and I, mostly surprised, saw a young man land near them, the dark mage, who wondered if he was late. The protagonist glanced at the group of students and turned away so they wouldn't recognize him. He stared at the young man he had saved and asked him, testing if they were okay, and saw the horrendous thing that was close to them. Blow pulled the hood over his head and asked, "Are you all right?" One by one, the students wondered who that person was, and he remained silent, wide-eyed. The voice of Professor Nayu revealed his fury. "You bastard!" The protagonist felt the flow of mana he had sensed earlier emanating from that monster. He extended his hand towards him while gathering a large amount of energy. "How dare you stand in my way? I will end you!" The fire explosion fell where Blow was, and he disappeared amidst the smoke. However, the professor was startled to see the outcome. The young enemy had unleashed a dark energy, completely blocking the attack. The brief confrontation, Blow understood that the energy charged by the monster belonged to a mage. Nayu did not know who he was facing and tried to guess. "Did you come from the Tower of Magic? I can't believe you came here without any fear. I will make you regret it." Fire attacks fell from the sky, destroying the rocks around Blow. With the spear in hand, the energy surrounding him blocked everything that could hit him. He analyzed that energy more and more, and finally discovered the identity of the mage. Professor Nayu, staring at the features of the dark-winged being, confirmed his suspicion. The professor smiled, praising the young mage's words and formulating countermeasures. He conjured chains of fire that bound Blow. Looking at everyone around him, the professor questioned, "Are you really going to fight with those weaklings behind you?" He revealed that he had noticed the young man could dodge his attacks but chose not to. "Are you secluded from the fact that the children could get hurt by the attacks? I'm not sure. However, you woke up with a single word, having your assumption denied." Neil did not insist. All the fire surrounding him began to gather. Raising his hands, a small sun took shape. "Let's see if you will continue with that attitude. I don't have time, so I will end everything at once." Before the sun created by Neil, Blow stood still and shouted desperately to him, "Be careful, it's dangerous." The young girl's desperation reached the protagonist's ears, who responded by turning around. "Hey, I'm sure it may be shocking for all of you, but you don't need to worry. Please, stay calm." As the fire attack traveled towards him, Blow simply smiled at the young ones, trying to reassure them, and I opened my eyes in surprise as the attack was about to hit the wizard who had saved them. Everyone closed their eyes, expecting the explosion of flames. However, they did not hear its noise and felt the heat dissipate. He slowly opened his eyes, still confused. The young wizard looked up and after releasing his magic, replied to the professor, "It seems you misunderstood something. Everyone saw and heard with surprise the words he spoke. There is no great reason why I am not dodging your attacks. I just feel there is no need to do so. The dark energy had enveloped the fireball, stopping it in midair. The professor frowned when questioned. You understand what I am saying, right? The walls. Fireball that Blow was still blocking exploded and evaporated, leaving only a faint glow in the red sky. The professor finally realized that he was not facing an ordinary person. The young man did not seem to have come from the magic tower, but the aura and the black clothes he wore gave a hint about his identity. Professor Neil remembered a name, someone he had heard of, a young wizard known for dealing with portal monsters by himself. The one coming from Ophion, the dark mage. Everyone heard the professor's words. One by one, the students showed surprise in their eyes, especially the leaders. He, the dark mage, Blow, didn't care much, as if that were something common. Who cares? The professor laughed heartily at the young man's words and intensified his power even further. Blow stared at the bodily change happening in Rail, who proudly mocked, "Why is the dark mage coming from Ophion here in the first place? Still, if you really are such a person, I will prove my power by eliminating you once and for all." The students continued to wonder doubtfully if the short young man before them was the dark mage, but this brought them some relief. Many trusted such a figure, believing he could keep them safe and save them. However, someone was staring at the back of Blow's neck with mixed feelings. That man is right in front of me. Next to Isle, one of her friends noticed with surprise the expression she had, somber. Before any questions could be asked, an explosion occurred before the students. The dust and mist made them cough bitterly as they tried to see what had happened. Blow stood before the professor, frowning, putting his arm in front of his body after blocking the attack, his appearance even more distorted. The professor laughed, surprised that his attack had been defended. Blow realized that not only had Neo's appearance changed, but his energy had as well. The professor felt, in delirium, power flowing into his body. He manifested it at will, channeling the element as he pleased. This feeling is so magnificent, no one could understand it. Neil attacked once again, an attack that Blow deflected again. The protagonist remained silent, with the spear in front of his body, as he faced the professor, who felt increasingly confident. "What's wrong, Dark Mage? You seem tense. What happened to the confidence you had earlier?" Blow felt that the professor was not focusing directly on him. Somehow, if he aimed at the students, it would be hard to defend everyone perfectly. The stillness made Neil grow more arrogant. "Have you understood the situation you are in?" Blow no longer wanted to listen to the professor, as he intended to end this quickly. However, he revealed, "I'm curious about something. What did you do to turn a Helio teacher into something so grotesque?" The Rachel protagonist advanced, jumping with his spear towards Neil. The enraged professor gritted his teeth and prepared to counterattack while Blow was still in the air. Magical circles appeared around them. Explosions engulfed the mage, and watching, Neil laughed. There's no reason to say anything to someone who will perish soon. Amidst the professor's confidence, he saw the shadow of an attack approaching. At the last second, he extended his hand in front of his body, blocking the dark spear. Neil flapped his wings and quickly moved away. As he ascended to the skies, a large magical circle emerged beneath Blow's feet. The protagonist felt the flames rising, and the professor boasted, "You won't be able to block this." The magical circle trapped the protagonist, while the professor in the sky was creating his most powerful attack. With a satisfied smile on his face, Neil bid farewell. Goodbye. A fire cannon fell upon Blow, making him disappear in flames and vapor. The earth platform in the sky trembled, causing the students to lose their balance with the smoke curtain covering the entire area. The professor wondered with a smile, "Did I melt them all?" However, his expression changed to surprise as Blow emerged unscathed from the smoke cloud. To respond, no, he was in front of the professor, but above him, stepping on his back. As Blow's foot touched the professor's back, he was thrown downwards. The ground trembled once more. The students shielded themselves from the dust, led, hiding next to a Chevrolet, still trying to understand what had happened in the place where the teacher had fallen. A large sphere of darkness had formed inside the sphere. Neil gritted his teeth as a mysterious mana oozed from his mouth. The mana he exhaled made Blow certain. Neil must be at least at the level of a grain mage. Likewise, he knew that Professor Hell shouldn't be able to withstand such power. It seemed as if he didn't have much battle experience. Also, the excessive power within the professor's body was suspicious, seeing the blue bodily fluid being spilled. Blow stepped heavily on the professor, causing him to regain consciousness. When he heard a low groan, he began, "I have a question to ask. Who granted you such inappropriate power?" The students staring at the dark sphere wondered fearfully what had happened. They were worried whether the black mage had won or not. Elle, who was watching like the others, felt how pathetic she could be. In the end, she always became incapable of doing anything, just like in the past. Suddenly, the students saw a flying monster approach from the sky. The speed at which the dragon approached was terrifying, and its presence horrified everyone. Inside the dark sphere, the professor murmured, "Impossible, I wouldn't lose to someone like you." The protagonist commanded him to stop the nonsense and answer the question before he heard the response. However, Blow noticed the commotion outside. The dragon was so large that only its front paws landed on the flying mountain. The spot it chose was next to the dark sphere. There, it roared to the heavens. The roar of the dragon caused pain to the students' ears, making the weaker ones flee. The celestial monster looked around and found a prey hidden behind a rock. The hidden leader ended up locking eyes with the dragon at that very moment. The protagonist emerged from the sphere of shadows and, looking up, saw the dragon before him. The creature's eyes shone with an intense golden hue, like fire. The protagonist faced the dragon, which, inexplicably, lacked the energy of a monster. The feeling it conveyed was something Blow had never experienced before. Somehow it was strange. The blue dragon and Blow stared at each other for a minute, until the beast leaned its face closer to the young man and unexpectedly began to sniff him. The protagonist was shocked to see the creature's actions as it approached closely enough to seem dangerous. The dragon unexpectedly touched Blow's forehead with its chin, gently pushing him back. This was even more confusing for the young man. At that moment, Professor Neil's groan was heard once again. The protagonist looked back and saw the professor rising confidently upon seeing the dragon. "I'm sure he was sent to help me. No matter how strong you are still just a simple human. I will watch closely while he slowly devours you." The protagonist was astonished to see Neil rise once more. The professor approached the dragon and commanded, "Come on, hurry up and devour him." Just as Neil requested, the dragon did, but the professor himself became the target. With a single motion, the dragon snatched the professor. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Blow's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. As soon as it bit the professor, the dragon beat its wings and took to the sky. The protagonist shouted desperately for the dragon to return the professor. He still hadn't received any response. However, the dragon simply flew away. After the quick snack, touching his own forehead, Blow wondered why the dragon had fled. Had it really come here to rescue him? As he worried, Blow looked at the students, who unexpectedly stared at him with looks of admiration. The protagonist had become a celebrity to the young ones. Lou wondered what he should say, but he didn't need to say anything. The students, one after another, began to celebrate. "We won! The Dark Wizard saved us! He sent the monster away!" What was happening was quite surprising for the young man. Everyone was celebrating except for him, who melancholically withdrew. In the sky, the artifact that made the mountain float still remained. It wasn't a time for celebration. With the professor's disappearance, the magic sustaining the block of land would soon vanish, meaning it would collapse. As the protagonist thought about taking the students to a safe place, a golden portal appeared behind them. From the portal, countless people emerged. The students were startled, but they no longer needed to worry. Professor Tessiana and Professor Can, along with the Tower Wizards, had arrived. Linhos and Lapis were surprised and relieved to see everyone was there. Upon seeing the professors, the kidnapped students felt relieved and celebrated once again the arrival of their rescue. Blow had hidden behind a large rock. The professors had arrived faster than he had imagined. Since there were Tower Wizards present, the protagonist wondered if they would take care of the rest of the mess. As he planned to leave, Blow looked to the side and realized he wasn't alone and that he had already been seen, as he had hidden in the same place as Liderez. Seeing Liderez, Blow ordered him to be silent. With so many things that had happened, the protagonist nearly fainted when he wondered what he was getting into. Looking at Liderez, Lou reassured him. "The other wizards are here. You are safe, but it's dangerous to be alone. Hurry up and join the other students." The protagonist was about to leave when Liderez hurriedly asked him to wait. At the same time, the seal began to crack and the floating island began to break apart. One of the Tower Wizards attested. "The magic that kept the land floating is disappearing. This place will collapse soon." Seeing how calmly he had said that, Professor Kano insisted, "We need to evacuate the students. We can't use the teleport we used to get here." While some of the group that had just arrived began to search for Chevly, the mage talking to Can revealed, "We can't take everyone. There are too many students for a compact teleport. The safest way is to replace it with new mana through the original mana channels and keep the magic active." The Tower Mage revealed to the professor that it would be difficult to do what he had said. This made the professor despair. What are we going to do then? Is there any other way? Tessiana interjected into the conversation and responded, when the island starts to collapse, we'll let the students fall and then we'll catch them all. The Tower Mage calmly agreed. Marquesa Delio was called by the Tower Mage. I will make sure to find your son, so please cooperate with us. He began to assign some tasks. First, to the Marquis. Please block as much debris as possible that may be falling, so the children won't get hurt. Professor Rowell asked for help from the Marquis, and to rescue any students he might end up leaving behind. Meanwhile, Professor Can requested, cast protective magic on the children in the best way you can. He asked the other mages to descend first, to ensure that the children landed safely. One of the mages asked if it would really be safe. The leader of the Tower Mages nodded, and immediately created, with his light magic, a number of magical circles. It will work because I will give wings to the children. The Marquis looked away, irritated, seeing his partner act so powerfully. On the other side, Blow saw the island beginning to crumble. It was happening faster than he expected. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. Leaderses, just as Blow was about to warn that they were in danger, the ground began to shake, and a part of the cliff started to collapse. The Tower Mage immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare yourselves!" A hand was extended upward, Leaders's hand, who now saw the sky upside down. Leaderses, Cheville, and Blow were at the edge of the cliff, which was beginning to crumble. The protagonist yelled Leaders's name, reaching out to him as large rocks fell. A dark sphere formed around them, and the fall occurred. At the top of the floating island, magical circles appeared on the students' backs. The mage instructed them, "Do not panic. Let your bodies feel the flow of magic." Various students screamed in desperation, but among them, Elle remained silent, feeling her body float. She couldn't believe the mages could conjure so much magic in so many people in such a short time. That mage impressed her. However, seeing how things were unfolding, she felt it was a foolish way to solve the problem. The Tower Mage suddenly directed his green eyes to an area that had collapsed, falling silent. On solid ground near the lakes, Blow laid the two young ones on the ground. Leaderses also seemed to have fainted. By carelessness, the protagonist realized he had called Leaderses by name in a foolish act. Putting the matter aside, he wondered if everyone was okay. With the magic tower on site, he didn't have to worry. The only thing that concerned him now were the two young ones lying on the ground. He also hadn't discovered what the professor was looking for, and couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't happen again. Blow made a decision. As expected, I must go back and tell the Duchess about this. For Leaders's sake, I need to report this to my master. He remembered how Alphion's master had said this would be a vacation, but everything was about to become something much bigger. The protagonist decided to release his awakening and join the others. Having checked that there was no one around, he thought it would be safe. So he recited, "My name is Blow. Release. Awaken." The shadows that surrounded him began to disappear, and his true appearance, as Rude Chris, returned to normal. Rude's shirt was somewhat torn, and there was nothing to be done about that. As for his disappearance, he intended to say he had lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he found Leader Sis and Chevy. As he went to check on the two boys again, something unexpected happened. Chevy had raised his head and was now staring at Rude. Then he saw what had just happened. After a minute of silence, Blow asked, "Did you see Chevrolet?" He stammered, desperately trying to explain, I don't even know why I'm here. And when I opened my eyes, you were already in front of me." Chevelle's desperate response revealed the truth. Rude wondered if he should simply get rid of him. Chevelle was startled to see Rude approaching with a cold glare. He asked only once, "Do we need to talk?" Despair and fear emerged in the look of the rich kid in a large area of destruction. The rescued students were gathering. The Tower Mage accompanied the Marquis, informing that all the children were safe. Still, the Marquis saw how everyone was completely frozen with fear. He frowned, returning to the topic that concerned him. "Find my son!" The mage revealed that they were already searching for him and had sent 50 tracking specialized mages throughout Ichuela to find him. In a remote area, a golden portal opened, and a mage appeared after the teleportation. In that area was Rim. The mage approached, asking if she was hurt. Rim revealed she was fine, and that the one in her lap had merely fainted. The man revealed his identity and reassured them, "You can relax now. I am from the Tower of Magic." The young man in Rim's lap immediately got up. Pleading to be rescued, new young ones were found and brought to safety throughout the region via a communication crystal. The lead mage received a message. "We've found 3 more students. They are unharmed, and we are taking them to the safe area." Asking if they had found the Marquis Adelio's son, the mage gave a brief description of Cheville. "He is quite tall, and he is talkative. He is blonde." Discovering that the son had not yet been found, the Marquis warned, "If anything has happened to him, I will not let you get away. The mage, however, assured, he is fine. This place has no smell of blood. In an unknown cave, Yuseba met with another feeling the complete opposite. Wow, what a strong smell of blood. Seeing that someone was already there, he asked the person if he was perhaps eating. The man remained silent, sitting on a stone. Yusubi scratched his cheek for a second and recalled what he had seen. You changed into your true form when you fell from there. Who were you so desperately searching for? The young man in a white shirt replied, Deeply, what do you mean? I just haven't flown in a long time. Yusebe sighed, warning, Many people have seen your true form, but that doesn't matter. You gained nothing from it, but it was quite a sight, and we even found someone interesting. How problematic things would get with the arrival of humans. El Zeppelin warned, I will return to Ruby now with him. However, on the way, he realized that Professor Nile had been eliminated. He fought with the Dragon Man. You should have at least left him breathing. How could you do this? How am I going to explain it to Ruby? The young man with blue hair, like the scales of a dragon, irritated, made him quiet. You are noisy. I eliminated him because he was annoying. Tell her that. And Usebi replied, I told you to listen to me. Stop being rude. Ezekiel scratched his head. While listening to Dio's final statement, the only reason I'm following Ruby Montre's orders is to capture that bastard and put an end to him. After leaving Ichuela, the students came across several carriages. Rin looked to the sky, noting that the red horizon was behind them. As she lifted her eyes, she recalled the vision she had, the appearance of the dragon, and shrank back. At that moment, someone called out to Rin. Camille rushed desperately towards her. Did you hear? Is it true that the one who started all this was Professor Nail? Rudy had joined everyone and pretended to be an idiot. Is that true? It sounds ridiculous. Everyone present nodded, confirming to the young man. That's right. He doesn't even deserve to be called a professor. Rudy felt a wave of relief. That situation was beyond Helio's capabilities. It was already a problem occurring within the school, and the culprit had been a professor. The protagonist looked around, and his gaze fell on Chevron Hadelio. Earlier, he had coldly warned him. Listen carefully. I came down here alone and was scared and lost. That's when I found the leader. Sis, placing a hand on his shoulder, ended the intimidation with a smile. You understood correctly? Rudy wanted to do something more, but the mages of the tower were nearby. Still, he hoped Chevelle wouldn't go around talking about him. As he joined the crowd, Chevelle discreetly watched him and, ignoring his father's complaints, Chevelle still couldn't believe that the black mage could be rude. It made no sense. Rude was just a child. Feeling the gaze on his back, the protagonist looked behind him. Upon seeing Rude staring at him, Chevelle was completely spooked, startling his own father. The Marquis held his son, concerned. Are you hurt anywhere? Maybe on your head? As he tried to ignore the subject, Woody remembered something and asked those around him, Did any of you happen to see Dio? Everyone looked away, unsure how to tell the truth. The protagonist was confused by their reaction, and someone braver decided to speak. Rude, in fact, before he finished, ended up spotting him. He's right there! Everyone turned to where Rude was looking and saw Dio surrounded by some mages. The protagonist went over to Dio, who surprised the students when they saw him. All their eyes widened in confusion. Dio, you definitely fell from up there. Are you okay? Dio scratched his head, revealing that he had seen a mage when he woke up and didn't know what had happened. The mage who had found the young man revealed that he was in some ruins, and fortunately hadn't gotten hurt too badly. The other students asked if someone had saved Dio and soon thought of someone. Don't tell me it was the dark mage. The mage present at the scene was also surprised to hear that Dio had fallen from the floating island. Although it was a relief that he was still alive, it hadn't been Rude who saved him. This made the protagonist wonder who saved Dio. Sometime later, a set of magical circles began to appear. One of the mages announced, The transporter is ready. Please gather everyone. We will return to Helio. Everyone began to reunite with their friends. The princess went to meet Tessiana, while Leadersis slept in the carriage and she, alone and in silence, asked herself, thinking of the dark mage, we will meet again, right? At the same time, in a cave, the same one where Elzebel encountered the young dragon, mages found the body of Professor Nail. Upon seeing the horrible state of the place and the blue slime, one of the mages asked if that meant the professor was not human. The mage who bent down to make the analysis denied. I'm sure he used to be human, but I think this doesn't only concern Helio. In a distant palace filled with towers and windows, a woman approached an office. After knocking on the door, she was granted permission to enter. Lenost was her name. With glasses on her face and purple hair, she entered the office with a serious look. Upon entering, Lenost asked the person in the room if they had received the report, slightly tilting her head and swaying her long wine-colored hair, which resembled Anna's. The person asked, curious which report she was referring to. Then they remembered. Ah, about Chike attacking the thread. If it's not that, it's about the wizards from the magic tower being unable to travel to Yahello. Lanost elaborated a bit more on the report. It seems there is a problem in Yahello. It's probably because Princess Uti is enrolled there, but I heard they urgently sent Marquisa Delio to the tower. The man was surprised to hear her and tapped his fingertips on the table. The serious secretary asked if they should follow some plan and received a command. Prepare a meeting in Yahello. We cannot be left out of this interesting case. Time passed, and in a meeting, an enraged father banged the table. It's been a week. Let's do something. What are we going to do? We can't just wait. A woman with deep green eyes and a black hat nodded peacefully. I think it's a waste of time for us to be patient. A third person agreed. I agree. Even with the established rules and regulations, we cannot simply sit back when it comes to the safety of the children. Sighing, a fourth father stated, in any case, I won't leave my son here. You can't guarantee that this won't happen in Yahello again, can you? The director sighed and admitted, we are unable to handle this on our own. Therefore, even if this is a special case, we will take your opinions into account and request the support of the Magic Tower so we can uncover the truth behind this incident and resolve it. She made the final decision. We will organize a special investigation team that would work within the school, and to ensure the children feel at ease, we will keep this part a secret. The investigation would last until all issues related to the incident were resolved. The parents listened attentively as the principal concluded. We determined that there are no other risk factors. We assured this in one of the classrooms where Professor Khan was teaching. No one was paying attention to him, especially in one of the seats at the back of the room. Sweat was dripping down Rudy's forehead, who asked, confused, Professor Tessiana? She was in front of him, sitting and leaning towards him, staring at him the entire time. Professor Canberra irritably slapped his desk for being interrupted. Professor Rowell, stop interfering in our class. She merely shrugged, claiming that she was just watching. Professor Can had to plead for her to leave. The protagonist was starting to suspect that Tessiana had noticed something. First, Professor Rowell, then Chevelle von Hedelium, and finally, Lidersis. Something was different about the three of them since the day of the incident. Rude was still desperate for having called leaders by name. He had sent a report to his master, but had yet to receive any response on how to act. Hiding his face behind a book, he avoided eye contact with Lighters, hoping everything would be fine that day. A conversation about a party was happening. Lapis was the one talking to Linos, recalling how they used to welcome new Edens at this time of year. Linos had stopped thinking about it, but for both him and Lapis, after everyone returned safely, they realized a party to celebrate should be held, especially since they already had permission from the teachers. Lapis commented on how everything seemed like a dream, everything that happened in Ichuela. However, looking at the ring on his finger, Linos disagreed. It wasn't a dream. Lapis almost rolled his eyes at seeing his friend treat those rings as great treasures. You have 2 magical stones. Isn't that against the school's rules? Lapis scolded him irritably. Even if you're a hero, there's a rule that says each student can only have 1 magic stone. It's not because I'm jealous or anything. Linus contradicted Lapis's words by revealing that one of the rings was sealed, making it basically unusable. Upon hearing that Linus had gone that far, Lapis was left speechless. Later that day, Rude, Dio, and Lidersis heard about the party. Rien was the one who broke the news to them and directly invited Rude. You're going, right? Confused, Rude asked why there would be a party at this time of year. Rin found the question strange. Something bad had happened, and everyone probably wanted to forget what occurred by creating new happy memories. Dio said, for all of us, let's go. Despite this, Rude wasn't that excited. He just wanted to leave. While they tried to convince Rude to go, Rin interrupted, drawing their attention, and addressed Lidersis. I've been thinking about this for a while, but Ardian, how about we cut your hair a bit? Rin felt relieved to finally ask the question. Dio, who was talking to Rude, didn't hear properly and misunderstood the request. It was Rude who corrected him. She wants to cut his hair, not some other stupid thing. Rin smiled slightly, explaining that Lider's hair wasn't ugly, but that a change would be like starting over from scratch. Even so, she apologized if she had offended him. Rude stood up upon hearing her request and walked over to Lider's. That's an excellent idea. Why didn't I think of that from the beginning? Let's do it, Lider's, right now. The master of Ophion had received Rude's reports and already had a headache, not sending the young man to school to get involved in something so big. His assistant asked if it wouldn't be better to have Rude return after being exposed, but he disagreed. The Tower of Magic continues sending official requests for cooperation regarding this incident. I replied that he is currently unavailable, so it's best not to speak until we understand the situation better. Besides the problem with the magic tower, he didn't want Rude to see the catastrophic state the building was in, as the boy could end up going straight to the Association for Revenge. Reading the reports, the Master of Ophion confirmed that the target was the second son of Duke Arton, and asked Ren if the Duchess had responded. The young woman with short orange hair revealed that the Duchess was on her way directly to Helios at that moment. Confirming the information, the Master of Ophion decided to tell him the details later. At the same time, gray hair was constantly falling to the ground. It was no longer possible to see the strands that used to cover the shoulders of leaders. This was worrisome, but Dio and Rude found the result impressively good. Camille, who had always been afraid to deal with them, was the most surprised. He looks amazing. Why did he spend all that time hiding his face with that hair? He looks so much better now. Rin, who had cut Leader's hair, asked if everything was okay with what they did. Rude reassured her. Of course, everything is fine. You're the one who said you would cut his hair. You have incredible skills with scissors. Rin was praised by Rude and also by her friend Camille. Rude believed that now leaders would have a better image, and that since there would be no more problems, he could leave, finally bringing an end to the mission. While everyone commented on Leader's new look, the protagonist called Rin and asked when the party would be. Rude had a mission in mind, to maximize Leader's changes, taking the opportunity to engrave in everyone's minds that the young man was not a monster. That night, on the other side of the communication crystal, the Master of Ophion laughed with happiness. Ha ha ha! This is great! Anyway, putting this incident aside, this means you fulfilled the Duchess's request perfectly. The protagonist asked if he could come back afterwards, but received silence in response. Although worried about the leaders, Rudy didn't want to stay by his side. The Master of Ophion changed the subject. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you know how hard it was to get you admitted to the school? The man asked the boy to stay a little longer, as there were still certain procedures to resolve before they could take him out of there. Worried, Rudy asked if he really planned his return and received an affirmative answer. Of course, you are the star of Ophion. Wow, Rudy, you received a lot of letters. It seems they are from students of Helio, my savior, the Black Wizard. When I first saw you, Rudy interrupted the master, annoyed to hear him start reading the letters. The master's voice became soft, teasing. You're getting shy. Several letters arrived today, so I will pack them up and send them to you. Rudy was concerned that someone might see them, but the Master of Ophion didn't care. I'll send them to treasure box number 225. After a few more teases, he unexpectedly changed the subject. It's been a while since I've seen you, Rudy. Take care of yourself. Don't get hurt. And don't forget that you are my precious family. You need to live well, understand? The protagonist shivered completely, as that sounded like a farewell. After the conversation, Rudy returned to the inner area of the school. He still hadn't understood his master's last words, but he knew he would never forget them. From what he managed to understand, he would need to stay there for a bit longer, which didn't sound too bad either. On the day of the party, some people gathered. Someone asked Rin if the others had arrived yet. She confirmed, saying that some were already there. Dia wanted to enter the hall soon but was interrupted. Wait, the main character always arrives last. In the party hall, the students laughed and had fun while chatting. Eyes turned to the entrance when a young woman arrived, and she was
Florin Chrome,
wearing a pastel blue dress with ribbons. She crossed her arms, bored, and watched people talking and telling stories about the Dark Wizard. The noise was so great that, to her, it felt no different from a marketplace. Rudy appeared behind her and, as if reading her thoughts, asked why everyone was only talking about the Dark Wizard. After a second of silence, she replied, they should, after what happened. Changing the subject, Rudy asked why. Then, everyone was looking at her, aware of her own beauty. She confidently responded, because they have eyes. When Rudy called her, Isle looked at him and showed surprise. He made a request. I would like a favor. Could you listen to me? As three people appeared at the entrance, Rudy whispered something into Isle's ear. Suddenly, she shouted, catching everyone's attention, leaders this way. Everyone looked at her, who was pointing toward the entrance. The protagonist shuddered, embarrassed. Everyone will look at you if you shout like that. But thankful, she had done what she wanted, as she was already bored. The people who responded to the call were left agape, wearing a red overcoat. Leadersis walked through the hall, followed by Dio and Rim, drawing all eyes. Upon seeing the change, many stopped calling him a monster and began calling him Ardian. Pink petals began to fall from the ceiling, unexpectedly, leaving Rim confused. Rudy, even knowing the answer, commented, I wonder who did this. It seems he is reflecting. adequately on his actions, and he reached out, realizing the petals had been created with magic. When Leadersis reached in front of him, the protagonist asked, "This is a nice day, isn't it?" Leadersis responded with a gentle smile, much more beautiful than any expression he had ever had before. On the second floor of the hall, Chevy and Anna could be seen. He held his mana stone hanging from his neck. Catching her attention, maintaining calm and silence, he commented, "This party is not fun. Let's go." At the same time, the person who seemed to be related to Anna remarked, "Things are getting more interesting than I thought." On the table, there was a report from the Special Investigation Team. Lanoste asked if he should take a look at the matter, but his request was denied. Quickly bringing his hand to his chin, his employer asked, "Where is Chike?" Meanwhile, a young hooded figure with red hair was hiding among the trees and listening in on the comments. In a village, the Black Wizard appeared in a quiet town. People and carriages filled the streets. A white-haired man, Lispim, was accompanying a carriage when he heard his name being called. Upon responding, he heard the voice of a woman who commented, "That child has changed. It seems the young man in Ophion did a good job." The smile on Leadersis' face was something the Duchess hadn't seen in a while. Upon meeting Leadersis, she wanted to take him away. "I don't think you can stay here any longer. If I take you now, there won't be any problems due to the current situation. Do you want to come home with me?" At the proposal from his mother, Leadersis revealed a fearful look. He clenched his fist and declared, contrary to her wish, "I like this place. I like Helio more than ever." Leadersis's small, serene smile made the Marchioness realize he was speaking the truth. Meanwhile, the shouts of children playing echoed. The Black Wizard appeared. "You are a bad man. Stay right there," a small boy, with a black hood and a stick in hand, declared while playing. "I am the strongest Black Wizard in the world." The young ones ran back and forth while pretending to be their idol. Close to them was a hooded man with red hair who ended up following a false alarm, but when he was about to leave, he overheard a conversation between two people. "The Black Wizard is at Roem's shop. I saw it with my own eyes." The man immediately moved and ended up catching the attention of one of the children, who looked back, confused. "I felt as if there was someone there, a second ago, in the clothing store." A feast had been served. The man and his wife were attending to a special customer. "Are you really the Black Wizard?" The man seated at the table confirmed. "That's right. I am the Wizard of Ophion. If not me, who else could it be?" Revealing his face, the only resemblance he had to Blow was his black hair, as he was thin and not at all attractive. Upon seeing the man's unappealing face, the couple stepped back. The wife revealed having heard that the Black Wizard was quite charming, but her husband thought it was just an exaggerated rumor. Turning back to the wizard, Roy declared, "It's an honor to have you in our store, as you are a great person. You don't need to worry about paying. Please eat as much as you want." The false Black Wizard thanked the man's kindness, who was even celebrating, internally, his presence. Suddenly, a group of thugs appeared at the restaurant's door. "Hey, owner, do you think you can do business without paying us?" Looking around and seeing that there was only one customer, the man scratched his cheek. "If you have money, pay us. But why do business if you don't even have customers?" The man and his wife stepped back, reminding the thug that they had already paid a fee the previous week. The thug refused to talk and began breaking a chair with his foot, threatening, "Then you can't pay me? Then you'll have to close the store." He mocked the couple of cooks. "This place is so run down that it wouldn't cover even half of what you owe, so I'll take this first." The couple backed away in fear until the wife remembered the presence of someone. "Hey, Black Wizard, help us. They come every day and prevent customers from entering. They're forcing us to take out loans and demanding outrageous interest. They are the villains." The imposter turned his back, avoiding eye contact while sweating with fear. But the woman's words caught the thug's attention. She stared at us as she continued to plead. "We can't let them take our shop. Please, help us." Hearing her, the thug started laughing, mocking their thoughts. "Are you trying to fool us? There's no way the Black Mage would come to a dive like this. By the way, I've seen the Black Mage in person. Contrary to the rumors, he's quite old, almost middle-aged, as big as 2 or 3 people combined, quite muscular." Pointing to the skinny Black Mage, who didn't look anything like the one they had seen, the thug confirmed the farce. The couple stared at the man sitting at the table, wondering if that was true, looking at the false mage with a sharp gaze. The thug asked him, "Why are you saying nothing? I bet you're speechless." Before he could continue speaking, he felt a dark aura behind him. The thug knew someone was behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, he was knocked down. The couple who owned the restaurant was surprised, as a young man with red hair had taken down the thug with a single strike, burying him in the ground. The other thugs drew their swords, raging against the unknown. "Who are you, you bastard? Where do you come from?" The man unleashed a crimson magic. and with just the impact of his aura, he sent the others flying away, crashing into walls and pillars. The mysterious man stood alone in the center of the restaurant. He looked at the couple who owned the establishment and at the man sitting at the banquet table. The false mage tried to maintain the lie, laughing, "Ha ha ha, you're quite skilled. Who are you affiliated with? If you're so incredible, I should have seen you already." The young man, however, remained silent, just staring. Far away in the castle, the leader commented to his subordinates, "That damn Shike! I can't believe he's still chasing the black mage. I feel bad for him." When asked where Sheik was, the knight shuddered completely. After a light sigh, he revealed, "You don't know how he's been acting like a delinquent lately." The answer came in agreement. "I know." At the same time, the false wizard was trying to convince the man named Chike. "I should introduce myself first. I am Diophion. I am the Black Wizard." As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled to see the man advancing towards him. Chike grabbed him by the collar, staring at him with a dark voice. "Black Wizard, you are nothing but trash." Conversation in the castle continued with the knight's doubt. Did something happen? The woman, looking out the window, simply revealed that she had a new mission for Chike and declared, "Van, I will send Chike to Helios." As she spoke, a great explosion occurred on the horizon of the city. The duo knew very well that it had been caused by Chike. It was time to find him. At the academy party, the students welcomed Leaderses with smiles and compliments, especially the girls. "You look so handsome with short hair. We were surprised at how different you look now." Leaderses was not used to such compliments. In a corner, Dill and Rude watched Leaderses receive all the attention. That was something Dill couldn't understand, and he wondered, should I cut my hair too? Upon hearing the comment, Rude revealed that Leaderses had never changed, but had finally received an opportunity. Gil noticed that his friend was looking out the window and joined him to watch the people outside. Additionally, the group there was strange to Gil. They are new teachers. One of them, a wizard with green eyes, ended up feeling the gaze of the boys and looked back at them. Rude hurriedly hid, sweating. The man might not be wearing a robe, but Rude recognized the wizard from the tower. It seemed that they would be at the school for quite some time because of what happened. Seeing his friend deep in thought, Dio became curious. It wasn't long before the green-eyed wizard arrived at Rude's room. "I will be in charge of this class. My name is Orfel." The students heard the teacher say he wished to get along with everyone. Rude, who was hiding behind a book, cursed his bad luck. During the break, Camille was the first to reveal her feelings with a big, passionate smile. "I liked him. I liked our new teacher." She quickly approached Rim, commenting on how the teacher must be amazing for having been admitted after the incident with Professor Neil. While Rude calmed his friend, a dark aura emerged around him. The protagonist was worried about the possibility of Orfel staying for too long. That would mean he would be investigating everything about the incident. Rude wondered how much they already knew. Would it be right for me to tell them everything I know so they can investigate properly? But since Professor Neil started this, and what if the dark figure is roaming Halio? There's a good chance they still have allies in here. He told everything to the Duchess. I need to follow the master's orders for the safety of the leaders. While Rude was lost in thought, Leaders began to stare at him. Rude had been thinking for so long that Leaders' eyes widened in surprise, catching the protagonist off guard when their gazes met, interrupting any conversation they could have had. Then he approached. "Rude, Krishy, there's something I want to talk to you about, just the two of us." The invitation was so unexpected that it caught everyone's attention in the room, quickly spiraling into gossip and misunderstandings. Not understanding the reason, the protagonist stood up and followed her. Dio, the gossip as always, also got up, stammering in surprise. What could she be wanting to tell him? The two went to a storage room, the one Rude used to visit Leaders. When Isle asked why he had chosen such a place, the protagonist, embarrassed, stated it was the only one he could think of. With nothing else to do, Isle got straight to the point. "What do you think about this incident?" The protagonist answered, somewhat generically, that he would be shocked by what happened to Professor Nail. He interrupted him, asking pointedly, "Weren't you around when we were with Professor Nail? You must have heard about it since the other kids are talking." "I don't know about the others, but the more I think about it, the stranger it gets." Rude began to worry about the direction of the conversation. The question he didn't expect was asked. "Rude, what do you think about Leaders?" The question really took him by surprise, but Yell revealed the reason. When the professor transformed and Dio fell into the abyss, the person closest to him was Chevrolet von Hadelio. They did not have a good relationship, but the connection between them was deep. After that, the professor went against Leaders again, and Isle ended up forming a theory. Professor Nail was deliberately going against Leaders, and when Chief Lee fell, I saw something emerge from the body of leaders, something akin to black magic. But as the black mage appeared, I thought it was his energy. Rude reflected on the case, and Isle's conclusion seemed to make sense. The incident could be connected to leaders. Since Rude was the closest person to him, I wanted to hear his opinion. In another area, a similar conversation was happening. The Duchess heard the news and asked, "Are you saying that the cause of the incident in Elio was possibly targeting my son?" The master of Ophion confirmed and was questioned whether he could take responsibility for what he was saying. Rude's master revealed the danger of allowing leaders to remain in the school until the incident was resolved. He would recommend that the Duchess remove him from there for the time being, but she revealed that this would not be possible. When I met him, he smiled as if he was truly happy. "Thank you for making my son smile." The master of Ophion received the gratitude and also heard a new request from the Chieu Duchess. "I would like to extend my contract so that my son is protected from the danger that is to come." The master of Ophion was surprised that she wanted to hire a 7th-ranking wizard for this. The Duchess merely wished for the mission to be carried out by the young man. "I will pay whatever you want, as long as he stays with my son and helps him." She also revealed that Lispam will join the investigation team. "I will take care of all the procedures, but remember, protecting leaders comes first." Lispam simply nodded to Lady Diner's order. The Duchess lowered her head, revealing her thoughts. "I don't want the Tower of Magic in Helio to know about this. I don't want to ruin his life." The master of Ophion was about to assert that he would need to reveal the enemy's motivation to the wizards when she interrupted him, pleading, "Master, please understand my feelings as a helpless mother." Faced with this, he could not respond. At the same time, a Helio uniform with a golden emblem was being delivered to none other than Chike. With a smile, the one in front of him asked, "Put on this uniform and go to school, Cheek Muon." Cheek was silent for a moment, and in the next second, he set the uniform on fire. The clothing turned to ashes as it fell back into the box. However, there was no problem with that. Lenost pushed a cart with numerous other uniforms, while the long-haired man revealed, "We have hundreds of these." Chike Muon frowned, questioning, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" The man returned the question and added, "Didn't you know? Ever since that day you got worse, especially with your visits to Ophion." Chike was reprimanded, as while he was wandering around causing trouble, the association's image was hitting rock bottom. Still, he didn't care. "So what? Who said Chike Muon can do anything?" "It was you, wasn't it?" The answer was affirmative, but it came with a warning, lightly tapping the table between them. The master of the association shattered it into 1,000 pieces and warned, "You haven't forgotten, right? When you're in front of Lenost, you must follow my rules," claiming to have never been aware of it. Cheek gave a deep red glare. Various pieces of stone flew in his direction, but only hit Van. The others were magically controlled by him, stopping a few centimeters from his face. Chike furrowed his brow, questioning the master. "What are you doing? Are you losing your mind?" Chike's master pulled a card from his sleeve to convince him, "You have no choice but to go, because the one you are looking for is there." The campus of the Rayos Academy was large, but in one corner, everyone's attention was drawn. Professor Orfel was questioning Professor Rowell. He was looking at a young blonde, trying to remember his name. The protagonist, who was cornered by the two, introduced himself to the professor he wanted to avoid. After talking with Ale, he ended up bumping into Professor Rowell, and while he was trying to escape, they ended up colliding with the professor from the Magic Academy. Orfel questioned Tessiana about why she was disturbing the young man. She corrected him, "I'm not disturbing him, I adore him." However, in Orfel's eyes, she was stalking him like a wild animal. Did he do something wrong? Upon receiving the teacher's glare, Rudy became worried she would say something useless. The teacher confronted the mage. "Don't mind us, you should just leave, please." Orfel's expression darkened, and he asked, "Just to be sure, I've thought about this before, but could you use more formal language?" The teacher decided to provoke him. "Fine, then I'll speak informally." While the two continued to argue, Rude saw that as an opportunity to escape. At that moment, Professor Can rushed into the hallway, looking for the two teachers. He saw the situation they were in and didn't know how to intervene, getting straight to the point. "Haven't you heard you were called? Everyone is waiting. Hurry up." The duo stopped fighting, but left the discussion for later. In a gloomy atmosphere, the protagonist watched the teachers leave and felt relieved, but the problems didn't end there. Someone suddenly called out to him. Dio hugged the protagonist's neck. "So, how did it go with Isle?" The protagonist simply stated that they hadn't talked much, which made Dio curious enough to ask about Isle. His answer was clear. "I have no idea. Maybe you're mistaken." It wasn't the answer Isle had expected, but she ended up accepting it. Dio continued to insist, but Rudy's thoughts were on the girl. She had said that a dark energy would emanate from the bodies of leaders after getting rid of Dill. The protagonist went to visit Leadersis, who was sleeping. While continuing to think about the matter, Rudy decided to analyze him. He placed his hand on Leaders's forehead, and a silvery inscription appeared in his hand. The dark energy of the dark mage flowed through the room, analyzing the young man's body. Initially, Rudy found nothing. However, in the end, he realized something. He hurriedly opened Leaders's shirt and didn't see the mark that should have been on his chest. While observing the young body, Rudy noticed that Leaderses had woken up and was staring at him with a strange look. Calmly, he simply closed Leaders's shirt. "Give me any excuse, you seem to be sweating quite a bit." Rudy jumped onto his own bed and lay down, avoiding looking at the young man. Although that had been strange, he focused on the main point. He had unexpectedly felt the mark of a mage in Leaders's. Once again, it was reported that a new mage had been sent to join the academy. Finally, the professors were also notified about the arrival of a mage from the association. The meeting became chaotic. One professor found such a decision ridiculous. Another believed that the association could help. A third professor wanted to understand the association's objectives. The director felt a headache coming on in the face of the questioning. Not far from there, Van asked her president if the black mage was truly in Helios. The answer was obvious. Of course not. She reminded him that the black mage was seen in Ishwella. The school contacted him after the incident, but he remained silent. Therefore, there was no chance of this happening. Van questioned what they would do. Lanosta warned, "I am sure something big is going to happen there. That is what my intuition says." She revealed that she had contacted Lanosti as well. He would do what was requested as soon as he arrived there. It would be a problem if the black mage were truly at the academy. Whenever Schick took an interest in someone, all he knew was how to hunt them. It would be a relief if the school weren't destroyed in the event he actually found the black mage there. Meanwhile, Rude, at the academy, was bored. Professor Orfel was followed by another, who was extremely outraged by the arrival of the association. He gnashed his teeth irritably. "I am sure their leader, Lanost, is planning something. Otherwise, Helios would never welcome someone with such a terrible personality." Orfel told Professor Theon to be quiet. Theon became confused upon hearing his friend, who had fallen silent, staring toward the end of the hallway. Someone appeared there, walking toward them. It was a Heres. Theon, however, did not know him. Orfel addressed the young man. "It has been a while since we saw each other at the Imperial Palace. I did not expect to see you again in a place like this." When he tried to greet the young man, the student simply walked past him, ignoring him. Theon looked back, surprised. He cursed the arrogant student for being so rude. Orfel revealed the identity of the new student. "He arrived faster than I thought. He is Shikmuan from the association." Theon was surprised to hear it. Orfel revealed that Shikmuan was wearing a magic item on his ear. Only high-ranking mages would recognize it. Orfel wanted to understand what Lanosta was thinking by sending such a person to the academy. In the classroom, a professor explained how mages receive a new name upon their awakening. While he read from the textbook, Dio was sleeping, hidden behind his own books. Leaderchis glanced slightly at Rude, then looked back at his book and gave him another look out of the corner of his eye. Rude noticed the gaze and stared back. Leaderchis, however, could not say what he wanted and remained silent. Later, Rude explained to Leaderchis, who had a worried look on his face, "You must be misunderstanding something." He tried to make up an excuse for having taken off his clothes. Since he couldn't find the right words, he was direct. "I did it because I was looking for something." Rude asked if he felt anything strange, such as changes in his body. Leaderchis watched Rude's concern with anxiety and shook his head. Rude wondered if the young man truly knew nothing. Everything seemed peaceful outside the school. Some people were arriving at the location for the first time. A professor guided the new student. Members of the Heres, upon seeing someone wearing their emblem, began to whisper. It was the first time they had seen such a person in Helios, and he had already obtained his symbol. A young woman gnashed her teeth irritably. To her, no matter how noble the newcomer was, she would not tolerate such an atrocity. In the Heres classroom, Anna and another student looked worried. Chevlet had been acting strange since they returned from Ishwella. He used to go to the Eden district every day, but now he stayed in an isolated corner. Chevel murmured to himself constantly, still wondering if Rude really was the black mage. Rude didn't seem strong, and he looked even younger than him. There was no way to believe that such a young kid was the black mage. Chevlet wondered why the black mage was in Helios, and as a student, judging by what Rude had said, no one had noticed, not even the professors. Memories of when he attacked Rude were playing in Chevlet's mind like a movie. They made him even more terrified. Suddenly, a girl approached. "Hey guys, are you planning to just stand there like idiots? Haven't you heard what everyone is saying, that the new Heres is insane?" One of the students asked if it wasn't just a rumor. Another, however, stated it was true, as both he and Karina had seen him. A young woman with pink hair believed the new student was a noble. Having taken 5 years to reach such a class, she found it ridiculous that someone would achieve it as soon as they entered. What revolted her was the fact that even the imperial princess had started as an Eden. Linus intervened, stating that since it had been the school's decision, there was no way to protest. This made the student irritated, which was why she wanted to make him decide to leave. Some began to grow interested in the idea. Linus put his hand to his head, sighing. The girl stated she would see how skilled the new student was to know if he had the right to be a Harris. Otherwise, she would protest to the professors. Yahello was called while they were discussing. He ended up murmuring, "These childish idiots." Everyone heard him and looked his way. Being stared at, Cheval protested. Linus approached, checking if he had a fever, and was pushed away. Everyone could see that Chevla had changed in some way. In Opion, Rude's master was still trying to figure out what he would say to him. The assistant was worried, as something seemed strange. He wanted to know how Rude had been dragged into such problems, and obviously it was the master of Ophion's fault. If the classification level of the information regarding the incident rose, the Magic Tower and the association would intervene. The assistant called the master and, with a somber look, stated worriedly, "We are in trouble." Shikmun soon began to hear pointers from the professor, who explained how, although they were students, the Harry's class received great privilege and freedom. As he spoke, the professor noticed that the young man was not paying attention. Shikmun was direct, stating that he had heard him. He stood up, claiming he didn't need to know much more. The young man then left. The professor in charge hurriedly called for Professor Khan, who ran to pursue Shikmuan. Outside, Professor Rowell was guarding the hallway. Her eyes met Shikmuan's, and she immediately drew her sword, stopping him. The professor stood still, her sword held before him. Professor Khan desperately asked what she was doing. The young man ignored the sword and walked away. Professor Khan tried to stop Tessiana. Leaving her with the professor in charge, Professor Khan quickly followed Shikmuan while Tessiana watched them. Professor Khan asked Shik if he knew Professor Rowell. The student, however, simply ignored him. Before going to the school, Shik had received an earring from Lenost. That was an enchanted item. If people saw it, he would be recognized. He would also be using a false name. Van questioned if they needed to send him as a student. However, sending him as a professor would be strange. The information was passed to Shik. The students had been transported beyond the barrier of Ishuela. Lenosta stated that there shouldn't have been monsters there, and now even giant monsters were appearing. Even with the protection of the magic tower, monsters still appeared. He asked Shik what he thought, but the boy didn't care. Van questioned if the incident was related to the phenomenon. Lenoste was sending Shik to the school to find that out. He didn't need to worry about professors or students. He just had to find a suspect. Lenoste had sent him to find the Black Mage. When Shik asked the professor in charge about the Black Mage, the professor denied he was there and even appeared confused. Shikmuan punched a wall in irritation. "He tricked me, that damn old man." Professor Khan watched the boy's actions and trembled with worry. Rude wanted to speak with Lidersis, but he waited in the hallway, the spot where Lidersis had asked him to stay. The young man was approached by a woman, and he asked why he had been summoned. The woman informed him that Professor Lispin wanted to speak with him, alone. The professor thanked Benny for the help. Rude was left alone with the professor and asked why he had been called. Lispin told him to sit down. The protagonist asked what had happened and if the man was a professor. Lispin revealed the existence of the investigation team, as well as the fact that he was a member of it. Rude asked if he was even allowed to know about this, but Lispin didn't care, since Rude was involved in the very reason he was there. The protagonist was confused until Lispin, seeing that he was unaware, revealed, "Lady Daner's request was extended due to what happened. So, if anything strange happens to the young master, I want you to let me know immediately." The protagonist realized the man was there at the behest of the master of Ophion. Lispin continued, revealing, "I know you are not a rank 7 mage, so you don't need to hide anything from me." The protagonist was taken aback by the statement. After a minute of silence, he questioned what the investigator was talking about. Lispin asked how old Rude was. He stated he would be turning 15. The investigator stared at him, commenting, "You are young." Lispin continued, as if trying to bait a lie, "It is surprising for someone your age to be so powerful." Rude continued to play dumb, claiming he didn't know what he was talking about. The investigator then stood up, warning, "I won't question you further if you plan to hide it until the end, but you must be careful if you don't want to be caught. Several high-level mages have come here." Lispin continued, "I have no interest in snitching on you, so rest easy, Black Mage." The investigator walked away, leaving a shocked Rude behind. Once alone, Rude began to wonder what had happened. He had met the professor before as Blow. Rude wondered if the inspector had gone to Ishuela or if his master had sent him to the school. That didn't seem like a possibility, as he would have been notified. Even after much thought, he couldn't find an answer. Professor Khan was walking alone, head held low. Orfel questioned why he was by himself. Frustrated, he stated that the new student didn't want him following him. The coordinator grew worried, as he still needed to explain some rules. Something bad could happen. Khan sighed, questioning why anything would happen, since the young man wasn't like a real student. They remembered they were talking about that Shikmuan. The group wondered why the association had sent him specifically. If someone were to provoke him, he would end up becoming a bomb, the kind that explodes with everyone around it. Shikmun sat alone under a tree. Leaves fell onto his shoulders and were scorched. He heard the voices of a few people who seemed to be talking about him. A duo walked towards Shikmuan, one of them surprised to see there really was a newcomer in Hiri's robes. The first approached, greeting him. "Hi, new friend. It's very good to meet you." The second seemed worried. He asked if they should call the others. However confident, the challenging youth stated they didn't need many people against just one. He approached the newcomer, apologizing. "I'm sorry for doing this, but we need to check something." He grabbed Shikmuan by the shirt, staring him down. "I want to see if you deserve to wear this uniform." Upon being stared back at, however, he sensed danger. The young man got scared and jumped back. His friend asked what was wrong. Gaping, he shouted, "This guy is so beautiful!" He continued, receiving Shikmuan's cold glare. "Look at that piercing gaze! He looks like someone with a disgusting personality." The friend, fearful, asked why that mattered. The excited one reminded him, "He is exactly the type Karina likes. Didn't you see his face?" Despite this, the young man still wanted to do something against the newcomer. Behind a building, two girls were watching them. In one of the hallways, Rude walked alone while sighing. He hadn't expected all of that to happen so suddenly. He didn't mind the extension of the service, however. It would just be a bit problematic to leave all of a sudden. But the real problem was the investigator. Rude wondered if Lisbon really knew he was Blow. Suddenly, Rude's eyes met Chevle's. Chevle, who was holding a stone necklace, dropped it on the ground. It didn't take more than 2 seconds for him to run away. Rude was left behind, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the two girls who saw the Haris members surrounding the newcomer went to report what they saw to the professors. Orfel asked where they were. Chevle had run to the exterior of the building. Just as he thought he had escaped, Rude appeared beside him. "Excuse me." Chevle nearly fainted from the fright, and his scream almost destroyed Rude's ears. The protagonist approached, warning, "If you make it this obvious, what will people think?" Rude wondered if Chevle had leaked the information and questioned him. Chevle immediately fled once more. Rude could see that he was a problem. Orfel and another professor climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings. Confused, Theon asked if Orfel wasn't going to stop the students. The professor replied, "Why should I? If someone who only knew how to destroy things turned up causing trouble, it was in fact a good thing for them, the professors." It was unrealistic to expect Shikmuan to act like a real student. In Orfel's eyes, Shikmuan from the association did not fit in with the investigation team. He expected the young man to cause trouble. He ordered Theon to set up a soundproof barrier so they wouldn't draw attention. It would be problematic if other professors appeared and intervened. Theon used his magic and did as he was told. Shikmuan was waiting and sighed. They really aren't going to do anything. The arrogant boy continued to demand a mana stone from his companion, who refused out of fear. The newcomer then ordered in a somber voice, "Get out of here." The duo was taken aback, and he repeated, "Shut your mouths, you're annoying. Get lost." The arrogant youth was surprised and began to make threats. The disguised young man remained silent, holding back his fury. Theon grew worried that Shikmuan was actually going to attack the boys. Orfel planned to interfere if they were in grave danger. He was waiting to see what Shikmuan would do. He must have noticed he was being watched by this point. Theon then warned. There were students approaching. Orfel did not ask him to stop them. Having a few witnesses wasn't such a bad thing. Rude grabbed Chevle by the shirt and threw him to the ground. Sitting on top of him, Rude questioned, "Why are you wasting your energy like this?" Chevle asked him to get up. "Get off, you're heavy." Rude noticed something at that moment, a barrier. He wondered why something like that was in that spot. It was then that he saw, from where he was, the square where the newcomer and the two Hiris youths were. He noticed the symbol on the sleeve of the shirt and watched them. Shikmuan, positioned between them, ended up alerting Rude, who immediately recognized the magic within him. Surprising Chevle, Rude stood up. Chevle was about to shout something when Rude covered his mouth. The protagonist pushed him against the wall and asked what was happening by the tree. Chevle observed them and also wondered what those brats were doing. Rude asked if he knew them, and Chevle confirmed he did. The protagonist asked if he knew the boy in the middle as well. Observing him, Chevle commented that he was the newcomer. Rude watched him for a second and ended up drawing attention. Shikmuan looked in his direction, and he promptly hid. Rude confirmed he wasn't seeing things. He then ordered Chevle, "Let's go somewhere else." The arrogant youth managed to get a piece of magic equipment from his friend and threw it toward the newcomer. Let's see if you'll stay calm. I'll lend this to you, so be grateful. I'm not going to go easy on you, so do the same. The newcomer, however, dodged the ring thrown at him, and the artifact fell to the ground. The worried youth saw his magic stone hit the floor and nearly cried. Shikmun stood up, agreeing, I'll do what you want. He stared at the arrogant youth and warned, I won't take responsibility for what happens next. He then walked past the duo, surprising the professors by leaving. The fearful youth was confused by hearing words and seeing actions that didn't match. The arrogant one gnashed his teeth, used the power of his bracelet to conjure an enchantment, and roared, How dare you treat me like a fool! Orphle saw what was about to happen. In the end, Shikmun wouldn't be able to escape. The attack was launched at Shikmun's back, who was swallowed by an explosion of light. Both the student duo and Orphle were surprised. When the smoke screen cleared, Yahello appeared. He had blocked the attack. They were shocked. Yahello, however, remained silent. Behind Yahello was Rude, looking at the newcomer's back. He had interfered so that Shikmun wouldn't attack them. Rude saw some professors on the school roof watching them. They had put up the barrier instead of helping. Since he was there, Rude was able to get a good look at the newcomer. It was impossible. Shikmun was actually there at the school. When the newcomer's gaze fell in his direction, he spun his body, hiding behind Chevle. He now faced the two Heris, who fortunately didn't speak to him, but asked Yahello not to get in the way. Shikmun began to ignore them and walked away, even against their defiant words. The protagonist looked at the newcomer once more and was certain. In doubt, he wondered why Shikmun was there. Theon clicked his tongue, annoyed, as he hadn't expected that ending. He praised Yahello for managing to block that magic, even if it was low level without any preparation. Orphle, however, thought he had seen something else. The one who blocked the attack hadn't been the student from the Heris class, but the Eden student behind him. Orphle wondered who the boy was. The confusion continued for some time. Meanwhile, Dio watched from another location. Some people walked toward him, asking what he was doing, but there was no answer. Dio, observing Shikmun, murmured, You are finally here, the traitor I need to eliminate. Through the crystal communicator, Rude managed to contact the Master of Alphion and told him to speak softly, as he was in the dormitory. The Master of Alphion asked him to return in a hurry. Rude could tell by his voice that he already knew who was at the school. When asked if he had already encountered that person, he asked if everything was all right. Rude remained silent. Changing the subject, Rude stated that there was more than one problem. Even the Duke's mages were at the school. The Master of Alphion urged him to leave. Rude asked about the commission, since the Duchess had asked to extend the request. He smiled mockingly. I'm asking, but my opinion doesn't matter, since my master always makes the final decision, right? The Master of Alphion apologized and asked him to return first, saying he would take care of the rest before things went wrong. Rude changed the subject and asked if the Duchess had mentioned anything. He revealed that the Duke's mage knew who he was. Since his master was surprised, Rude realized it was just a bluff. However, he still needed to check a few things. He told his master not to worry. The headache was already there. But since the Edens and the Harises didn't meet often, it was fine. Rude hid the fact that his eyes had met Shikmun's, but he hadn't been discovered. The Master of Ophion remained in shock after Rude hung up the call. The office fell into a heavy silence. Worried, he wondered if he should go to the school himself. His assistant, however, told him to trust Rude and focus on his work. The master went over the things Rude had said. The system in Helios made it so that the Heris and Eden classes rarely met. He believed he could relax. Suddenly Dio ran toward Rude, asking what had happened. I was looking for you and Yahello because you both disappeared, and then I saw you being dragged away by the Heris. Rude wondered if that was really what it looked like. He stated that he had only run into them by accident. Changing the subject, Dio observed him closely. You don't smell good. Rude was confused, and Dio stepped back. You need a bath. Rude, however, couldn't smell anything at all. He changed the subject and asked Dio where Lidercis was. Currently, Lidercis was holding a wooden broom, helping Aiel in the storage room. She looked at him and snapped him out of his daze. Lidercis startled, his eyes widening. He quickly helped her move the boxes. Aiel reminded him that group lessons would be starting soon. It was important to choose members carefully, as they would be together for the entire semester. She acted mysterious for a moment until she said, I want you in my group. Lidercis, however, stated he didn't know if Rude and Dio would be staying together. Aiel asked what he thought about it, and Lidercis claimed he didn't mind. Confused, Aiel questioned if he was saying he didn't care about being with them. The young woman revealed that in 2 years she would be promoted to Heris and officially become a mage, which was why she was doing the best she could. Lidercis nodded. Il then questioned him, asking if he shouldn't have a goal of his own. Being questioned, Leadership stated, "I like things just the way they are." Il was disappointed to see that he had no dreams or hopes. Leadership sighed and went back to arranging the boxes while smiling. Il wondered why he had that look on his face. She ended up remembering the past and added, "If something is bothering you, you can tell me." Il looked away, stating she didn't know if she could help, but she would listen to him. Leadership was surprised, and Il ended up thinking that he didn't want to talk to her. Meanwhile, Dio and Rude were looking for Leadership. They hadn't found him in the classroom or the library, so they went to the storage room. Rude didn't think Leadership would go there alone, but when they arrived, they came across him and Il sitting down, having a snack. Dio was shocked to see how clean the storage room was. Politely, Il stated that she had done a cleaning, since they frequented the storage room often. Leadership had helped. Rude watched him for a while and realized that if he were careful enough, there wouldn't be a problem. Acting like a student, he sat down to have a snack as well. In the meantime, the Harry's newcomer was being watched by those from Eden. He walked along, hearing the murmurs, then stopped in the hallway, crossing his arms to observe them. Without anyone expecting it, Shikmun stuck his leg out, tripping someone. The youth looked at him in fright, and Shikmun walked away. Upon getting up, the boy cursed him. Shikmun remembered that the one he was looking for was just short and blonde. He continued walking, remembering the youth's face. He had just mistaken his target. The next day, Rude saw more trouble. Professor Orful appeared in his classroom and announced, "This may be shocking, but someone will be joining our class starting today, and he is a Harris. His name is Ashen Baldwin." Everyone was confused, shocked by the news. The protagonist desperately wondered what was happening and hid behind a book. The professor gave an explanation. Originally, the classes in Helios are divided into Eden, Clad, and Heres based on ability, and each class operates at a certain level, using teaching methods appropriate for each one. Due to the difference between the classes and the lack of communication, minor and major problems have been occurring for some time. He notified all the students. "We want to reduce this, and since this is a specially prepared joint class, we hope this will improve the school environment after the unfortunate incident and that everyone will accept it without complaint. To begin with, Hereses will attend Eden classes, including ours. Considering the skill gap, Hereses would only participate in certain practical activities. However, since Baldwin, who was joining the class, was a special case, he would spend time with everyone even outside of practical lessons. The professor explained that there wouldn't be much of a difference, so they wouldn't need to worry. He then considered determining a temporary seat for Ashen. The protagonist, hiding behind his book, was worried. Shikmuan began walking down one of the academy's hallways. The protagonist tried to calm himself down. He wasn't transforming into Blow at that moment and could not be discovered. Suddenly, Rude felt someone pull the book out of his hand. Ashen Baldwin was the one who did it, and he declared, "I'm taking this seat." Orful recognized the blonde-haired boy. After a moment of silence, he agreed and announced, "Baldwin will officially join our class starting tomorrow. If you have any questions about the joint class, you may come speak with me." When class ended, Dio and the others discussed it outside. Dio never expected such joint classes. He believed there was nothing to be gained. Doubting the situation, he questioned if that would truly solve a problem, as the professor claimed. Ael also had an established opinion. For a long time, there have always been issues with class discrimination in Helios. So why would they suddenly bring this up and create a joint class? It's obviously suspicious. Dio asked the girl sitting on the bench next to him. "You think so?" As soon as Dio asked, he startled, as he hadn't noticed Ael until she spoke. Ael stated that she wanted to ask Rude something. "By any chance, do you know that Haris?" Dio ended up remembering that he also wanted to ask that question. He noticed that the newcomer's eyes were on Rude the entire time, right until he left the room. The protagonist looked away, asking why he would know a Haris. Judging by Shikmuan's expression, the protagonist knew he wasn't certain yet. Otherwise, he would already be making his life a living hell. The protagonist wondered if Shikmuan had started suspecting him from the incident in the garden. While he was thinking, Dio saw some professors. He asked if his friends hadn't noticed that the professors had been holding many meetings since the past incident. Rude poked Dio's eyes and dragged him away. Rude left, taking Dio with him and leaving Eel and Leadersis behind. Rude locked himself in a room with Dio, wearing a serious expression. Dio was still checking if his eyes were okay when Rude questioned, "What's with your eyes?" Confused, Dio asked what he was talking about. He acted as if he were worried. "There isn't anything wrong with them, is there?" The protagonist then noticed a slight change in Dio's eyes, which had returned to normal. He approached, holding Dio's face to get a better look at his eyes. The protagonist recognized the similarity to the eyes of the blue dragon. It was ridiculous to think that, however, At least that was what Rude thought until Dio's eyes changed again, his pupils becoming thin instead of circular. The protagonist punched Dio out of pure reflex. Dio fell to the floor, pretending to be hurt. Rude warned him, "Your pupils just turned into vertical slits." "Dio, who are you?" A somber atmosphere hung in the air. Dio's voice became dark. He ran toward Rude and grabbed him, throwing him against the wall. He murmured, "It's hard to control myself when I'm near that bastard." He made a request. "Rude, just pretend you don't know anything." In a room at the academy, two men sat facing each other while analyzing documents. The subject was the body of Haley Vake, found in Ishuela. He was not a human, as expected. According to the documents, the one the students had seen had not appeared through a simple forbidden transformation spell. The investigator was not certain. They could not perform precise analyses due to the condition of the body that had been found, a mixture of monster and human. Theon asked Orphle whether Helios was in danger. However, Orphle assured him that, until they discovered the truth, this matter should not be revealed to anyone. Theon, however, wondered what Shikmuin was thinking. He did not attend the meetings and had even requested to join Hale's class. Orphle believed that Shik had sensed something and told his partner to be careful. Something might be coming. As soon as he said that, someone knocked on the door. Orphle granted permission to enter. One of the students called for Professor Orphle, claiming that there was something he needed to check. The two professors went to a storage room, where several shelves had been knocked over. Several professors were also there. One of them asked who had done that. Given the damage in the room, one of the female professors believed they should have heard some noise, but a sound-blocking spell that had been cast in the library next door should have muffled it. Seeing the extent of the damage in the room, a professor imagined that more than one person was involved in the incident. However, everyone fell silent, as they all thought of the same person as the culprit. Orphle went against the tide, stating that Shikmuin had not been the one responsible for the problem. A professor approached and whispered something in his ear, and Orphle informed the others that Shikmuin was in his dormitory. Looking around, the investigator noticed that there were no traces of magic, but if that had been caused by physical force, it should not have been the work of a human, unless he was, at the very least, an intermediate rank mage. Far from there, Rude waited to be contacted by his master through a communication stone, but without success. He wondered what he should do. Looking to the side, he saw Dio, tied up after being knocked unconscious. The communication stone was on Ophion's master's desk, but he was in a meeting at that moment. He asked the person in front of him the reason for the visit. Why would the fourth master of the tower come to this rundown place? The man before him wore a hood with golden details and had white hair, although he was not old. On his left eye, scars from cuts ran from his eyebrow down to the top of his cheek. The man asked whether Ophion's master knew why he was there. After a moment of silence, the man stated that he no longer wished to be associated with the magic tower. Taking a sip of tea, the man revealed that he was not there because of that, but because traces of that power had appeared. Ophion's master asked what he was talking about. The man was explicit with his words. A human had been transformed into a monster. That should bring something to mind. That was why the man wanted to know what Ophion's master, as the only survivor of the incident 8 years ago, thought about it. Being questioned in that manner, he was left speechless. At that moment, Dio began to wake up. Rude kept an eye on him to make sure he would not try to escape. Opening his eyes, Dio realized they were on the rooftop. Dio immediately began shouting in desperation, "You're so cruel! Seriously, what did you do to me? Untie me!" Rude reminded him that it had been Dio who acted as if he were going to attack him. However, Dio asked Rude not to treat him like that, claiming that they were friends since they were in the same boat. The protagonist stepped back with a dark expression. Dio's voice became somewhat darker as he clicked his tongue. Rude stared at him, watching Dio's eyes become as narrow as a snake's as he said, "You should untie me while I'm still being nice. If I wanted to, I could get rid of not only you, but also this entire school. This place will become a sea of flames if you don't set me free." In the middle of Dio's words, the protagonist squeezed his cheeks, making him scream. Annoyed, the protagonist told him to stop talking nonsense and speak properly. Rude asked him to do that, if he was at least still the Dio Varus he knew. Rude's words made Dio laugh so hard that he burst into laughter. He quickly sat up and stared at Rude from close range. "It seems you've misunderstood something. Let's stop pretending to be friends." The protagonist asked if Dio was not a human. Dio nodded. However, Rude knew that Dio was not a monster either. His eyes might resemble those of one, but he could not sense a monster's energy coming from him. The protagonist ended up remembering what Rin had said. She had seen something gigantic flying, and although it was surprising, that thing had saved both her and Camille. The protagonist untied Dio and warned him, "If you want to stop pretending to be friends, then let's start everything over again." Dio looked confused and reminded Rude that he was not a human. Rude stated that he already knew that and reminded him, "You're still Dio." Rude had many questions and knew he should be cautious, but for some reason he did not see Dio as an enemy. Dio reminded Rude that he had been about to attack him earlier. This almost made Rude laugh, considering the state in which he had left his friend. Proudly, Dio claimed that it had only happened because he was in his human form. "You have no idea what I am. In my original form, I could take you down with a single bite." The protagonist mocked him, stating that Dio also did not seem to know that he was affiliated with someone truly powerful. However, Dio answered the opposite. "I already know. You're the dark mage. You have the same scent as him." Rude was surprised and remembered how the dragon had sniffed him. Changing the subject, he told Dio to get up so they could return to the classroom. The blue-haired young man asked whether everything was really fine, whether Rude actually believed him. The protagonist denied it and still told him to follow him. Crying, Dio bravely claimed that he did not need him. Leaving the matter aside, the protagonist informed him that they would talk again during the night, as they could not leave Lidersis alone for too long and risk making him suspicious. Dio reassured him, stating that he had no intention of causing trouble. Before returning to the classroom, Rude noticed that Dio was completely filthy. He could not go anywhere looking like that. However, Dio assured him that he could recover on his own. The protagonist agreed and reminded him, "Don't you dare do anything unnecessary." Lastly, Rude revealed that he was curious about something. "You said you recognized me by my scent. What do I smell like?" Upon hearing the question, Dio covered his nose. "You stink of filth." After punishing him, Rude left. Dio looked at him only one more time and remembered when he had sensed Rude's scent, a nostalgic smell from the past. Rude returned to the school. Still confused, he wondered whether it was really okay to leave Dio alone. Suddenly, upon returning to the classroom, he saw numerous people gathered at the door. Worried, he ran forward, believing that something might have happened to Lidersis. Pushing everyone aside, he managed to enter the room and saw the red-haired guy sitting in his seat. Lidersis looked at Rude, who had returned. The protagonist had completely forgotten about Shikmuon. He wondered why the guy was sitting in his place. Shikmuon suddenly stood up and walked toward Rude, greeting him in a cold voice. "Hello, Rude Cricy." Far from there, in the messy storage room, various boxes and ropes were scattered across the floor. Professor Theon, upon seeing the rope that had been used, wondered whether an animal had been tied up there. Someone entered the room and approached Theon and Orphle. Lisbon got straight to the point. "I do not trust Helios's security. Therefore, I would like to request the cooperation of the magic tower." At the same time, on the rooftop, Dio sensed a dark energy approaching. The shadow that had attacked the school alongside Professor Hale formed once again and greeted the young man. "It's been quite some time, Diorg." In the classroom, everyone looked at Rude and the newcomer with concern. Shikmuon claimed that he was looking for someone, a black-haired bastard, Blackie, and asked Rude if he knew him. Staring at the back of the man sitting at his desk, the protagonist stated that he did not know this person. While Rude asked why the young man was sitting at his desk, the people who overheard the conversation wondered if the newcomer was looking for a dog, based on the name he had mentioned. Still sitting on Rude's desk, the newcomer explained that he was too short to sit at the back of the classroom, where he would not be able to see anything. Rude struggled to keep himself under control to avoid being discovered. He could not get rid of that bastard and cause a commotion. Lidersis stepped in to try to save his friend. "Shouldn't you be joining our class only tomorrow? You don't even have a seat yet, so why are you here?" Looking at him darkly, Shikmuon replied, "Because I want to." With his eyes widened, Lidersis stood up and offered his own seat. However, Shikmuon did not accept it. Bringing his hands to his head, the protagonist sighed. He stood up, claiming that he had forgotten something in the dormitory, an excuse to leave. However, Shikmuon also stood up, intending to go with him. The protagonist came up with another excuse, claiming that he had a stomachache. He did not believe the guy would follow him. However, Shikmuon truly intended to. "Okay, let's go to the bathroom." Almost going insane, Rude wondered what he could do. It was at that moment that everyone heard a loud noise. It even sounded like an explosion. Everyone looked out the window, worried when they saw smoke coming from the roof of one of the school buildings. The protagonist recognized it as the place where he had been talking with Dio moments earlier and wondered what had happened. Shikmuon stared at him in silence. The protagonist ran out of the classroom and was followed by him. Stopping abruptly, Rude snapped, "Are you really following me? I already said I'm going to the bathroom. Are you my shadow or something?" Frowning, Shikmuon asked if he was annoyed because of that. Professor Kan suddenly appeared, ordering all the students to return to their classrooms. Until everything was resolved, no one was to leave the areas considered safe. Many of the students surrounded the professor, asking what was going on. Upon seeing Shikmun, Professor Khan called him by his cover name. Baldwin, hey Baldwin, there's a call for you. Shikmun looked at him for a moment, then he looked at Rude and told him to wait for him. Hiding behind the other students, the protagonist began to move away. Professor Khan informed the students, Helios's barriers are high level and remain active at all times, so it shouldn't be anything too serious. Please don't worry too much and wait here until we give further instructions. Concerned, everyone began theorizing about what was happening. Rude was the most worried. The fact that Dio was not human made him wonder what the professors would do if they discovered him. He decided to check what was going on, but Lidersis found him. Lidersis had a worried look on his face. Rude asked him to wait for him, deciding to go check what was happening. Many people saw Rude trying to leave the classroom, and the protagonist used the same excuse, that he really needed to go to the bathroom. Lidersis stayed behind and reached out his hand toward Rude, unable to catch him. Orfel and Theon questioned what Lisbon meant when he spoke about cooperation. Lisbon revealed that, before coming to Helios, they had investigated the members of the faculty as well as the transfer students, including their families and the people around them, their relationships and histories. Everything, down to the smallest details. Irritated, Theon asked why they had been investigated as well. Orfel interrupted him and asked what Lisbon had discovered. According to Lisbon, it might seem as though Professor Hale had planned everything, but he himself did not believe that was the case. They did not even know the identity of that shadowy figure. Some people believe that Professor Hale was actually the puppet created through forbidden magic. According to Lisbon's investigation, Professor Hale should not have been capable of doing all of that alone. Orfel asked what conclusion he had reached through the investigation. Lisbon continued, as the two of you have probably suspected, there is someone behind Professor Hale and the one who controlled the shadowy figure. I believe that person is among the students. However, since Lisbon had not found definitive evidence linking anyone to the incident, he wanted to request cooperation, the assistance of the Magic Tower. Orfel asked how they were supposed to help. Lisbon already had a plan. He had prepared a trap. It would force the culprits to reveal themselves. The professors looked at one another when they heard an explosion. Professor Lisbon gazed toward the horizon, anxious, because his trap was one that no one would be able to escape from. Fire erupted on the roof of one of the academy buildings. A magic circle seemed to be protecting the structure, but on the rooftop, Dio lay in an area that had been destroyed by the Shadow's attack. Upon discovering the barrier, the shadowy figure cursed in a calm voice. Humans truly do the most useless things. In the end, what can be destroyed will be destroyed, and what can perish will also perish. With irritation in his voice, Dio told the Shadow to be quiet. I have been acting as though I knew nothing. Even so, what are you planning? The Shadow replied mysteriously. Who knows? In any case, I haven't seen you in quite some time. You look pathetic, Diorg. You've been turned into a useless human, and it has even weakened you. Dio shot back at the shadowy figure's words. And you? Now that you've gained power, you've become blind to everything else. An inferior creature like you, a creature that once crawled on the ground, is already taking too great a risk by acting so arrogantly in front of me. Seeing the young dragon behave so imposingly, the Shadow attacked him, as his fragile form did not convince it. The shadows fell near Dio as a warning. The Shadow made him an offer. Return to your true form and eliminate every human in this area. The absurd proposal surprised Dio. The Shadow revealed its side of the deal. If you do as I say, I will guarantee you the opportunity to share in a moment of glory. At that moment, Rude was running across the rooftops trying to reach Dio before the professors did, even though it would be very difficult. From the rooftop where he stood, he could already see several professors in the courtyard running toward the site of the explosion. The protagonist looked at them and jumped from the roof, knocking them unconscious. Rude stole a red cloak that one of the professors was wearing, apologizing internally for what he had done to them.